Отлично, только я сейчас немножко настрою. Звук у меня тиховато.
Раз.
Hello, dear friends. We welcome you to the 13th episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Pyramids, Extraterrestrial Civilizations. Exactly 1 year ago, we launched this project. The aim of this project is to reveal to people the truth and fact based on the books by Anastasia Novych and the videos with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich. Kaleidoscope of Facts is broadcasted on the 13th day of every month throughout a year, and it covers subjects from purely scientific ones to the prospects of civilization development. This international project involves participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement, as well as researchers from various fields from different countries of the world. Friends, we will have special invited speakers: Maria Whitley, archaeologist, writer from Great Britain; Raoul de Ulma, teacher of the National Institute of the Anthropology and History, master in museum affairs in Mexico; Natalie Mano, Sinceros, system engineer, ufologist from Atavala, Ecuador. Please write your comments and questions right in the chat of our live broadcast. Lately, one of the most frequently asked questions, which is interesting to many people, is whether there was any contact with extraterrestrial civilizations between us and Earthlings. And now I suggest that we watch an extract from the video "The Shield" with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Whether there was a paleocontact or not, meaning whether people met with aliens or not, of course they met. This is one of the confirmations, although there are plenty of such confirmations. Well, a lot of such questions are raised, and people say if there were at least one trustworthy contact with aliens in the history of humanity. Guys, how many of these contacts were there? A great many. When the design was depicted, even in remote antiquity, the design of these spaceships, people in spacesuits and so on, there are plenty of artifacts. It's just that if a person doesn't want to see that, he will not see. This is again like spiritual knowledge. If a person is under the control of his own consciousness, he doesn't see this. He doesn't see that there is the spiritual or something else. This is normal.
So it turns out that the paleocontact does not ever cease, and there are traces in the antiquity, such as pyramids and specific artifacts, as well as records that evidence communication between Earthlings and extraterrestrial civilizations. Such facts are found on almost all the continents of our planets, and one of such confirmation is a stone of extraterrestrial origin, which was named after by the ancient Egyptians Ben.
In Ägypten, an der Stelle der heutigen Stadt Kairo, gab es in alten Zeiten eine Siedlung namens Iono, die in der Bibel als die Stadt On erwähnt.
In Egypt, on the site of the modern city of Cairo in ancient times, there was a settlement called Juno, which is referred to in the Bible as the city of On.
Den heiligen Stein Ben. Dieses Wort bezieht
The Greeks called it Heliopolis, the city of the sun. People of that city especially worshipped the sacred stone Ben. This word in Egyptian refers to the top of a pyramid or obeliscus. Ben also has a pyramidal shape. There is a quote from the book ALLATRA Sensei. There was a legend that once upon a time in Iono there was a sacred hill from which the sun rose for the first time. Then a sacred column was erected in that place and the memory of these past events, which was later replaced with a no less sacred relic from ancient times. The stone Ben, this is what the relic was, and it had a shape of a cone with rounded corners. Later, it was transformed into the legend about the pyramidal, from the Greek word. The Benben stone was thought to be an object of extraterrestrial origin. The remaining ancient Egyptian texts tell us that Benben was brought to the earth by the gods of the first time, of the initial time. So it was considered to be a sacred relic. It was a cone-shaped item that descended from the heavenly disk when the great god Ra descended to the earth in the celestial room. This stone was in the temple of Phoenix. The phoenix, symbol of divine creation and rebirth, proclaimed the beginning of a new cycle. The oldest available record and description of Benben in the pyramid text is the following: O atom copper, you become high on the height, you rose up on the Benben stone in the mansion of Phoenix. Atom Knepi is a primordial mound, a symbol of the creation of the world, archaeological excavations of which have been found in the site of Heliopolis in Egypt. Literally, the word Ben means that which outflows, outstreams, and encapsulates the combined meaning of shine and ascend to the sky. John Bynes, professor Egyptology, noted that the root Ben was used to express creative or fertility-related concepts. Here is another quote from the pyramid texts. O Ra Atum, make the womb of Nun pregnant with the seed of the spirit Saho that is in her. In sacred signs, the Benben was depicted with the phoenix bird patched on it, which symbolizes the soul of Osiris. The symbol of a bird served in many cultures as the symbol of the soul, the divine essence, the spirit of life, or the spirit of heaven. In the next pictures, we will see pyramids. Here are the sacred symbolism, which is very noteworthy. The sign of Alatra, the Ankh cross, as well as the winged solar disk, which we can see right now on the image. And what do modern scientists say about the purpose of the pyramid, to which the Benben stone became a prototype? According to Egyptology professor Randall Clark, the Benben stone activates and brings into the silence of the primeval world the energy which stimulates life and the beginning of the course of events. And thanks to this stone, the division of time is determined, or the flow of cycles. Egyptologist and researcher Robert Buell states, a stylized image of the Benben stone was placed on the top of the Great Pyramid in Giza. Could the pyramids of Giza be an expression of the internal return, of which the phoenix was a symbol, a return to the starting point of the precession? The mines in the Great Pyramid are a significant argument in favor of such an assumption. This is one of Robert Buell's quotes. Egyptologist Wallace Budge and lawyer have suggested that the Benben stone is a relic similar to the black stone of the Kaaba in Mecca. According to the opinion of Valery Uvarov, scientist and expert in the field of paleotechnologies, amplification of the Earth's energy flow by means of pyramids and Benben stones in a specific range of frequencies revealed an opportunity to manifest a special kind of energies which can influence evolutionary processes on the Earth and reveal the potential of inner energy and mental abilities of a human being. As we know, according to the Encyclopedia of Primordial Knowledge in the book Alatra, one has an energy structure shaped as a pyramid with a truncated top. At the top of the pyramid, there is personality, the one who a human being really is, whom he perceives himself, the one who makes a choice between the animal and the spiritual natures. In the pyramidal structures, such as a top on the Benben stone, whose mystery we still have to reveal. Today's Kaleidoscope of Facts is a continuation of a topic that was presented and discussed last December last year. There was a lot of information about the pyramids and it was collected. It was so important, but it was just impossible to include everything in one episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts. So before we continue, let's recall what was discussed at the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Pyramids Part 1.
Pyramids, these are mysterious time messengers, and of course there is none among us who has never heard of the pyramids.
Pyramids. They are found on many planets of the solar system. They are on Mars, on Sirius, Phaeton, on the Moon, and there are numerous pyramid structures on Earth. Who built them, and for which purpose?
Galleries and rooms in ancient pyramids are the high-tech technology of that time that was built for a certain purpose. The Giza pyramids were built during the 4th dynasty. They were built by people, and they were built not by slaves.
The Khufu pyramid, her extraction was done from dolomite, and dolomite contains magnesium, and magnesium conducts electricity.
The pyramids of Giza were an infrasonic vibrant acoustic broadcasting interface powered by the wind stream. There are receiver pyramids and there are emitter pyramids.
In ancient times, levitation was used just for practical purposes. With the help of it, the blocks, stones, and sculptures were moved.
Scientist Joseph Davidovich, he proved that the blocks of the pyramids were made not of natural stone but of G-polymer.
How about Bosnian pyramids? So far we have 6 pyramids discovered, and 5 of them perfectly match locations of 5 stars out of 7 of the star constellations of Pleiades,
which has such geometrically proportional sides, smooth edges. Before us, we see a real pyramid in Antarctica.
But there is one thing which is common about them. These unique grand objects were built in ancient times and represent a single global complex linked to Kailash.
That mountain pyramid was built not in the previous cycle, and we mentioned previously that the cycle is 12,000 years old, so it means that this pyramid is more than 24,000 years old.
Structure of the pyramid, I've just heard a lot of talk about these star alignments, but there isn't an ancient site across the world that isn't linked into the Earth through ley lines, Earth energies.
Many pyramidal and temple complexes are a projection of the starscape on Earth. For instance, the pyramidal complex in Giza and Teotihuacan are a projection of the Orion constellation. The Pyramid of the Magician in the Mayan city of Uzmal is a projection of Scorpius constellation. The Angkor Wat temple complex is a projection of the Draco constellation. It turns out that the location for the construction of the sacred buildings were chosen not by chance. They provided for an essential condition for meeting a certain engineering task.
Pyramids are connected with the core of Earth and were built in order to prevent climate catastrophes.
All pyramids, in essence, are artificial or man-made or by some beings not from Earth.
But then all of a sudden you start looking at other planets and you start to see the same exact types of pyramids on other planets. now you really have to scratch your head because you can't just say coincidence anymore. This is obviously leading to one architect.
Some of these influences from beyond, some of these influences that really seemed very striking in a lot of ancient texts.
I'm sure, guys, that when all of humanity unites into one society, a creative society, we will be able not only to build thousands of pyramids, we will also have free energy, and we will be able to go beyond this sphere.
Здравствуйте, друзья!
Hello, dear
На
friends.
самом деле, кроме пирамид существуют также и другие строения, например, сфинкс.
In addition to the pyramids, there are also other buildings, for example, such as Sphinx. And here is the date of the construction, and the construction date, correlation with the pyramids, alignment with the stars. Those are just some of the questions about the things that are still haunting scientists. According to the official version, the Sphinx was constructed 4,500 years ago by the pharaoh Khafre. The inventory still, at the period of the Sphinx state, the pharaoh Khufu, who discovered the Sphinx, inspected it, witnessed damage from the lightning, repaired the damage, and had been cleaning the statue from sand drifts later on. In the 1930s, Egyptologist Salim Hassan found evidence of lightning strike on the Sphinx, described it in the text of the stele, and evidence of repairs of the statues by the pharaohs. Thus, the pharaohs maintained the ancient monuments in proper condition. The text of the stele does not state that the Sphinx was built by a pharaoh, but there is the first syllable of Khafre's name, Khaf. Therefore, the construction of the Sphinx is associated with the name of the pharaoh. Even if the syllable Khaf refers to the pharaoh Khafre, it doesn't mean that was him who built the Sphinx. Fact number 2. Moreover, the text of the inventory stele was analyzed by the philological point of view. It was discovered that spelling of the hieroglyph doesn't correspond to the time of Cheops, but to an earlier era. Fact number 3. In 1993, Frank Domingo, well-known forensic artist of the New York Police Department, conducted a comparative analysis of the face of the Sphinx and the statue of Khafre and concluded that these works depict two different people. Fact number 4. Tokyo archaeologists led by Professor Yoshimura proved that the Sphinx stone had been processed long before the blocks of the Cheops pyramid. Fact number 5. Disproportionality, small head of the Sphinx. Robert Shaw, professor of geology at Boston University, believed that the original head had been seriously affected by weathering and erosion, and the pharaohs might have made a new head by recarving the original head, so it became smaller. Fact number 6. In 1992, geologist John Anthony West, the geology professor Robert Shaw, studying the destruction of the base of the Sphinx, discovered evidence of water erosion. The basis is concluded that the Sphinx was built earlier than 10,000 BC, and at that time of Nile Valley areas were experiencing heavy rainfalls. That is, the Sphinx was built before the period of human climate in Egypt. Thus, taking into account the arguments of the above-mentioned experts, we can state that the Sphinx was built during a much earlier period, more than 12,000 years ago. The Sphinx is highly advanced construction. For example, there are 3 facts about that. The Sphinx is carved out of the rock of the Giza Plateau, the monolith. Friends, simply, as we know, we in our civilization haven't done such kind of thing. Second, it is a highly artistic monument. Third, it is found that its eyes are depicted precisely at the point of sunrise on the day of the vernal equinox. It is more than obvious that the builders of the pyramids, the Sphinx builders were the good astronomers and paid significant attention to the relative position of the shape of the pyramids. Fact number 8. Correlation with the pyramids. If we consider the proportions of the pyramids and the Sphinx, these proportions will coincide exactly with the proportions of the distances between the planets and of the solar system. The pyramid of Cheops points to Venus, the pyramid of Khafre points to Earth, the pyramid of Menkaure points to Mars, and the symbolic center is pointed to the Sun. Second, the Japanese scientists, using electronic equipment, discovered a tunnel under the left pole of the stone state leading to the pyramid of Khafre. The technology behind the construction of monuments on the Giza Plateau has not been surpassed or improved even ever since. On the contrary, the later the constructions were built, the more primitive they became. Could hunter-gainers have a megalithic sightings with strict proportions in alignment with the stars? Why the information about this age is hidden? Why don't they speak up about the water erosion gutters, and why were those gutters immediately polished? Why aren't people allowed to enter the underground corridors under the Sphinx? Could it be beneficial to someone that we don't even look for any evidence of the connection of all civilization? This was announced in the Kaleidoscope of Facts. Thank you very much. I pass the board to Tatiana.
What can be the provement of the Sphinx that was found on Mars, which almost repeat the features of the terrestrial Egyptian Sphinx, serve as real proof of the connection of extraterrestrial civilizations with the pyramids on Earth. In 1976, the Viking orbital station took pictures of Mars in the region of Cydonia. One of them showed something similar to a human face, but NASA saw it as a play of light and shadow. In 35 Martian days after the first picture was taken, another one was taken under different lighting conditions. A giant face was clearly visible on the picture. When the face was studied by American artist Jim Shannon, he determined that it is a deliberately created monument, similar to those left by our ancestors, describing it as having classical proportions. Writer Graham Hancock concluded from analysis of the data that the bilateral symmetry of the face is similar to that of humans. It is unlikely to be so just by accident. And comparing the face on Mars and the Great Sphinx, one can see resemble the headdress of the pharynx and names are clearly distinguishable. And in more details, we discussed this in Kaleidoscope of Fact 3, paleocontact alien civilizations uncovering the mysteries. In 2012, NASA's Mars Curiosity rover took numerous images of Mars. Joe White, a renowned American ufologist and journalist, studied these images and discovered a Sphinx statue more than 60 meters long. According to him, the Martian find looks exactly like the famous Great Sphinx in Giza, from all sides and from every angle. And so it seems that there was an alien civilization once existed on the red planet. The simultaneous between the sphinxes of Mars and the Egyptian Sphinx at the very last indicate the possibility of cultural links between Earth and Mars civilizations. Sphinx similar to Egyptian one exists elsewhere on our planet, in Mongolia, Altai, Romania, Pakistan and Tibet. And so we can see that there was one idea, one architect. It's time to know the fact that this knowledge was highly involved by other civilizations. And let's see a fragment of interview with Rika Paganini, the researcher journalist from Switzerland, who studied Egyptian pyramids and shared this with us.
Right. As you know, there are many different theories. On the one hand, we are talking about the very underground space and chambers inside and around the Sphinx. And I can also show you a very interesting graph, because many people claim that there are no chambers at all, although 7 or 8 have already been found which is scientifically proven. So, it's here. And while I'm looking for this picture, I'd like to point out that Egyptology states there are no underground chambers in Giza, except for a complex of tombs. I've been there myself. So now we have a good picture. On the one hand, we have the Osiris mine, which, by the way, Professor Hurtak discovered in the 90s, and the Osiris mine is an undersurface 3-story structure that descends 28 meters underground and has 3 different levels. In the case of the Sphinx, they say that there are no chambers there. Can you see it in this picture now? Quite recognizable and clear, isn't it? Okay, I have just tried to find everything that is recorded in all the scientific documents on Giza, and I have been collecting it for 30 years. On this graph alone, you can see what organizations, universities, and in which year found the chambers inside and around the Sphinx. So you can see that there are already 12 different chambers here that are scientifically documented. Under the Sphinx itself, there are 2 chambers that have been measured. You may be aware of various theories, often referring to Edgar Cayce, that there is a chamber under the Sphinx that is said to contain many objects from pre-Pharaoh dynasties. What we can already confirm is that these 2 chambers are empty, but they lead further into the underground space, where, as we suspect, there are lots of objects and structures from those ancient times. Those 2 are empty, right? And here at the bottom you can see 3 corridors leading further. There are 3 openings inside. One leads to the Great Pyramid, the other one leads to the center of Sphinx, and the third one leads to the desert. The hardest part is to find researchers who will be open to that. And we are lucky that after so many years of work in Giza, professors, archaeologists, and Egyptologists from 2 Egyptian universities are also interested in this. But the process of obtaining permission is extremely complicated. We hope that we will soon obtain it, because we believe that this will once again greatly change the significance of Giza, as then we may be able to recognize and prove the level of advanced civilization that had existed before. Our opinion, they were empty already, just as the chambers in the Great Pyramid always were. This is also somewhat complicated, because the point of view of Egyptology still says that the 3 pyramids were built by 3 pharaohs, Khufu, Khafre, Menkaure, although the design is completely different from all the other 100 pyramids in Egypt. Another point is that these 3 pharaohs were buried not there, but in the belly of the kings, where all the pharaohs had been buried, while each tomb of pharaohs was completely covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions, walls, ceilings, and everything else. The inscriptions tell about what they did, how many houses, wives, and children they had, but nothing is mentioned about any of these 3 pharaohs building a pyramid. And as for Khufu, there is a historical reference where he was said to build a small temple for his wife next to the Great Pyramid at the time when he was a pharaoh and was responsible for protecting that place. So all those chambers have always been empty. In the Great Pyramid, you will not find a single hieroglyph, not a single one. Moreover, it is challenging to cut a hieroglyph on a red granite stone using a stone hammer and chisel. It just doesn't work. So for us, it's like another piece of evidence that shows that the technology used there was not available in the time of pharaohs. But I have great respect for the pharaohs' dynasties. It's incredible what they accomplished. All the other 100 pyramids that were built of small stones were also great achievements. But it is important to distinguish and see that the Great Pyramids have a completely different design and a completely different function, because all the other 100 pyramids were actually tombs. Everywhere, mummies and inscriptions were found in tombs, but not in the three Great Pyramids. It is also noteworthy that only in the Great Pyramid there are 4 official chambers: the so-called King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber, the Grotto, and the Gallery Chamber. The Gallery Chamber is actually the largest one, and the total number of chambers is 12. There are also some chambers which are larger than those that are acknowledged and scientifically documented, but denied. We can say that in the Great Pyramid the only chamber, the well shaft, is under the pyramid in the ground. There you go down about 100 to 120 meters until you come to the so-called grotto. It is a very special space, very special energy, also in terms of vibration. In comparison, in the middle and the small pyramids themselves, not a single room was found even with the most modern equipment. Both structures found in the small and the middle pyramids are located under the pyramids, underground. It is also important to discern that. Answering your question further, the purpose of the Great Pyramid is related to energy interactions. It serves communication, it serves vibration, it serves awareness, it serves initiation, and above all, it is built exactly on the site. We can say it's like crown chakra of the Mother Earth, intended to work with energies, vibrations, and communication. So ultimately, it is a pyramid of consciousness. I mean, different aspect of consciousness that we can recognize and use again.
Да, удивительное открытие.
Yeah, very interesting discoveries. During the last time, lately, this topic of great things was very popular, and of course, it was like given a new circle of research and given to the publishing of the books of Anastasia Novych. And the information was actually very few is left in the history, and it's very interesting to study them, their origin and their destiny. The lotus temples are very interesting architecture, and they're very, and we can find them all over the planet. We can find them in the Crimea, in different other areas. But we can say that the great things is actually showing the path where it is. It's like where it leads to the Lotus Temple, and one of the oldest buildings in the place. And these inner tunnels and which are actually related and are closely built near the nearby pyramids. And well, nonetheless, despite interesting findings,
законсервированы
The archaeological works are now conserved from the 1990s.
птичьего полета на город Киев.
If we look to the Kiev from the bird's view, like from the up, the Lotus Temple is located in the third eye of Sirius, the head of the Sirius, and by there is exciting legend of Sirius and Isis in the mythology. And one can find information about this, and that it's the third eye of Sirius had been located straight in the place when the first called put the lotus seed as Jesus had requested. Nowadays we can find this information in where Kiev-Pечерская Lavra is located, and we can find it in the book of Anastasia Novых as Osmos. And the modern city of Kiev is still called an open chakra, and Lotus Temple is still located in Kiev since ancient times. And what is remarkable, there is the nearby settlement of Tripoli civilization with abundant sacred signs and symbols, known not only in ancient Egypt but also on other continents. And there is more information about this in Encyclopedia book Alatra, so we'll touch upon the Tripoli civilization further during the conference. Also known that the residence of Rigdvenjapa, Bodhisattva, Lord of Shambhala, was previously located almost in the middle of the current Black Sea. Back then there was no sea there. There was only a small lake with beautiful picturesque shores. And in those very times the underground Lotus Temple was laid in this place, with a fragment of Chintamania as a source of power, and a place of the future renancy of humanity.
В качестве источника силы и места будущего духовного возрождения человечества. Другой храм Лотоса, не менее
древний, Lotus Temple, no less ancient, is located in Mount Crimea and is described in detail in the book as Osmos.
Храм Лотоса представляет собой сооружение в виде распускающегося.
The Lotus Temple is a structure in the form of a blossoming out lotus flower inside a vast hall, which resembles half a sphere. The temple is made of a stone looking like white marble. It has a diameter of 12 meters and a height of 7 meters, and is placed in the middle of a huge monad, which decorated the floor.
В центре огромной монады, украшающей пол.
It's certainly no coincidence that the White Lotus Temple are closely related to the pyramid structures. More detailed information on the pyramidal energy structure of a human being will be present a little bit further in the Kaleidoscope of Facts. And in general, all these grandiose structures play a key role in the development of human civilization. The only question is how responsibly people will regard this information. The Lotus Temple are located in quintessential places of the planet, such as ancient Egypt, the Crimean Peninsula, and etc., and have been the one meaning and symbolism. Many other historical artifacts, such as megaliths, plateaus of ancient spaceports, etc., further reveal the essence and profoundness of the cultural heritage of previous civilizations. Thank you so much. In 2014, I was able to visit the very interesting Lasokafar megalithic complex in Karachay-Cherkessia, where a variety of megalithic forms were represented. I wondered why these sites are little known, and there is no information about who built them, when, and why. Having studied the question later, it became clear that megalithic complexes exist on all continents and countries. And it's only on the parts of on the planet accessible to mankind. Megalithic structures, which is a Greek name for big stones, can be in the form of pyramids, dolmens, menhirs, cromlechs, and temple complexes. All these constructions are made of very large stone slabs or blocks, weighing up several thousand tons, and according to the archaeologists, they were often worked with a high degree of accuracy. How could ancient people have built such complex and knowledge-intensive structures? Judging by the size, technological, and knowledge-intensive nature of these objects, they could not have been made without the involvement of high civilization. The question is, for what purposes? Today there are clear bases to declare about the connection of ancient civilizations with more advanced civilizations not of terrestrial origin. There is evidence not only by the level of knowledge required of the construction of these structures, and now scientists already come to a conclusion that groups of menhirs, cromlechs, and seides are absolutely clearly located in places gravitational and EM anomalies. These facts indicate the ancient possessed of technologies of geolocation. Alexander Matantsev, a candidate of technical science, author of more than 100 patented inventions in physics and electrical engineering, writes about the megalithic complexes, that they were all linked to power lines and tunnels, and the largest of them form global nodes, centers of radiation, which show their unified geoactive network in places of power. You can see more about this in the program Climate, the Future Now, which talks about a single world pyramidal complex linked to Kailash. So who taught Earthlings how to cultivate the land and make crafts? Who gave them knowledge of medicine and the structure of solar system? It is logical to assume that more advanced beings must live in space. And there is plenty of evidence for this, that in ancient times our planet was actively visited by aliens from outer space. Aliens have left behind not only a long memory, which became a basis of a number of ancient myths and legends, but also quite tangible traces. This includes ancient structures of a mass of archaeological artifacts. Those origins cannot be explained by science. Alien visitors came to Earth in spaceships. We must assume that some platforms or runaways for landing alien ships must have remained on our planet. Such objects have already been discovered by archaeologists. The most preserved dolmens in the world, and we can see that the largest assemblage of about 30,000 of them were found in Korea. They tend to watersheds, karst areas, slopes with river, mountainous or forested areas. The chambers of a dolmen is trapezoidal or rectangular, sometimes circular. The shape of a dolmen makes it an acoustic device, reflecting off the stone wall, sound, vibration, overlap, resonate and intensify. There are dolmens which cover plate alone weigh 20 tons. It means so from the book of Anastasia Novokazosmet, it means that extremely antiquity characterized by genetics, thoroughly considering design construction, moreover having astronomical and geometrical knowledge embodied in them. What was this indicate? It indicates that in all the times people did possess serious knowledge. So dolmens basically served as acoustic resonators for people to influence their energy structure. So why? And here a completely logical picture emerges. Cosmodromes for constant visits to our planet by more highly developed civilizations that shared knowledge and help in the construction of such a huge number of objects. And dolmens were constructed for preparing people for some important energy exchange processes.
Спасибо большое, Дмитрий. Thank you very much, Dmitry. I now give the floor to our guest, Naphtali Mena Simpsons, system engineer and ufologist from Ecuador.
Saludos amigos, me es grato acompañarlos en esta transmisión
Hello, dear friends.
Caleidoscopio de Hechos. Quiero detallarles
I'm happy to join you in this live broadcast from the Kaleidoscope of Facts.
los paleocontactos no son un recuento o cuentos de caminos.
Regarding the topic of paleocontacts, which paleocontacts have never been, they are not retellings of travel tales. On the contrary, they are the result of a thorough and attentive research process based on deciphering closed information, signs and symbols, sacred texts, tablets, codices, papyri, hieroglyphs, and other archaeological data, historical remains, myths, understood not as metamorphosed information, but as the discovery and perpetuation of people's historical memory among many other forms of disclosing millennial wisdom. Let's consider more or less probable traces that some disappeared civilizations could have left on the Earth. And it doesn't exclude any hypothesis about a civilization with extremely advanced technologies that would even surpass our modern technology in an era preceding what we call prehistory. Atomic radiation thousands of years ago, teaching coming from beings from beyond the Earth, high intelligence in our development, and aliens as source of our species. We offer to your attention the analysis and our own research, a number of great riddles that official science had not yet been able to explain enough in a sufficient scope, and ambiguous remnants that indicate that before the civilization, which people are nowadays studying and consider it to be the first in the world, but basically there are older civilizations which are completely unknown to mainstream historians. The planet Earth is marked here and there with irrefutable traces. Probably you have already heard that there are very interesting clues in Nazca, and there are rock paintings depicting astronauts in spacesuits in the prehistoric caves of Tassili. And also there are colossal statues on the Easter Island in the Pacific, which cannot be explained. The glazed stones of Baalbek, the scars of Malta, the famous astronaut Palenque, and many other monuments. Perhaps the last messages left by the stellar predecessors whose civilization preceded our civilization. Science has already given quite accurate and specific archaeological data on the visits or the presence of extraterrestrial civilizations on our planet, such as, for example, the famous ancient 12,000-year-old stone discs, 716 stone discs, each of which has a metal hole in the center made of an alloy of cobalt and another unknown magnetic metal that emits strange vibrations, with special carved letters and inscriptions, as well as high images in permanent colors, thin gray or yellow creatures depicted on them. These discs were discovered by the Chinese archaeologist and researcher Tsum Nui in the caves and underground galleries of the mountainous Sino-Tibetan border region of Bayan Hai-U, also called Bayan Hargstan, 770 kilometers away from Lhasa, northwest. Lhasa is the capital of Tibet. However, as it is known, cobalt is a grayish, hard and flexible metal which was discovered by the Swedish scientist Georg Brandt in the mid-18th century, in particular in 1735. This stone does not have a natural origin, but it is artificially created through burning and electrolysis with the reduction of aluminum and alloy of various minerals, arsenide, sulfides, oxides, silicates, nickel and iron. Cobalt melts at a melting temperature of 1495 degrees Celsius above zero, so contemporary technology is really needed to melt it. only contemporary technologies, and this material is used as a catalyst, as an oxidizer for electrical resistors, for electroplastin, for metallurgical alloys of 40% cobalt with steel, for the manufacture of superpermanent magnets, and for the manufacture of steel tools connecting cobalt and chromium, for metals with high speed, such as those used in the aviation and meteorological industry, of UFOs also that fly at dazzling at high speeds, and probably with electromagnetic energy. As far as we know right now, neither China nor Tibet are exactly the producers of cobalt in our world, but other countries like America and Europe, they do produce it. On the grave of the Chinese Captain Tong Chu in the 4th century, when his chest metal ornament was analyzed and examined spectrographically, it turned out that it contained at least 85% of aluminum. And we know that aluminum was first isolated and discovered in the 19th century by the Danish scientist Ørsted in 1825, and then it was obtained by electrolysis in 1886 in the North American by the North American researcher Ho. Also in the ruins of the once prosperous Persian city of Cilicia, founded in the year 321 BC on the banks of the Tigris River, 69 kilometers northwest of Babylon, for the former general of Alexander of Macedon and Syria, was burned by the order of the Roman Emperor Trajan in the year 116 BC. Archaeologists found this city, and the village which was nearby, Kniut Rabuka, east of the capital of Iraq, of contemporary Iraq. Currently, this artifact is exhibited in the Museum of Iraq in Baghdad, and they found small vessels made of glazed clay, within which there were rods and cylinders made of copper soldiers, and according to they date back to 227 and 126 BC. We also have to recall that electric welding was invented only in the 19th century by the American chemist and electrician Eric Thomson in 1877. And after restoration and after natural corrosion and experiments in the laboratory, it was proved that these discoveries were galvanic transmission slacks. So they existed long before the 18th century AD, and starting from the 9th century, when actually this electrical welding was discovered. Also, the Italian physicist Galvani began to do his electrical experiments and galvanics in 1976. In the Bolivian city of Samaipata, Florida province, about 180 kilometers southwest of the capital of the department of Santa Cruz de la Sierra, in the middle of the jungle, there is the famous and ancient highest mountains called Fort, which is symmetrical and probably innate. On one of its slopes, there are two deep inclined channels which are symmetrical, parallel, and artificially made. They run from the base of this hill to the top of the hill, and at the top of the massif there is an esplanade where there are pools of various sizes dug into the living rock, and also there are geometric lithographs in the form of ovals, triangles, circles, drainage bowls connected by a complex system of channels, at the foot of which there are relief zoomorphic petroglyphs in the form of snakes, panthers, jaguars, and so on. other animals. Modern archaeology has not been able to determine the exact age of these artifacts, although it admits that it dates back to prehistoric times. Also, they failed to determine the real purpose because they are attributed to indigenous people. Funniest thing is that among the ontological legends of the Aborigines, there is one that says that from this peak, the primeval gods ascended to the heaven. Can these ditches be real and ancient launch ramps for spaceships, actually? All these intriguing archaeological data undoubtedly prove, according to the logic of historical and technological conclusions, that at the dawn of our human civilization, we probably were already visited by extraterrestrial civilization at least 100 times. And they were intergalactic visitors who actually introduced, offered, and gave us access to some modern meteorological technology, the use of which did not correspond to the technology existing at that time on the Earth. From everything which was mentioned today at this conference, we can conclude that paleocontact has never been lost on the Earth, and today it is even more relevant and powerful because it continues to teach us to rediscover humanity, starting with new facets of knowledge from our past to the present. Thank you very much. We are so happy that in our Scope of Facts we have scientists and we can hear information from first-hand information about paleocontact. Let's watch a fragment of the program 30's material with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich.
The next question: will there be contact with aliens?
What does it mean, will be?
Well, they write this way: will there be contact with aliens?
But it has never interrupted. It's like, you know, may I talk to you sometime? And what are we doing with you now? Or haven't we been talking or what? Or were there times when there was no such contact with aliens?
Nowadays, there are quite a number of cases of people observing luminous orbs in the field, in the sky, above pyramids and volcanoes. They vary in size, come alone or in whole groups, and their behavior and movement is rather strange. They can suddenly appear and disappear. Often these objects are noticed above pyramids and mountainous areas where there are pyramidal formations. Viktor Kotlarov, a well-known researcher and writer from Kabardino-Balkaria, has not once witnessed such phenomena.
There are many pyramids in Kabardino-Balkaria. Let's just say there are many pyramids in quotation marks or natural formations of the pyramidal image. We can see the most equilateral ones if we go from Belim to the Naujidze massive that is called Mother-in-law's Teeth. Indeed, on the way there are two pyramids that we've examined and inspected, but in my opinion they are natural ones. If we talk about Karasu, At some moment, it seemed to me there was a manifestation of human handwork. Maybe they aligned them, maybe did something else. The pyramid, which is located on a plateau in the Kara massif, also, in my opinion, is of artificial origin. Many believed that we also have pyramids in the Elbrus region. This has also been repeatedly written about. But no one has conducted any targeted research. If we talk about pyramids, then people, this may sound too wrong, people who are not involved there. Either it is different technologies, or it is different knowledge, but it is difficult to assert that people could construct such pyramids. I do not believe this. We have repeatedly witnessed incomprehensible bunches of energies, these luminous balls. They leave like a trace or something circular in our photos. We shot them. I do not know what this energy mass, this clot is. I find it difficult. I have never encountered them directly, but I saw them from afar, including in the Kara massif. I believe that our world is not the only one, that there are several parallel worlds that exist practically next to ours, maybe for some few minutes. If it is the world from which mysterious devices called UFOs, unidentified flying objects, come to us, if I have met dozens of people who have seen UFOs, if I myself, among many other people, have seen UFOs, why should I not trust my perception and my vision? I have interviewed UFO witnesses. Why shouldn't I believe? When a UFO appeared in the Baksan Gorge and then went to the Chagim one, dozens of people saw it. There was evidence in the front of reports from police officers claiming to observe a certain object in a certain place. When these reports are in my hands, try to make a person who has not seen come up with something. If these reports were collected at the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Republic, doesn't it mean that something is wrong here? This is the world from which they come to us. Well, let's just say the world ahead of us. The world is ahead in time, and not only in time, so to say, in the development of mankind. Well, I don't know who lives there. I think it's a humankind.
There are videos in the internet of luminous orbs appearing, including those videos where it is clearly seen how they fly into an unknown object. Such an object could be an alien craft. Also, there is an official confirmed by Pentagon video dated 2019, which shows a pyramid-shaped object hovering above a US destroyer in a glowing field. It looks like a glowing orb. Some astrophysics and ufologists believe that these glowing orbs can be probes of alien civilizations or alien crafts themselves in the plasma field. Valery Uvarov, a renowned pyramid researcher and ufologist who has been studying these issues for more than 30 years, have the same point of view.
When we discuss such kinds of stories that people have seen some spherical objects, I must admit that these objects look like balls, but they are different in nature. There are small objects of this size, there are large objects, but they also look like a ball outwardly. The question is, what are we talking about? Do such objects exist in principle? Of course they do. On the other hand, this small ball is an information probe. Indeed, someone is watching people, space and some kind of process through it. A probe. On the other hand, it is a large ball, up to 40 meters in diameter. This is a plasma ball. A UFO, a flying object, is inside it. It's a source. The source generates this plasma ball. It uses plasma in order to push through space and move to another dimension. There can be lots of such plasma objects.
Interestingly, refreshers of such luminous objects as shapes of extraterrestrial civilizations are also found in Dogon cosmology. Spanish explorer Juan José Benítez recorded the story of how the gods arrived. The Dogon called those who came Nomo. They said that a star appeared in the sky from which a round luminous object emerged, revolving around its axis. When the object landed, it appeared to be an alien ship from which human-like gods emerged. The Dogons said that the Nomos had come down to Earth to teach and spiritualize humans as much as possible. The Nomos lived with Dogons and showed them how to cultivate the land, smelt metal, and make different tools. What the Dogon described and what we see in our times are clearly similar, so alien civilizations are still visiting our planet and are in active contact with our civilization.
I would also like to note about the very interesting Dogon knowledge. For example, Dogon know about our galaxy Milky Way, which is a spiral star world, and they believe that there is an infinite multitude of such worlds in the universe, and many of them are inhabited by living beings. While the universe itself, although it is infinite, it is still immeasurable. These African people also have quite accurate astronomical data on the stellar system of Sirius in the constellation of the Great Dog or Great Hound. Actually, the Dogons believe that there are 3 Siriuses. They know that around the Sirius A there is also the Sirius C star, which is greater than Sirius B and lighter than it at 4th time, and it rotates along a higher trajectory and is surrounded by 2 satellites. The Dogons never saw Sirius B, the so-called white dwarf, but they claim that it was there, and centuries ago they already knew that it consists of what we now know as super dense matter. They said that this star is made of dense metal called gold. The word is derived from the root meaning powerful. The Sirius system in the Dogon mythology is called the navel of the world and plays a major role in the group of stars, including the constellation of Orion and a number of nearby stars. The aggregate of these luminaries constitutes, according to the Dogon, the inner pillar of the foundation of the world, which is directly involved in the life and development of people on Earth. More details were discussed in the paleocontact Kaleidoscope of Facts, episode 3. The triple system of Sirius is also referred to in the ancient Iranian mythology, where Sirius is called after Tishtria god, which literally means 3 stars. The ancients knew about the triple system of Sirius, which our sciences are only arguing about. Perhaps the legends ancient peoples are actually the evidence of visits to the Earth of intelligent beings from other planets. And it is remarkable that the pyramids of Giza are located as an earthly reflection of the stars of the Orion's belt, and many ancient megaliths and other structures found on the planet were also designed according to the stellar map or built as observatories for watching and examining stellar systems, mostly of Orion and Sirius. This and many more will be discussed later today, so stay tuned, do not switch off. And as I mentioned before, the Dogons also told that no more visited them. Such creatures from Sirius C. Scranton, an American researcher and writer, noted that no more were not like humans, and originally they were not material. They were a group of wise people who assumed a material shape and passed on knowledge, and it was a real physical contact. Also, he said that the word Noma in ancient Egyptian culture corresponds to Nu-Ma, which is a whole phrase, in fact. Nu is a concept that refers to waves or water, while Ma is a word for the act of perception. So, Numa literally means perceived waves. In other words, the Egyptian word also means that the Dogons, what the Dogons say as well, that beings which had a wave nature and existed in immaterial form, they suddenly assumed a shape which humans were capable to perceive. Also, in his book, Scranton wrote that Dogons asked Noma if they were gods, to which Noma replied that they were not gods. They were just his helpers, but if it is convenient for them to call them so, they can call them so. The constellation from which Noma came was called as the Great Hound, the Great Dog. Where this name came from? Let's watch together a fragment of the video, The Shield, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
I recall that once you told about the African tribe of the Dagon. They are known today because even with all their primitive lifestyle, by the standards of modern civilization, they still preserve knowledge of astronomy and cosmology, in particular about the star Sirius, the brightest star of the constellation of Canis Major, the Great Dog. Indeed, we have found a lot of evidence in their legends that in time immemorial, aliens from the Sirius star system came to Earth on a spaceship.
And not only about that, but they also revere God's representative who came to them from this constellation,
Noma,
whom they also worship. They dress in costumes and have similar celebrations.
Right, the Sigi festival, which is celebrated once in 60 years and is associated with a certain 50-year period of the star Sirius. It's also interesting that Sirius is located in the constellation of the Great Dog. What's interesting is how they explain why this name of the Great Dog originated. Ancient Sumerians called the Sirius constellation the Dog of the Sun, and already much later Greeks and Romans started calling it simply Dog.
They started calling it the Dog constellation.
Right, it was already a distorted name.
Exactly because God had come.
An alien from Sirius, right?
Who was teaching and instructing them, giving them knowledge, including cosmological, spiritual, and practical knowledge in this world. And according to their legends, he was called Ker. By one legend it was dog, by another one it was Ker. Well, that's how it got distorted. While another thing is interesting here, the play on words. Yet what was that man called in actual fact? Sabah. Meaning this relates to something completely different, and a dog has nothing to do with this. So they confuse Sabah with a dog, Sabaka, in Slavic languages, and later on it was also called a cur. And if we look into ancient texts, well, of the times of Sanskrit, then exactly Sabah, Sabaka, dog, it got twisted.
So, precisely Ba is the same as the soul.
Of course.
Ah are external shells.
Right.
Sah means spirit. Will, highest enlightenment, meaning an enlightened soul came into this world. This referred to spiritual notions.
Well, this is described in the books.
Yes, in the books by Anastasia Novych.
Who they were and why.
It just turns out to be such a seemingly little, insignificant by the system standards.
Well, surely.
Such a little substitution, but it totally distorts the spiritual meaning of what was initially inherent.
Well, there is not actually spiritual, but rather practical meaning there. The spiritual is secondary there. It was specific knowledge which was conveyed, including knowledge of the world structure, well, such a purely materialistic understanding. Yet that knowledge was accurate. At least this eliminates the question whether there was a paleocontact or not, meaning whether people met with aliens or not. Of course they met. This is one of the confirmations, although there are plenty of such confirmations.
Здравствуйте. Наптали вышел. Мы хотели ему задать вопрос.
Hello, we would like to ask a question.
Давайте продолжим.
Let's continue.
Есть.
Here he is. Hello, Naftali. We have a question from our viewers. For what purpose the alien civilizations share with us different knowledges, and what role plays the megalithical buildings on our planet?
Claro que sí. Bueno, según lo que nosotros las personas
Yes, of course, I will answer.
la ufología,
According to what we are studying, like in mythology, we have a large number of hypotheses and theories about what the purpose for which aliens come to Earth, to us on Earth, and give knowledge to our civilization. And these messages that people received in direct contact, who are contacted with UFOs, we can say that basically their goal is to accompany us and to care about us as a race, as a species. And there is also present an information like that in our history. And we can say that they came in order to orient us in this world, give us an orientation. They teach us, they show us how are we as a human species. And I think that they, in sort of sense, they give us impetus. They give us information about the future, and we expect that we accept this information about the aliens, and they expect us that we accept this information as a present in history.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker will tell us about the knowledge that were brought by spiritual creatures in myth and legends. Dila, please, the floor is yours. We can find different myths and legends about certain beings who brought to a particular people and contributed to the spiritual and moral development of them. People called these creatures either teachers or gods. We'll especially know the myth of those people where historians and archaeologists find megalithical structures and pyramids. In the mythology of Ainu, Japan, there is a god Iona, and he engaged people in cannibalism, and during his repetitive visits, Iona taught people how to handle fire and various crafts, and most important, he weaned them from cannibalism, and he destroyed all the weapons.
Yes, Lily, when we turn to the mythology and legends, we see that some creatures built pyramidal and megalithic structures. The so-called gods had great knowledge in astronomy, astrophysics, mathematics, physics, geodesy, and other sciences. For example, in Chinese mythology, the patron saint of construction is mentioned, Wu Ban. One's skill was so great that the gods commissioned him to repair the pillars that were in the sky itself. He invented various tools, organized the construction of many famous structures, including the corner towers of the Imperial Forbidden City in Beijing. Pay attention to their shape. According to legends, the construction of the pyramids of China took place at the time when the first emperors ruled, the sons of heaven, who arrived from Yuan star system and descended to Earth on their fiery metal dragons. There were 7 of them, including the legendary Huan Di. They had great knowledge and gave people calendar, abilities of making star maps, treating people, building boats, digging wells, and much more. We also find mention of 7 sages in the chronicles of other ancient civilizations. For example, representatives of ancient Egypt believed that their gods descended from heaven, arrived from Orion and Sirius in human form. The texts of the builders, carved on the walls of the temple of Edfu in Upper Egypt, tell us about some 7 wise men, including Thoth, who was later transformed into the god of science and wisdom. The temple of Edfu was erected by these 7 sages and was called the Palace of God, all quickly erected. Legends about the gods in Serbia tell about the life of the god Ra and the mysterious pyramidal mountain Rutan. 7 rich sages also appear in Indian legends. Myth and legend of Mesopotamia tell about how their ancestors were visited by creatures, half people, half fish. They were called the 7 sages, and the name of the main one was Oans. And now we see, in the architecture of Mesopotamia, characteristic giant step pyramid ziggurats suddenly appear. Many researchers note an amazing, high level of astronomical knowledge about the agrarian civilizations of Mesopotamia. In 1944, Benno Landsberger, one of the most prominent sumerologists of the 20th century, wrote that the legend of the 7 sages may well have a historical basis. It is curious that another name of the mysterious ones, Ea, was the name of the fishman Feta, who brought knowledge to the inhabitants of Oceania. By the way, the drawings of the man fish belong to the oldest rock paintings in Australia.
Yes, Australia and Oceania keep a lot of secrets. According to the linguist, biologist and journalist Alexander Mikhailovich Konratov, the legends of the island of Malekula, the New Hebrides archipelago, claim that the first dolmen of the island had been erected in honor of the mystical hero Kabat, who came from across the distant seas and brought various knowledge to the island. We also found stories about those who carried a civilization mission in the midst of American continents. The Kayapo tribe of Indians lives in the upper Amazon. The rituals of this tribe prove that mysterious creatures from outer space once visited their places. When the tribe celebrate the most important holiday dedicated to their heavenly teacher, Kokoroti, the Indians make a space alien costume. The most revered person among the peoples of South America was educator Viracocha. They claim that he made the beginning of the golden age and led people to the spiritual life by personal example, and with a great kindness he introduced medicine, metallurgy, agriculture, animal husbandry, and etc. The description of one of the most important gods of the peoples of ancient Mesoamerica sounds very similar. For example, pre-Columbian myth recorded by Spanish chronicler of 16th century Juan de Turcumada said that Quetzalcoatl was a ruddy, light-skinned man with a long beard. Like a Viracota, Quetzalcoatl brought to Mexico all the crafts and sciences necessary for the transition to civilized life, he categorically forbade the dirty practice of human sacrifice during this reign, his reign, and of course, many of us have heard about an ancient city of Teotihuacan and the secretary Quetzalcoatl, and we can find such objects in the hands of ancient gods, and we can see them in plenty of Schumann bas-reliefs. You can read more about this subject in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Paleocontact, Ancient Civilization, Disclosure of Secrets.
Friends, as we can see, in the mythology of different peoples, there is information confirming the introduction of knowledge to humanity by highly spiritual beings, and this knowledge gave rise to the sudden appearance of the most ancient civilizations, which is confirmed by the result of archaeological excavation on our planet. It turned out that the most ancient cultural layers of civilizations suddenly begin and suddenly end. No traces of the gradual preliminary development of civilizations have been found. This fact forced archaeologists to introduce a special term for the oldest civilizations of the Earth, civilizations that have no roots. Or are there still roots, but they are from other star systems? And there are plenty of artifacts that led us, like threads from ancient civilizations and their legends about mysterious sages, to the stars. Yes, friends, on our planet there are many artifacts that attest to the use of sophisticated technological processes that the humans practiced. However, why have not these technologies survived to this day? If we consider the application of technologies in terms of timeline, we'll see that they occur in a fragmented way, or in a particular place. Then technology is abruptly discontinued and does not spread to the entire continent or even to nearby areas. Who can provide such a large-scale construction as the construction of pyramids, sphinxes, megaliths, with the machinery and engineering knowledge at one time? Where did the experts who brought their mechanisms to implement these constructions come from? After all, these mechanisms had not been created before in these territories. This fact is confirmed by the majority of modern scientists and researchers. There is only one option left: the emergence of experts and machinery from the outside. And as nobody and nothing to build that construction on the whole planet means that it came from outside the Earth. Someone came to our planet and for some purpose built these objects, and then flew away with equipment. If basing on this theory, then it becomes clear why they found ancient artifacts and drawings abound with strange features. The explanation is simple. The witnesses to the arrival of aliens describe process facilities through the concept familiar to the local population. And those who heard the stories drew the images the way they could imagine those facilities. An example in the bronze figure on display in the Louvre. It was discovered in India. This composition dates back to the 20th century AD. It is hard to deny the similarity of the figurine to an airplane. In the 19th century, aircraft began to appear in the most remote corners of our planet. Note that the artist depicted the fuselage as the fish or lizard with wings. He employed a familiar image to represent the unknown object. And here you can see a fragment of a papyrus from the Book of the Dead, 6th century BC. Now it is on display in the Louvre, Paris. Alongside traditional scenes of people's lives, the lower tile drawing depicts paddle boats, familiar to the people of the time, sailing through the air, and below them there is a pillar of energy lifting those boats. Further on, petroglyphs of cane bears of nose, lemon's nose, the eastern shore of Lake Onega in Karelia, Russia. I will not make any statement about these images, I will just ask a question. Where could an ancient man, living in nature, find such images? Why did he focus on them, and why did he carve them in the stone? This is a labor-intensive process, so the events associated with these drawings were really significant for this person. It's a small part of the unusual artifacts found around the world, which greatly expand the conclusions of scientists. It's important to bear in mind that we ourselves, when studying such artifacts, are limited only by our perception of the modern technological advances of our time. And there is a high probability that a civilization capable of coming to us from other planets have more advanced ways of building the ancient objects made by them. To illustrate this, let's have the historical example of Christopher Columbus, fleet arriving on American shores. The Caribbean Indians did not see Columbus ships arrived on the shores. They simply did not perceive what was not familiar to them. Most knowledge cannot be understood or accepted until it has been explained to the human being by someone from the outside. It is highly probable that the knowledge of more highly evolved civilizations exists to this day. We simply did not see it. Please look at it. The video.
People ask, if the Anunnaki are as transparent as air and are not perceived by a human eye, how could the Sumerians see them and depict them in their bas-reliefs? Or they were portraying people who were in symbiosis with the Anunnaki?
So, you have answered that yourself.
Yes, this information has already been featured on Alatra TV in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, the truth about the Anunnaki. Here is another example. The Louvre presents a bas relief depicting a man with specific accessories on his head, wrists, and in his hands. The artist sculptured the image of the man very faithfully, paying attention to the details of the body and its proportions. And at the same time, in front of the man, the ancient painter depicted, as it may seem at first glance, some incongruous object. Let us ask ourselves the question, what kind of object is this and what accessories is this person wearing? The ancient Sumerians in Mesopotamia had quite a number of these unusual images. The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York released a panel depicting King Nimrud, Mesopotamia. Note the many obscure accessories and objects in this panel. What are these devices and how they came to the Earth? Here's another image, one of many. There is a lot of indirect evidences of aliens visits all over the planet. And the more such artifacts we find, the harder it is to deny that the knowledge and technology have been brought from outside the Earth. And it would be very interesting to know who did it. Next video will answer that question.
Jana, could you please tell us, do representatives of extraterrestrial civilizations live on our planet besides the Anunnaki?
Yes, of course they do, but there aren't too many of them, just representatives of a few dozen civilizations.
Yes, it's true. Representatives of extraterrestrial civilizations have always been among us, and they were depicted in drawings on ancient peoples, on bas-reliefs, and in their honor, there are temples built. One of the such temples is the Hathor temple in Dendera in Egypt. The hypostyle hall with its Hathoric columns, currents and sounds resembles a music box that holds the secret knowledge of the gods. This temple is famous for its depictions of numerous technical inventions, and there are sharp disputes about the purpose of these elements. Hathor is often associated with heaven, a fact which is underlined by the abundance of astronomical images of her temple. In her temple, there is also a parallel between pillars and the ancient Egyptian musical instrument sitar, which can often be found in images in this temple. The ceiling of the hall in this temple is one of the main legends of this sanctuary, and it is striking by its perfect color range, a combination of blue and sandy. It is decorated and with images of planets and the most important constellations, zodiac signs, and illustrations of the passage of the rock of solar guard through the 12 hours of the day and 12 hours of night. Huge figures of goddess Nut, personifying the celestial space itself, frame the rooks of Osiris, Orion, Isis, Sirius, and other celestial deities floating in eternity. Another unique fragment is the roof of this temple in Dendera. Scientist Sklarov noticed that the roof reinforced the 3 layers of limestone blocks that weigh tens of tons and resemble a landing pad for aircraft of spacecraft, where gods or higher civilizations could have landed. Hathor is the wife of Horus. She was worshipped as the goddess of womanhood, motherhood, love, and music. The name Hathor means the house of Horus. She was depicted as a woman with cow's ears and with horns and a sun disk between them, the sign of Alatra, and also as a heavenly cow. The sanctuary in this temple, according to the lecture of Viktor Solkin, in the beginning of the 20th century, they found the remains of shards. Also, there is a temple of Echo in Edfu. It is a huge stone box terminated by a pyramid of benben stone. Inside it, there was a wooden chest with golden shutters in which a statue of the goddess was standing. The back wall was decorated with an image of a papyrus reed, symbolizing the transition to another stew in the world. The temple area covers 14,000 square meters in the center of the temple itself. On its walls, they found drains decorated with lion figures on the outside and above-ground drains like this great sphinx. But we also know that heavy rains ended in Egypt several thousand years ago, before the pharaonic times. So the question arises, when was the temple actually built? It is known that records have been found in one of the scripts that report how the original temple design was drawn. Shempo Gore translates as followers of Horus. Robert Buell claims that they were the creators of scientific astronomy and implemented some great cosmic project. A papyrus, which is preserved in the Turin Museum, mentions that the Shemsu Gore demigods ruled Egypt between the era of gods and human kings. They were known as Ahu, which means the blessed, enlightened, shining ones. As William Henry researches, Ahu is an atypical cosmic luminous man. The text of Efu states that all human knowledge is derived from the Ahu. But there is another unique artifact in the temple of Hathor, the Dendera zodiac. That's what we will hear about right now.
Yes, indeed. The most famous relic of the Temple of Hathor is considered to be the Dendera zodiac, a ceiling barrel measuring 2.5 to 2.5 meters, also called Zodiac of Sirius, the original of which is kept in the Louvre. It is the oldest surviving complete map of the starry sky of antiquity, which conceals records of the most important astronomical and historical events for all mankind during the last few cycles of Earth's presentation. Graham Hancock, in his book Heaven's Mirror, mentioned the following feature. Also, the Temple of Hathor was built in the 1st century BC, and the beginning of the Pisces age, the location of the 4 key zodiac constellations on the Dendera zodiac, acting as coordinates for each astrological epoch, does not reflect the Pisces age sky. According to the research of Svetlana Pavlova, the inner circle with 12 figures on the arms clearly depicts the following, among other things: the time scale constellation of 36 plus 1 Egyptian decans, Egyptian mythology history, zodiac signs, ecliptic circle of presension, constellations within the presension zone, and the northern sky. As became clear thanks to Svetlana Pavlova research, the zodiac clearly depicts the heliocentric structure of the solar system, including the planet Phaeton, as well as the so-called unknown planet Nibiru, depicted as a sitting figure who puts his finger to his mouth as a symbol of something secret hidden. But what is incredibly interesting, the location of the planets indicates the moment of the destruction of the planet Phaeton and the impact of this event on other planets, that is, the destruction of the atmosphere of Mars, which led to the termination of life on this planet, the change in the direction of the rotation of Venus around its axis, and deviation of the Earth's axis by 23 degrees. Thus, the Dendera zodiac answers the questions of skeptics as to whether the planet Phaeton actually existed. It turns out that information about a major catastrophe in the solar system was recorded thousands of years ago. Based on the findings of expert scientists, as well as our own research, we can say that the builders of the Dendera zodiac had knowledge in areas such as astronomy and mathematics. This knowledge made it possible to capture in this bas-relief multi-layered information for future generations, for you and me. And this is not the only phenomena artifact that we have discovered in the Temple of Hathor. Archaeologists discovered.
Hello, dear friends.
Продолжайте, пожалуйста.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Hello, dear friends.
Под храмом Хатхор нашли крипты.
Under the Temple of Hathor, they were found crypts, and in one of them there were found bas-reliefs depicting people holding large transparent flask-like objects. Inside them you could see snakes writhing in the shape of twisted filaments. The tails of the snakes are inserted into something like lotus blossoms, similar to electric cartridges. On the 3 bas-reliefs, below the lamps, are objects called in the text jet. It is a pillar or column with a slightly widened base and 4 transverse boards on the upper end, arranged in tiers, which the bulbs and wires rest. From the lotus patron cables led off to a box which is called the bark of the sun god Ra. The solar deity depicted seated on the box is an eternal source of all energy, indicating that this box is something energetic. The scientist Erich von Däniken, in The Eyes of the Sphinx, offered a hypothesis where he stated that the snake is an incandescent filament, jet is an insulator, and the tube is a light bulb invented by the ancient Egyptians. As for the lamps, they are very similar to Crookes' tube, named after the scientist William Crookes, who 100 years ago studied the spread of electric discharge in glass tubes filled with rarefied gases. The electric version of the consecration of temples is confirmed by the absence of traces or soot on the walls of the premises from oil lamps or torches. Modern electric engineer Walton Hahn of Austria compared photographs of jet piles with modern high-voltage package insulators. In the box of the solar god, he thought there could be a ribbon electrostatic generator in which charges are introduced inside the ball on an insulated ribbon and is energized to hundreds of thousands of volts. Engineer Walter Hahn speculated that the Egyptian priests used generators similar to one the Kaf devices, in which electric discharge were introduced along a certain insulated band, accumulating in an area that was charged and constantly energized. Devices on this plan could receive voltage of several hundred thousand volts. Many Egyptologists agree that the ancient Egypt invented the world's first generator independent of open flame. Even Auguste Mariette, who discovered a strange bas-relief in the 60s, noted that the objects depicted of them exactly replicate modern electric lamps. There is scientific evidence that in the 1st century AD not only used electrical energy but also found ways to generate it. In 1966, during excavations near Baghdad, archaeologists found a vessel called the Baghdad battery. Its internal structure indicated that it could serve as an accumulator of electrical energy. All the metal parts in the vessel were insulated with biomethan and seawater. Wine or vinegar were poured at the electrolyte. Also, such depictions of batteries were depicted on the Egyptian houses. In this fact, there's mostly like evidence that Baghdad battery was used specifically for medical purposes. Similar images of similar base batteries were found of these Egyptian houses. And the luminescence period of some temples' lamps were counted in hundreds of years. Scientists believe that along with incandescent lamps and fluorescent lamps working from a particular power generator in ancient times, we used lamps of permanent luminescence based on phosphorus. In the book of Afanasian Kircher, that was published in 1642 in Rome by Jesus. It was referred to a lamp found in the dungeons of Memphis, which did not go out for several centuries without requiring any maintenance. If electricity was familiar to the Egyptians, then why have they subsequently lost this knowledge? What is the reason? According to one of the hypotheses, the Egyptians did not invent electricity, they were simply taught how to use it. But who were the people who gave them electricity? The found artifacts are showing that these civilizations are highly developed. Victoria?
Thank you very much, Alex. There are many megalithic structures around the world and also artifacts which are found and cause many questions in researches. Many of these questions are not answered by modern science still, and answers distort the reality. However, in the world of science, there are different opinions as well on those technologies which are applied at the creation of ancient structures. Many scientists and modern engineering experts confirm that such megalithic complexes cannot be constructed not only by people of antiquity, but also of our contemporary civilization with all its technologies. Why does modern science refuse to recognize the fact that on our planet there are objects created by alien civilizations, given the increasing number of old finds? This fact is difficult to hide now, and the secret information begins to be accessible to the masses of people.
Envie une affaire d'État, UFO a state affair. A journalistic investigation with this name was released on July the 15th as part of the news project Temps Présent on the central Swiss television channel RTS. In this video, politicians, senators, scientists, intelligence leaders and business people from around the world publicly declare it is time for humanity to admit that unidentified flying objects exist. They have already been recorded by intelligence agencies many times, and there is documentary evidence of this. The film provides information that many countries have created secret programs aimed at studying unusual phenomena and unidentified objects. Projects aimed at establishing communication with extraterrestrial civilizations. The main plot of this material is based on the fact that in April 2020, the United States officially published 3 videos with UFOs. When analyzing these videos, experts confirm that the objects move violating the laws of physics and that their nature is unclear. Imagine, if 3 videos were officially published, how much more UFO material do they have? Thus, through such an investigation, they supposedly hint that there is still some information that could create a sensation for humanity and change people's views. Nevertheless, this information is not new to us. We have repeatedly said this on ALLATRA TV and brought undeniable facts that alien civilizations exist and contact with them has never stopped. They are still in contact.
Друзья, у нас еще один вопрос для Нептали ufology.
Friends, we have another question for our ufologist.
Нептали, у нас еще один вопрос к вам.
Neptali, we have another question for you. Why are different artifacts which confirm the presence of paleocontacts are being hidden and or destroyed?
Bueno, realmente, bajo mi criterio, pienso que esta información no sale a la luz.
Yes, in my opinion, this information is hidden in order to continue, that we still remain unknowledgeable and ignorant, and we don't have this information. They want that, but this creature, they want us to wake up, to know that all these technologies, it's existed for such a long time. On all these methods, they hidden and hide this information from us in order to, for us that we understand less and talk and know about it less. And I would like to invite people to make research in this area in order to know more about it. As my Qatari friend said, that the ufologist said that the more we study this topic, the more conscious we become. And of course, we should research it on ourselves in order to that this information will not be hidden and not hidden from us.
Thank you very much. We do have to study more ourselves. Thank you. Yes, indeed, friends. The paleocontact has never ceased, and there are a lot of evidence of this in our history. We see them on artifacts and structures of the most ancient megalithic complexes, such as pyramids, which are found in different parts of the planet. We still don't know completely well who, why, and how, in which method they built these huge complexes of unique structures around the globe. We are now on our way to explore these secrets of the past, and today's Kaleidoscope of Facts is one of the steps towards on this way. We invite scientists, researchers, experts to join us and study our history all together, because knowing the past, we know about the future.
They are discovering pyramids now that are many thousands of years old. What were they needed for?
Pyramids are among the most mysterious structures on the planet. Around the world, on all continents, from America to Europe, from Australia to Africa and Asia, hundreds of pyramidal stone structures have been found. Regular pyramids, truncated pyramids, stepped pyramids, and pyramidal mountain complexes. Multi-tone structures, unique megalithic masonry, precise orientation to the cardinal points. Pyramids, the construction of which require tremendous amount of force, time and resources, as well as knowledge of exact sciences. The pyramids continue to be found to this day. Some are hidden under the sands, others under the ground. The third ones became overgrown with forests. The fourth are hidden underwater. But there is one thing which is common about them. These unique grand objects were built in ancient times and represent a single global complex linked to Kailash. And this raises many questions, the main of which is, for what purpose? Why were people willing to go to such enormous expense? It's clear that it was done for something global and super important that concerns all humankind. But this raises another question. How does it work? However, humanity has yet to answer these questions.
Dear friends, it is my real pleasure to introduce our guest expert speaker, Maria Wheatley. Maria Wheatley is a second generation of dowsers. She is an archaeologist with 30 years of experience in researching of the megalithic sites. And in her experience, she combines the traditional knowledge with state-of-the-art equipment. Maria collaborates with the most advanced scientists in this field. And today she prepared our presentation for our conference. Welcome, Maria. Welcome to the show. We are so happy to see you here. Maria, I think your microphone is off.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Great. Okay, well, I'm going to give a 10-minute presentation on working stone and megaliths, because there are vast, as we know, megalithic constructs across the world. And I live very close to Stonehenge and Avebury, which is the largest stone circle in the world. And as a fact that is little known, one of the first stones to be placed in such complexes like Stonehenge or Avebury, and indeed the pyramids, will be underground. So stone number one at Stonehenge was placed underground, which we believe was rooting it into the telluric earth energy currents as well as ley lines. One of the first master dowsers in Great Britain to discover how to encode stone was a very famous archaeologist called Lethbridge, Tom Lethbridge. He realized that to work stone and to encode it, if you tapped it, like with a hammer or as sculptures do, then you could put your polarity into that stone. A polarity meaning a male working stone would become a masculine energy, and a female working stone would be female energy. He went on to discover that if you put a lot of energy behind the hammering, the encodement could be placed within the stone itself. So by that, he discovered that sound and images, very faint images like corner of the eye image, could be placed into stone. And when they're all linked together in a stone circle, or all the bricks placed, stone masonry placed together in such a pyramid shape, that it encodes something. And Dr. Don Robbins, he went on to work at Lethbridge's ideas and realized that it was the defect lattice within the stone itself that could actually be the encodement mechanism. And this is why at sites such as Stonehenge, all of the mythologies say it was occupied by a god at the winter solstice. And very recently in Windsor Castle, the army had, for example, an incident where one of the guardsmen saw a statue move. And the army went quite quiet on it, but that was probably an encoded stone at Windsor Castle. The stones of Stonehenge have been hit a multitude of times to get them into the lozenge shape. So that's a lot of encodement that has happened in the so-called dressing phase, which we can see in one of the slides. So the idea behind encodement of stone is if you place some beneath the ground as well as on top, they start to function as one. We know also as master dowsers that you have a numerous amount of ley lines going around the globe, but some ley lines that are really powerful, that are called a ley system, rather than just a line, have two currents entwining them. One is male and one is female, and they look like the caduceus symbol used for healing, for example, on paramedics across the world. So to really get an ancient site functioning and to be releasing energy, then you really do need these earth currents. We've measured these earth currents. They tend to have a DC hertz frequency, some of them. And when we come to measuring some of the mounds, which were, for example, like Silbury Hill, not far from Avebury Henge, which I mentioned earlier, was the world's largest hill in this area. It's also a step pyramid beneath that, so it's a 7-layered step pyramid. And the electrostatic field on top of that pyramid shape, which is now grassed over, so it looks just like a mound, but it's very large, can emit an electrostatic field 1,000 times rather greater than at the bottom. That's what we've recorded after 4,500 years of erosion and of it losing its pyramid shape. So if we go back to antiquity times, in the Neolithic and the Bronze Ages, for example, as well as the Chalcolithic transitional phase of the Copper phase, then we can realize that these monuments could have emitted a lot of light. The electrostatic field tends to emit a kind of blue tinge of light, and that has been photographed recently, which I put on my other presentation, by people in the area who have seen this. The encodement of stone is probably one of the most fundamental things that is needed in the design canon of an ancient site. If you just do not put in intent, you do not put anything into the stone, then they will be lifeless. And in fact, the ancient Egyptians said in their Book of Hermes that statues so worked and placed at certain seasons, they would become animated. They would have this kind of life force. And even in ancient Babylon and the Sumerians, they said as well that their statues were so finely worked that they contained an essence of the god itself. So, by working stone, by putting into an intent into it, that's when it becomes a purpose and it retains its programmed information. For example, at Stonehenge, there's one particular stone that has a spine ridge at the average person's height going down the stone. It is very ridged. You could put your own spine against it because that's how it works. And a lot of people that have done that in the past have felt a huge healing emphasis on their whole spinal and chakra system. So the encodement into these so-called ridge stones, which archaeologists call broad tooling, actually have healing virtue about them in the way that they were sculptured. Spheres as well. That's another way of really getting an encodement into an object. When we look at some that were found in Aberdeenshire called the Towie sphere, it contains harmonics, which are mathematical ratios, which relate to musical intervals. And on quite a lot of these spheres from Scotland, for example, they really do retain that harmonic. And one of the strongest harmonics is the perfect fifth, because the perfect fifth allows the ease of music to roll, the ease of energy to flow. And when we look at the King's Chamber inside of the Great Pyramid, for instance, or other spheres alike, they tend to incorporate these particular harmonics of the perfect fifth or the perfect fourth. So when we look at how energy flows, it does need mathematical ratio as well. And all ancient sites across the British Isles and Europe contain these mathematical ratios. When we return to somewhere, for example, like Stonehenge, we know that if you root a stone into an earth current, which are far, far more powerful than a ley line, a ley will transmit the energy. When you place something on an earth current, the standing stone absorbs it. So it's not transmitting it, it's absorbing it. And it absorbs it in a particular manner, of which, if you imagine a standing stone has energetic points on it, the energy rises up through the crystal lattice structure. And we have recorded these frequencies at those points. Interestingly so, they're around 18 hertz. We hear at 20 hertz. I propose and hypothesize that in ancient stone circles, ancient man and woman alike could hear the stone's transmission rather than just have a visual look at the monument. I discovered at Stonehenge in 2015 that Stonehenge was associated with long-skulled, elongated-skulled people, and I went to Cambridge University to photograph these people. When you look at their long skulls, which we have typical round skulls, these long-skulled people had offset ear placements. Their ears were further along than what ours would be in relationship to our skull. So I think with these elongated skulls, a bigger brain capacity in the past, a different possibility of hearing 18 hertz rather than the standard 20 hertz would give a real different perception to ancient sites. Also at ancient sites, when it comes to sound, Dr. Don Robbins, he was a member of what was called the British Dragon Project, working with engineers such as Rodney Hale, who I have worked with, recorded particular sounds being released by standing stone circles in Oxfordshire called the Rollright Ring. Stonehenge is world famous. The Rollright Ring doesn't necessarily have that fame, but it is still a circle. Now, when you have a circle that retains its circular shape, it behaves like a stone circle proper. Stonehenge is ruinous. Avebury is ruinous. It no longer retains that circular shape. Rollright Swinside, and Castle Rigg in the British Isles retain that. And what Dr. Don Robbins discovered was at particular moments of the solar year, for example, around the time of the spring equinox, especially so, all of the standing stones would start to release ultrasound in big waves of energy going out of the stone circle, not inside of the stone circle. So we realized that sound, harmonics, earth energies, and lasers play a paramount role in the transmission of energy. And as well, some of these telluric currents, as Tesla and others attest, could literally carry those currents within these earth energy currents. And some of those, I feel, with my dowsing experience, and I'm considered one of the UK's master dowsers, can carry these signals throughout the landscape. So when we look at shapes such as the pyramid and the circle, which was used continuously in the ancient world, whether it was spheres placed by pyramids or blocks of stone placed beneath Stonehenge or spheres nearby the Aberdeenshire stone circles, we know that they contain all of this ability to tap into the Earth's force, related to the solar cycles of the sun being on the ecliptic belt, all allow those particular monuments to function. And that's what my research looks at, is how all of these monuments tend to function in relationship to the Earth energies and to the solar cycles.
Thank you very much, Maria. This is really amazing information. And I would like to invite everyone to the interview which we recorded with Maria. And essentially, it is a real pleasure that the experts are coming back to the show. And it is really great honor to be in touch with all of you. I would like to thank all our experts today. And of course, our dear viewers. You're sending us so interesting questions. And I would like to take this opportunity and to ask Maria the questions. So, Maria, one of the questions we receive is that about the relation of the pyramids with the climate. Do you think it is any relation to of the pyramids, how they can influence climate, and if it is any way that they could help to humans to overcome current climatic changes?
To the ancient Egyptians, they looked at the sun a little bit differently to what we do today. The ancient Egyptians made pendulum energy devices such as the Isis pendulum, the Karnak pendulum, and the Osiris pendulum. They saw the sun emitting the 7 colors of the electromagnetic spectrum from red to violet, but they also saw other colors coming through, such as ultraviolet that some animals see and insects alike, to infrared, the warmth of the sun, to a very powerful color called the negative green. I think the ancient Egyptians could manipulate sunlight because they focused an awful lot of their attention on these esoteric colors of the sun, including the negative green, which is between the white and the black spectrum of color, and it's actually gray, but it was coined negative green. So I think by looking back at how they viewed the sun, because I think these cycles have occurred before and probably will again, that if we look and try to decode the ancient wisdom through the eyes of the ancient Egyptians, then we could get somewhere. Now, if you look at some of the energy devices like the Isis pendulum and how it was depicted in temples such as Abydos, for example, and Kom Ombo, a Nile temple, it's just off the Nile, they have this pendulum structure, and it's on a very long staff, like a stick going into the ground, with 2 prongs going into the ground itself. So I think they could manipulate the sun energy into the earth energy to absorb it, because at the end of the day, when the light comes in, is absorbed into Gaia. So I think by great minds coming together, because I don't think one author or one expert has all of the answers, by coming together and looking at how the ancients viewed the ancient world, I think we can move forward. But I really do think it lies in the answers of the sun itself and the esoteric colors it emits.
Thank you very much for that answer. And I would like to move to a bit different question. How do you think the megalith influence us? Do they help us to be more humane and to beat our animal nature?
That's a really good question, and yes, they do. From the moment you walk into Stonehenge, from the moment you go into the Great Pyramid itself, you're in an altered state of consciousness. And that altered state of consciousness can rise us up to our kind of higher self, as it's often called in the British Isles. So yes, I think the ancients could do that. But I think they were doing it en masse, because when we look at the world's largest stone circle, such as Avebury-Henge, 17 miles south of Stonehenge, you could fit thousands of people into that stone circle. When we go to the world's second largest stone circle at Stanton Drew in Somerset, again, thousands of people were attending these places. So if you think of humanity and not just going into a stone circle by yourself, but going in with thousands of people en masse and sharing a conscious experience, that's what I think our ancestors were doing at the very large Henge monuments in the British Isles. Today, we tend to think in small groups, we tend to think of our personal experience at sacred sites. But our ancestors, I think, were doing it as a collective.
Yeah, that's also amazing information, and I think it is something related to the type of a society, and then we have this creative format, and we have really opportunity and understanding how they work. I think it works well with that intention which you put to the stones. And we had discussion about that during Maria's interview, and I would also ask another question. One of our viewers essentially asking, I think it's more related to your professional experience and the professional questions. So how do you distinguish between female ley lines and male ley lines? Do you make certain measurements? Could you please share this information?
Yes, how it's viewed in the UK is all earth currents and all lays will either have a masculine or a feminine signature, but we liken that more to solar or lunar. And it was first discovered, really, these gender equivalents, if you will, by some dowsers in the 1980s, of whom I've worked with. And they realized that the currents all flowed through not just ancient sites like Stonehenge and Avebury I've mentioned, but churches were aligned upon them. I mean, hundreds of churches on a 300-mile ley line. Then if you imagine that ley line's entwined by two earth currents, one's male and one's female, every 8 kilometers on the female earth current entwining the ley, you had a church dedicated to Mary Magdalene or the Virgin Mary. So that was the feminine line. The other way that you can dowse, if you use a dowsing instrument, for example, such as a copper L-rod, if it's a masculine ley, it will go towards your body like this, and if it's a female one, it will go away. Or if you're using a pendulum dowsing device, it will go clockwise for a male ley line or male earth current, and it will go counterclockwise for the feminine. And the moon will influence the female currents and lays, and the sun will influence the masculine.
Maria, please continue. There is some technical.
That's okay. And also what we need to remember as well, that's one type of ley system, but there are other earth energies associated with particular monuments in the British Isles and Europe and Egypt, where I have doused as well, that combined both. They are male and female, and these are called hermaphrodite lines or Genesis lines. So we can have them independent of one another, or we can have them co-joined. Now, when they're co-joined as a hermaphrodite line, that is instantaneous balance that one can experience at these sites. A Genesis line, for instance, is born of two vortexes that are in close proximity. They don't have to be parallel, but they're in close proximity, and one of the vortexes will be male and the other female, and the energy will be joined together and will flow as one. That's a hermaphrodite line, of which again we've measured, and the frequency, the hertz frequency rather, coming out is about 7 hertz, which again influences our brains to go into the alpha mode rather than the beta mode. So from the moment you just walk towards a standing stone, some of the tests have revealed, your brainwaves instantly change. So they are very healing and very soothing, conscious raising sites, and some people just look at them as a lump of stone. That's how most archaeologists see them. Oh, it's just a rock. But when we delve deeper, we realize that they are encoded and that they have gender, and the lines associated with them can influence the stone. So there's a feminine earth current or ley associated with a part of an ancient site. That's its feminine side. And if it's a masculine, likewise, that will be deemed, that stone, if it goes through that, to be masculine. And this is why churches across Europe and in England, if they have a male ley line flowing down the axis line of the church, or a male earth current, the church will have a male saint's name, such as, for example, St. Michael, St. George. Whereas if the church, or it could be an ancient site, if the church, my example is within a Christian church, who put their churches on leys and earth currents, if a female one flows through that site, likewise it will be dedicated to a female saint. So just by the name of a church alone will start to indicate the dominant energy in and associated to that construct.
Thank you very much. That's really comprehensive answer. And like you mentioned about this alpha brain waves, and later we will have presentation on that. So stay tuned. And I would really like to thank Maria for your presentation and for joining our conference. And we are really welcoming you to all our projects as well. We are inviting all our scientists. Thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you.
Нептали, от зрителей к нам приходят вопросы, к вам.
There are also many questions for Naphtali, and we have a question from Mexico. There are pyramids all around the world. How are they related to the aircraft which were seen in Russia, China, and around the volcanoes in Mexico? That's the question for Naphtali.
Хорошо.
Can you please repeat the question?
Пирамиды есть по всему миру. Как они связаны с летательными аппаратами, которые видели в России, США, Китае и в последнее время в районе вулкана Колима в Мексике?
Again, repeating the question about how these aircraft are related to the volcanoes which were in Mexico and the aircraft which were visible in China and in Russia. This is the question which came from Mexico.
Claro, bueno, en cuanto a lo que son pirámides y lo que son volcanes, como
Yeah,
es
sure.
el caso de este
What
volcán
concerns the pyramids, what concerns the volcanoes in our case,
bueno,
the
nosotros
Mexicans'
creemos
volcano
que
Calimo,
estas
we consider
pirámides
that,
eran
we believe
utilizadas
that
como
these
rampas
pyramids
o también pistas de
are
aterrizaje, puntos de
were
aterrizaje de
used
las naves, como
as
es
a
en la
pandas,
zona arqueológica de Teotihuacán en México, por ejemplo.
a runaway
Entonces, hay
for
teorías en las cuales
UFOs.
hablan que
And for example, in Teotihuacan or Mexico, there are some places, and there is a theory that says that these such places were used for up and down paths of these flying objects, and we also see that there are a lot of big, much activity around the volcanoes of UFOs, of flying objects, and we see that we consider that these tectonic energy, it is used by these UFOs, and there are many other theories. But the only thing that, the only connection that can be between pyramids and the volcanoes and UFOs are in like that. That they use tectonic energy and appear there often near the volcanoes during the activation, especially during the activation.
Thank you very much, Natalie. It's very interesting.
Действительно, какой живой у нас разговор.
Yes, such a vivid conversation we have today. We are now in live broadcast and we can ask questions to researchers and ask and receive responses right away. It's such a wonderful time. And you know, for many centuries, pyramids located in different parts of the world provoked interest in many people. Can we use our modern science to reproduce the technology of these ancient structures? Do we actually know their purpose and their real purpose? Tatiana, the floor is yours now.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Я очень рада быть сегодня с вами. Знаете, в Турции найдено 5 огромных...
Greetings, dear friends. I'm very glad to be with you. And you know, in Turkey it was found many pyramids, and people who are not interested in this topic.
Большая пирамида расположена в самом центре.
In the center there is the big pyramid, and if we use the line from the center of the pyramid, we can find the other like borders of pyramids. And
the excavations in Göbekli Tepe show that in the ancient times there were highly developed civilizations, and creators of the temples were highly developed society. The construction of such a huge temple complex was in accordance with a joint plan, and it was impossible to build it without knowing astronomy, physics, geography, and geometry. And in our times, even in our modern times, this project would require huge expenses, but at that time this temple didn't bring any profit. Probably the purpose of this construction was to inform the future generations. And also there are H or N-shaped signs in the middle of the temple, and also the alatra sign, the crescent with horns pointing upwards. These symbols indicate that the structure reminds people of the main goal of human life, spiritual development. On various artifacts, there were human hands and belts. This means that these columns were not just a structural element of the buildings, but also the purpose of this building. And the building was just like a frame for this overall structure. And this structure consists of several circles, big circle and 2 small circles, which form an ideal equilateral triangle. Where did ancient people get this knowledge? The territory of this temple equals to 5 football fields. Probably this was an observatory, and this hypothesis of Giulia Milano from Milano Technical University supports this idea that the main temple of Göbekli Tepe is strictly oriented to the Sirius star. At that time, it used to rise in the colonnade near the colonnade of the temple. And who actually built Göbekli Tepe? What are the versions? There are various versions. For example, British archaeologist and researcher Graham Hancock wrote that 13,000 years old, 1,000 before Göbekli Tepe was built, a highly developed pro-civilization was destroyed due to the planetary cataclysm. And a researcher from Edinburgh University compared the Göbekli Tepe images with the stellar map, and the images actually coincided with constellations, and also told about the comet which fell down to the Earth in the 10th millennia BC. Also, scientists ascertained that there is the rotation of the Earth's axis, and it correlates with the structure of Göbekli Tepe. And this year, in June, Turkish archaeologists not far from the Göbekli Tepe temple also found 11 pyramidal molds created artificially, and excavations continue, and I'm sure that in the near future we'll know even more about our past and make the main choice in our life, spiritual development, just as our ancestors used to make this choice. And now I give the floor to the next speaker, Barbara Spakova from Slovakia. She will tell us about the Egyptian civilization.
Светочка, тебя не слышно.
Sorry, Sveta, we can hear you.
Pozdravujem vás. Som veľmi rada a som vďačná, že môžem rozprávať o egyptskej civilizácii.
Greetings to you. I'm very glad and grateful that you can tell about the Egyptian civilization, which was very developed in the time of Imhotep. The people of ancient Egypt created masterpieces, the perfection of which cannot be compared with the creations of the latest dynasties. Perfect underground and ground structures were built, especially temples and palaces. Unknown technologies were used to process and transport the huge multi-ton stone blocks. This ancient culture was extensive knowledge in mathematics, geometry, medicine, civil engineering, and other disciplines. Egypt used a perfect calendar system. They had a developed infrastructure and irrigation system. Laws were adopted to the civil service where was organized. Order was restored in the country. The Egyptian civilization used different hieroglyphs and symbolic writing. Education was available to everyone. People became interested in improving their professional level. They respected professional discipline and valued law and order. There was equality between people in society. Works of art of extraordinary quality were created. The Egyptian civilization was brought to such an advanced level by Imhotep. His name means the wise man who comes in peace. He played a significant role in the history of mankind. He was something like the prime minister, vizier, and the chancellor of the Pharaoh Joseph, who ruled the third dynasty around 2800 BC. This position allowed Imhotep to understand what was important not only for the society of the time but also for us contemporaries. We are talking about an architectural project of world significant, namely of pyramid complex in Giza. He achieved all these together with the best men and women in whom he saw the essence of spirituality and humanity. He called this community symbolically Freemasons. This is obvious that the Egyptian civilization has built it, had extensive specific knowledge. According to the references on the walls of the pyramid about the paleocontacts, we can, they can help us in understanding.
Продолжайте, пожалуйста.
Please continue.
Светочка, не слышно.
Sorry, but we cannot hear you.
И действительно, мы хотели бы теперь узнать, как же строились.
Yes, indeed. Now we would like to know how the pyramids were built, and could our civilization continue this experience and rebuild it? Tatiana, please share this information.
Здравствуйте.
Добрый день, Татьяна.
Greetings.
Hello, Tatiana.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Давайте подумаем, почему люди не могут повторить строительство пирамид в наше время.
Dear friends, let's think why people cannot repeat the construction of the pyramids in our times. For many centuries, unique megalithic structures located in different parts of the world have been the subject of interest for many people. Researchers are trying to find out why and by whom were the pyramids created. What knowledge and technology did the builders of that time have? Let's consider what technical means, according to scientists, the builders of pyramids had. Historians offer us to accept the version that the ancient builders during the construction of pyramids delivered blocks in weight of some tons manually or with the help of the simplest devices and mechanisms, making thus almost... I'm sorry, Tatiana, could you please slow down a little bit? Yes, sorry. Thus, quarries were rather far from the pyramids. Why nowadays people with high developed technologies can't build the pyramids once again? From the research of Vadim Chernakov, we can see the quote. And an ancient Egyptian and American, and also at other megaliths, including the Russian North Caucasus, there are traces of saw cuts, there are traces of perforations, there are traces of hollows, including the shaped slots, which can also be made with modern numerical control machines. At the base of the temples of pyramids, the giant stones are laid in what is known as polygonal masonry. So it is. It can be increases. This can be built by cutting opposite sides from the stone R and opposite at the same time of the stone B and B, and maybe it's was done by lasers. It's well known fact such attempts were made, and in Kaleidoscope of Facts 5, we know that that in 1978, a Japanese archaeologist and Egyptologist, Suzuki Yokoshima, recruited a team of Japanese engineers and Egyptian workers and tried to build a pyramid 15 times smaller than Cheops, but this venture failed. By examining the approaches that were used in the construction and site selection of the pyramids, researchers have noted many similarities that have led to the understanding that all of these unique archaeological finds have some common purpose and are inherently connected. So, what do we know about the pyramids of the world, and what do they have in common? The monumentary and grandeur of the pyramids, durability. They were built at the intersection of the ley lines. They were located in the immediate proximity to water sources. Clear orientation of the pyramids to the cardinal points. Their construction was based on complicated mathematical calculations. Their orientation according to the stars with an accuracy with the only space technology can achieve. They hold many of the mathematical mysteries of the universe. So if we turn to research of Raymond of the University of Manchester on the text of the Egyptian city of Edfu, from this Egyptian text, there are references about the 7 wise men have survived in this day, as well as the Edfu building text. And 7 sages, they were believed to be the only driving beings who knew how the temples and sacred places were to be created. So also from the mythology, we know about 7 sages and 7 builders of the city Uruk in Mesopotamia. And there was only one fact concept of 7 sages and 7 deities. This says about the one common original source of information. And we need to find out many interesting things more. And now we this knowledge that was brought by teachers to the earth, but the time flows and this knowledge were forgotten, and now we're faced with an important choice. If we choose the consumer format and we disappear as a civilization, which has happened more than once in human history, or we'll accept the knowledge and open which is open to us and develop a creative format. And let's watch a video. Thank you.
Will the Anunnaki share their advanced technologies with us?
Well, my friends, just imagine to give some advanced technologies to our humanity with our consumer system, with our attitude to each other. Well, what we will do with them? Will we be deciding how to treat incurable diseases? Will we use these technologies to give free electricity to every house? Well, what we will do with them? Or will we use it to create even larger bludgeon than nuclear weapons so as to hit one another on the head? You yourselves give an honest answer, and you will also understand my answer, which I will not voice. You yourself will figure it out.
Hello, Hello, dear friends. The megalithic complex of antiquity on the continents, the fact of the activity of highly developed cultures, the level of technology which exceeds modern civilization. The famous Scottish engineer, for example, Alexander Thom, famous in the 20th century, determined that the structures of the end of the Stone Age were built using a standard measure of measurements, and a measure whose error did not exceed the thickness of a human hair. It was so precise. The ancient builders of pyramids and megaliths possessed unique technologies and knowledge that said about them that they raise interest for us, and we wonder why these the values and how did these people live, what was important to them, how was their society organized. So let's try to find out from famous archaeological sites and artifacts, legends and myths that left to our time. For example, Mexican myths have preserved information about the progenitors of the tribes of Mesoamerica. People who are peace-loving and kind, who do not know strife and wars that inhabit the cities. And they call them the community of perfect people, the Toltecs. The Toltecs was translated as the sage person who observes the knowledge. And through them, such peoples as Aztec and other inhabitants of Central America received magnificent buildings and knowledge that then they make progress in art, architecture, astronomy, mathematics, philosophy, and as I said, buildings, megaliths, pyramids, dolmens. But where the Toltecs disappear, the myths do not say anything about that. It's like a mystery. Well-known professor of the University of California, John Grove, author of books on Spain, Latin America, Italy and Greece, found the main thing in the social order of ancient tribes: cooperation for the public welfare rather than competition for profit was the mainspring of Inca economy. When we study further, this knowledge of the semantic meaning of sources and artifacts of ancient cultures allows us to assert that the main meaning of life for the peoples of these cultures was spiritual development. The absence of signs of social stratification, inequality between men and women, and leadership issues in the public, everyday spheres of society we observe in the burials and cultures. Hajla, Gadalhuyuk, Alajahuyuk in the territory of today's Turkey. A high level of economy and collective relations. The culture of Tripoli-Kokotini stands out in the area of Dnieper-Danube region. Tripilians were peaceful, benevolent, calm, creative people. Judging by the artifacts found, by the signs and symbols depicted on the vessel, the inhabitants of Tripilia knew about the pyramidal structures and spiritual practices. They erected pyramids in certain places according to a certain star orientation. What is interesting, in their culture, the mother played an important role in the spiritual and social life of these cultures. We know from these myths that this period is left in our memory, and the memory remained in the memory of our ancestors as the golden millennium, which is what the progressive people want today. In Egyptian, Indian, and Chinese cultures, we see a similar picture. Archaeological monuments and artifacts, it is said that people knew about temporality of earthly existence, about the presence of the world of God. On the 7th of April 2021, we already told about, in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, we already told what was hidden from the people. So in order to lose this valuable knowledge in spirituality, they were left on the internal stones. And the papyrus that was found during these during the Egyptian archaeological found it was the priest Maniphora wrote, Tosoros in his reign lived Immutus, who because of his medical skill has the reputation of Asclepius among the Egyptians, and who was the inventor of the art of building with hewn stone. And according to the single universal project of Imhotep, the famous complex of Orion was built in Saqqara. The construction of a complex of pyramids in Giza was completed. During the direction of Imhotep, in our understanding, he is like a prime minister of Egypt. The economy, the Egypt was a strong and prosperous state, and the people lived well and have everybody has a right for education. They were doesn't matter of their past, and all people had equal opportunities for professional spiritual development. And thanks to a spiritual outlook, they stimulated in a person to desire to improve high moral qualities, create goods for others in this world, not to be afraid of death. Lofty moral principles began to prevail in society. It has become popular to be highly moral, educated, polite, intelligent, literate, to set noble goals for oneself. In this society, there was peace, friendship, harmony, and mutual assistance prevailed. This is a real example for us that such a constructive form of society is not new. People already lived like that. I would like to emphasize that they lived peacefully and happily. They created unique buildings and left behind a rich spiritual and cultural heritage. Creative society. Creative society, so is what we can build. It is a creative society that can lead us out of the swamp of consumerist existence and provide a decent future for us and our children. And we will have opportunity to live this decent future for our children and for ourselves. We will be able to live in such a development, such a developed society. So everything depends on our choice right now. Let's watch the video now.
As though nothing more significant had existed before. Neither megalithic cities on different continents, nor Turpilian cities of 10,000 people in the territory of ancient Europe, nor highly developed cities in Eurasia, whose inhabitants led a peaceful way of life. It's not even reported that before the Sumerians, there had lived people in Mesopotamia who had particularly respected the Alatra sign, as well as other people on different continents since ancient times.
Рассказать на примере древних культур.
Yes, on the example of ancient cultures, it's very important to show that the knowledge was given to people at various times, and archaeological excavations prove the existence of highly developed civilizations and cultures. Civilizations were peaceful and spiritual, and this is the society which the Jazira will tell us about right now.
Greetings, everyone. Today, I would like to tell about the ancient civilization that existed long before the Egyptian one. It was a very advanced civilization that existed peacefully for thousands of years. This is the Kukuteni-Tripolitan civilization. And the main feature of this is the pyramid, Devich Mountain. On the photo, we can see the Devich Mountain, and we can see the pyramid. It's situated between three rivers, the Stugna, the Krasna, and the Dnieper. The name is associated with the ancient Slavic cult of female goddess, the mother goddess, the virgin goddess. At the top of the Devich Mountain, an ancient settlement was discovered. The height of the Devich Mountain above the level of Dnieper is 55 meters above the sea level. The people of this culture knew about the pericles of the pyramids, and thanks to they reached the spiritual experience. You can read more about certain star orientation in a book by Anastasia Novych-Alatra. I want to know that 7 millennia ago, numerous tribes of the Tripolitan culture lived in the cities with an area of more than 100 hectares. Much attention of scientists is attracted by clay female figures which with testes of veneration of the creative feminine principles, and this topic was discussed with more details in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, the Mother of God, the creative power of love. From these figures, if we continue our topic of Tripolitan exponents, we can see interesting artifacts that looks like a cross symbolized person, and we can see that there is also a mark on the place where it should be a soul. Symbols and signs of Tripolitan culture, they showed us that the spiritual context in the society was the dominated one, and they try to save this knowledge for future generations. Their houses and burials did not differ much from each other. Ordinary household items and decorations were found in them. There was no hierarchy in society, and we can see the fact that on our planet there was a society with a high level of self-organization, a society in which there were no divisions into classes, there were no official bureaucracy, scientists didn't find any weapons, defensive systems, or traces of invasions. The settlements coexisted peacefully, not only among themselves but also with their neighbors, and we can know and use this experience of our of ancient people and use it in building a creative society. And let's watch a video fragments.
In all parts of the world, without exception, the same signs are found. Well, even our Alatra. It is everywhere. And these are evidences that people used to communicate in a single language and were free when Tripolitan culture existed in our lands. As many researchers note, there was no war mood in these settlements. That is, people did not fight, and it was the same in all over the world. Some 7,000 to 8,000 years ago, there were rather civilized, rather developed settlements, but there was not even a hint that they fought with each other.
American traders Fred Meyer Schroeder and Oscar Mammon discovered the ancient Chinese pyramids in the city of Xi'an in 1912. When they were traveling through the China, the Taoist priest told them about 7 pyramids in the city of Xi'an, which is one of the cradles of the Chinese civilization. After that, they decided to see them for themselves and visited Xi'an. Schroeder wrote in his diary that they found a group of pyramids towering in the middle of fields and villages, farms and forests. The pyramids range from 300 to 400 meters in height. The tallest was about 500 meters high, including the foot, and almost twice as long as the Great Pyramid of Egypt. They looked like usual hills from a distance, but approaching close up, it was possible to note accurately 4 sides and cut smooth top. In 1947, the widely known first photo of the Chinese pyramid was taken by Colonel Maurice Schumann as he flew over the ridge 40 miles to the southwest of Xi'an. This may be the first documented photo, confirmation of these pyramidal structures on the plains of the central ancient civilization, Chinese civilization. And not many people, not many European scientists actually saw them in the face. The German explorer Hartwig Hausdorff was near them. He reports that there were more than 100 pyramids in the region. They were built of clay and fossiled over the past millennia, or maybe more. To be more precisely, the material they were built of is loss. Around 30% loss is made up of clay and limestone particles. It's a very hard material and very firm. The pyramids have never been excavated because of restrictions on scientific research and heritage protection. The Chinese government simply explains the closed access. Overzealous archaeologists and tourists can destroy artifacts. Officials say that they are waiting for better technology to excavate without damaging the ancient structure and their contents. So in order during the excavation, no of the content and surroundings will be damaged. And yeah, some of the pyramids are believed to be around 8,000 years old. According to Chinese legends and ancient traditions that we have, which survived to our time, the pyramids were built in those ancient times when the great emperors who were ascendant from the sons of heaven, who were ascended upon the earth on their fiery battle dragons ruled. One of the sons of heaven is considered to be the legendary Huangdi, and several of his assistants. He is greatly revered in China and is considered the ancestor of the Chinese nation. Literally, the name Huangdi is usually translated as the Yellow Emperor, but the character Di can mean not only the word emperor, but also the word spirit or deity. In the book Anastasia Novokhalatra, we can glean the following information written. Huangdi means not only the yellow emperor, but also the shining, light-emitting sovereign. The symbol of the center was actually regarded as a supreme heavenly deity. Tales and legends tell of the sons of heaven, wise and good beings, who appeared in the territory of the celestial empire long before the formation of states in the valley of Huanghe River. Huangdi and his team consisted of 5 companions and 1 companion descended from the heaven to earth in a chariot. In total, there was 7 sons of heaven, which is actually an interesting number. Huangdi's activities were aimed at helping people. He brought knowledge from a variety of fields: astronomy, mathematics, medicine, construction. In Chinese treatise Li Ji, about those time it's written, when the grand course was pursued, a public and common spirit ruled all under the sky. They chose men of talents, virtue and ability. The worlds were sincere, and what they cultivated was harmony. Huangdi came from the constellation of Leo, and after 100 years of his reign, he departed. However, according to ancient records, the gods once promised to return. Modern researchers report the following about the Chinese pyramids. The pyramids surround the city of Xi'an on all sides. Moreover, they are even within the city limits. In the northern outskirts of the city of Suanyan, neighboring Xing, there is a huge valley of pyramids. Stretching from the east to the west for 50 kilometers, the valley resembles the Milky Way. And in the valley that is best known to the world, thanks to explorer Hausdorff. In 1994, Hartwig Hausdorff visited the Valley of the Pyramids and took pictures and described them. In 1996, he continued his research, and Hausdorff believed that the origin of these structures were extraterrestrial, that the Chinese pyramids has precise mathematical calculations and astronomical landmarks. One of them, according to Hausdorff, is very similar to the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan, Mexico. With modern technology, the researchers were able to correlate and analyze the location of dozens of pyramids in Xi'an County, and the locations are of particular interest. While most of the structures correspond to the side of the world, some of them have a deviation of 14 degrees. Computer analysis showed that it coincides with the point of a vernal equinox of the constellation of Gemini, 10,500 years BC. They also drew parallels with the Chinese and Egyptian pyramids. The researcher Maxim Yakovenko writes, in both cases the pyramids are placed in the same schematical way, aligned to the cardinal points. The distance ratios between the pyramids of Egypt and the Yangtze Park are also striking in their similarity. It allows us to conclude that the builders of these pyramids possessed a common knowledge. I would also like to draw attention to Graham Hancock's research. Graham also found that the Chinese pyramids represents the sky 10,500 years BC, the day of the equinox constellation of Gemini, where there was a global disaster. And this is a further evidence of what shows us Orion Dragon pendulum. And so the coming global disaster is imminent. From all these facts, we can conclude the following. About the pyramids of China became known outside of China only at the end of the 20th century. The version that pyramids were created exactly by the order of Chinese dynastic emperors for burial has no clear evidence.
Не имеет явных доказательств, так как сами пирамиды не раскапывались.
Because their pyramids are not discovered, and it's also quite difficult to assume how in this distant time they were built with such a simple tools and many laborers. The excavation around the pyramids dealt with the dynastic periods of Chinese civilization, but this is obvious, and there is obvious and indirect evidence indicating that the pyramids themselves are one of the ancient origin, the so-called pre-Neolithic period. It is practically another world, another reality which is poorly studied by modern scientists. Accordingly to the given pyramids have more global and scale value than simply a mausoleum of dynastic emperors. Another thought-provoking fact is that the most pyramids in China are strictly oriented along the side of the world, including the ancient North Pole and the Upper Paleolithic times, have rather strict proportion based on what can be understood from the images from space. Science structures such as pyramids were often a reflection of the sky and the earth and were of great importance for conveying information about the coming events to the people of the future. And we see that the ancient civilization of China has come some kind of people from heaven who come and the dawn of civilization to help people gain knowledge about the spiritual life and life on earth. And now let's see a fragment from the interview with Hartwig Hausdorff, a German researcher, which he gave especially for Latra TV.
Yes, who built them in China? Of course, the majority of them are built by people. But there are also a pyramid 300 meters high, the White Pyramid. I'm not sure, maybe someone else built it a long time ago. And when might they have been built? By now, we know that most of these more than 100 pyramids located in Shaanxi province belong to the chronological period of the so-called Dan dynasty. This is 206 BC to 120 AD. But there are also pyramids that were built earlier, for example the burial pyramid of the Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who died in 259 to 110 years, exactly in 210 BC. And of course there are much more ancient ones, because the history of China goes back farther than the Han dynasty. The Qin dynasty, before that there was Shang dynasty, and then something very interesting happened at that time. And for me, it is connected with these pyramids in China. There was a time when the legendary great emperors ruled. There were 6 emperors. This was back in the pre-dynastic period. It is very strange. It has always been reported that some of them lived for hundreds of years. So maybe they are the ancient great emperors, who are always mentioned in ancient Chinese myths. The first emperors, they were not born on Earth. They flew from space on fiery dragons and so ended up on Earth. And what an interesting time it was before all the dynasties, when these legendary great emperors lived.
Друзья, а теперь я хочу
Now I would like to introduce our guest, Raul Del Olmo, professor at the National Institute of Archaeology and History and Master in Museum Studies. And this is Raul Del Olmo. Hello, Raul. The word goes to you.
Hola, buen día a todos. Gracias por la invitación.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for the invitation, and I would like to talk about the construction of the Mexico territory. The territory that the Mexican Republic occupies today is the result of historical process that has lasted for more than 5 centuries. Mexico is a relatively young country, containing within its borders archaeological remains belong to more than one culture, with geographical and time differences that have determined much of its behavior, beliefs, and what interests us here. Architectural styles that today allow us to identify them more easily. Despite the differences between these ancient cultures, there is a coincidence in the construction of buildings. And this coincidence in the necessity of lifting the pyramids. Some are more decorated than others, but they always remain a very accurate connection with the environment, and above all, the location and movement of celestial objects, such as the sun, the moon, and the most prominent planets and stars of the firmament. We must admit that in some cases we don't know who built or how the monumental buildings, such as the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, were constructed. However, we can get a very clear idea of the construction process of the vast majority of pyramids. In contrast to distant cultures such as the Egyptian, which have great variation in form, size, and building materials, while the pyramids of Giza consist of a very precise overlapping of large stone blocks, in Mexico we can find various building materials that are not as questionable and mysterious as the pyramids in Egypt.
Tantas dudas y misterio como si lo hacen las pirámides en Egipto. Pero no por ello son menos interesantes.
No less interesting are the pyramids that we find in Mexico, since they are separated by millennia and geographic distance that make us find 2 completely different worlds. First, we can emphasize the simplicity of material resources with which the construction of the pyramids was started. Natural elevation of the terrain, volcanic stone, clay, mud, they have used, and so on. So let us give an example of the Pyramid of Great Temple, erected in the heart of today's Mexico City. and which gives the name to the whole country. The pyramid reached a height of 45 meters, but initially it was not intended for a temple of such a large size. I will tell you very briefly the history of the construction of this pyramid, which will allow us to understand how the vast majority of the pyramids found in Mexico were built.
Los aztecas eligieron una saliente natural en el terreno para construir un pequeño templo con piedra volcánica encontrada en el mismo sitio.
The Aztec chose a small natural ledge on the ground to build a small temple from the volcanic stones found on the same site. This happened in the year 1325 AD, and it was the beginning of what would reach a larger size years later. It's quite possible that 52 years later, this is a period of the ritual calendar cycle. A new one was built on this first temple, as if it were an onion layer covering the old one. A second constructive phase is visible today, since after the Spanish conquest, the pyramid was almost completely destroyed, exposing the inner pyramid, which today allows us to find out how the building was used, since on the surface there is a stone that was used for offering sacrifices to the gods. According to the date carved at the base of the temple, it is believed that the pyramid was enlarged for the third time in 1431 AD. Not so much have been preserved from this constructive stage, but among those that I call the onion layers were 8 sculptures made of volcanic stone, located perhaps ritually during the reconstruction of the temple. The first reconstruction of the pyramid carried out no more than 4 decades after the previous one. It's considered one of the most impressive due to the amount of material and evidence found by archaeologists in this new layer of the pyramid, such as oversized braziers depicting the face of the gods of water and war, the so-called Colocosani stone, which depicts the dismembered body of the moon goddess. I just mentioned a couple of examples.
El cuerpo desmembrado de la diosa de la luna.
This fourth layer of the pyramid bow is the face that we can look at today when we visit the remains of the pre-Hispanic city that centuries later will become the capital of Mexico. Around 1880s, the pyramid will again increase in size for the 5th time, but very little has been preserved at this stage. Around 1500s, as usual in this constructive system, the 6th layer was added to the pyramid, but only part of this platform remains in view, where 3 temples can still be seen raised on one side of the pyramid. Finally,
esta fue la fase de construcción que vieron los conquistadores españoles en el siglo XVI cuando llegaron al Valle de México. De ella solo nos queda el piso de piedra del recinto ceremonial. Si la conquista no se hubiera dado, seguramente que esta pirámide hubiera continuado su crecimiento.
And finally, the 7th layer was erected, with which this pyramid was reached its maximum height. This was a stage of construction that the Spanish conquistadors saw in the 16th century. Only the stone floor of the ceremonial building remained of it. If there had been no conquest, undoubtedly this pyramid would have continued its growth until it reached who knows what size. But with this example, we can very clearly understand how the pyramids were raised in this part of the planet of the past 2 millennia. Each design stage that increased the size of the pyramid was more grandiose due to the need to improve and surpass the previous construction, as well as the project as a prestige and sense of power of a responsible ruler. We have seen how the modest temple developed until it became the center of the universe of the Aztec culture. For them, the pyramid symbolized the mountain, where the myths about
Здравствуйте, Рауль. От наших зрителей мы
Hello, Ro. You know, our viewers have got just a question for you, just for even from your previous participation in Kaleidoscope Facts, and I'm going to ask you this question from Chile. If one of the functions of constructing pyramids were just influencing the climate change, so could we be using this technology in our times? What do you think? In order to influence the climate change.
Por supuesto que sí. Gracias por la pregunta y saludos a la hermana República de Chile. Es evidente que al menos en la Ciudad de México, Tenochtitlan, los aztecas tenían una íntima relación con todo el sistema climático de la zona. Lograron convivir en una laguna que presentaba hidráulicas,
for this question, and hello, just send my hello to Chile, to our dear viewers, and we could say that it is truly so to use all the resources that we have today, water, land, air, sun, in order to be able to have or to create the right conditions for the climate, favorable conditions for the climate. And what we see, well, unfortunately, what's happening in Mexico when we lost just the connection with our nature, so to say, this knowledge, true knowledge, was lost. How to use or how to cooperate with nature, so to say, with the forces of nature, for the benefits of humanity. And all these, foundations, they were destroyed. I'm saying about, this, well, literally this latest decade, that many experts have described, and they describe these lands as kind of unfavorable for just climate and conditions. And today we see that changes are taking place every day, and people are suffering from these changes, and people are really very influenced by these changes. And I believe that these points that were described and in the structure or with the new of building the pyramids, right? They could be used alongside with the technologies for the benefit of humanity, and they must be used. Thank you, Raul, for your just great answer. Lots of thanks, Raul, to you. And right now, I would like to introduce you our next speaker. This is Luca de Santa. The floor is yours.
Grazie per avermi invitato a questa conferenza. La civiltà Harappa è una civiltà dell'età del bronzo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting for the conference. Harappan civilization is a Bronze Era civilization that flourished between 3000 and 1800 BC. At the same time, as other civilizations were also flourishing in other parts of the world. Akkadian, Sumerian in Iraq, Egypt, China, and so on. The civilization is considered by modern scientists very mysterious, because on the contrary of almost all other civilizations, in its ruins there were no signs of kings, palaces, ziggurats, or monuments of kings. Also, most of the so-called weapons found seem to be instruments used in daily activities. Hence, there is no sign or clear evidence of war.
Un'altra cosa molto interessante di questa civiltà, ricordiamo
The Indus or Harappan civilization was discovered in early 1920s when the excavation started in Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. The civilization, as many of that era, flourished on the banks of great rivers as Nile for Egypt, Tiger and Euphrates for Iraq, and this case of the Indus. It was composed in several hundred cities of different sizes, up to 50 to 75,000 inhabitants, and its estimated population up to 5 million people. Harappans were busy making fine jewelry, craft work, dressing with cotton, one of the first populations known to have grown cotton, with fine dresses. They were busy with agriculture, trade, and also navigation as far as reaching Oman.
Complessivamente questa civiltà si pensa che sia stata
The city has a very impressive water delivery system to almost each house, and also one of the first sewage systems found in history. It seems evident from the remains that in this society all people had houses with water supply, food, and lived in an egalitarian type of society.
Affilare il cotone. Una cosa molto interessante è appunto che gli Arappani, come si dice in italiano, erano una delle prime popolazioni che coltivavano il
There were
cotone.
also found many examples of artistic objects such as vase, pottery with decoration, jewelry, seal tablets made of bakelite with many symbols on them representing animals. Among other, the unicorn has been found in 600 small tablets. Women in typical meditation pose of lotus and others. What is astonishing that war actions are never represented in any art object found. That is the opposite of what we can see in the contemporary remains of other bronze civilizations. All these elements brings with them many questions on the origin of the civilization, and why its society was organized in such a different manner, without kings, dominant elite, without gods, and monuments for them, without evidence of war, need of it, and its representation in art.
In cui sono rappresentati moltissimi animali. Per esempio, uno degli animali più rappresentati è l'unicorno. Sono state trovate addirittura 1600 tavolette con la rappresentazione dell'unicorno. Altri elementi che si trovano su queste tavolette che sono molto ben conservate sono anche donne in meditazione.
All of these is opposite to the remains of we see in bronze civilizations. Other bronze civilizations.
Una cosa che si può sottolineare dell'arte del popolo arabico è che non ci sta nessuna rappresentazione, proprio nessuna, di scene di guerra all'interno dei loro oggetti, né sui vasi né su queste tavolette di cui vi ho parlato. Sembra proprio che la guerra non esistesse per questa civiltà. Tutti questi elementi, tutto quello che vi ho raccontato, ovviamente portano a farci molte domande su questa società. Come fosse possibile che mentre tutte le società che troviamo contemporaneamente, a partire dai Sumeri o dagli Accadici o dagli Egiziani, erano chiaramente organizzate con una struttura sociale molto precisa, in cui ci stava un'elite, un re, degli dei che avevano il potere.
And clearly, civilization was advanced for the timing, and it seems the sort of real republic and democracy, or as we would call it, creative society of the Indus. The people had time to practice art and not only base work to survive as agriculture. All homes are pretty equal to each other and have the same luxury, water, feed, and sewage. From where the civilization got all this knowledge, that is clearly based on egalitarianism, absence of violence and war, respect of human life, and high spiritual principles. As we have seen before, this kind of culture and knowledge can be found at the origin of each other civilization around the planet in the age before 4000 BC, as Tripilians, Göbekli Tepe, and other in America. Maybe the Harappans managed to keep alive the knowledge of their ancestors until 1800 BC. Clear evidence of the knowledge is found on the thousands of seals of Beklet. There are thousands of them, and all are indicating the importance of meditation practices, the connection to the spiritual world, and other clear elements of a society where spirituality is more important than material values. Maybe Harappans moved to urban society from more isolated housing to create big communities and allow people to have time for their own spiritual development, safe from natural and human dangers. Thanks to them, we can now see the wonderful findings that they left to us as a great real example of how it was possible to charge also our modern society from consumeric to creative and live a more valuable life with all need for our spiritual and creative development.
In struttura collettiva proprio per consentire ad ogni individuo di poter avere più tempo libero per poter sviluppare la propria anima, per le proprie attività creative e non soltanto per pensare alle attività di base di sopravvivenza, che ovviamente sono molto più impegnative quando non si vive in una comunità. Per me, per concludere il mio discorso, è molto bello vedere che nel passato esisteva una società di tipo
conclude my speech. It's very nice to see that in past there were such examples.
Che viveva contemporaneamente anche a società che vivevano di guerra, di ineguaglianza e di materialismo.
The society was equality and absence of wars. There was materialism was not so important.
E creare anche noi una società creativa in cui si possa vivere una vita più piena ed avere più tempo per il nostro sviluppo spirituale e creativo. Grazie.
And showed an example that right now we can also build a creative society. I will give the word to other speakers. Thank you.
Greetings. South America is best known for the Inca civilization, however many cultures preceded it. Among the most recent discoveries of archaeologists is the pre-ceramic culture of Sechin, which, according to the results of radiocarbon analysis of the earliest construction, this culture had existed for 3,700 years BC. That is, they're the same age or even the predecessors of the Egyptian pyramids. The oldest building is Sechin Baho. As the German archaeologist Renata Paczke wrote, the people who built this sanctuary undoubtedly had a brilliant understanding of architecture. Around 1600 BC, the Sechin Baho temple was abandoned. All its rooms were empty. Archaeologists have not even found everyday objects. 1 kilometer away from Sechin Baho is the Zero Sechin Sanctuary. The building rests on a stepped platform erected at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. The central part of the temple is decorated with the images of creatures resembling predatory cats. The temple is surrounded by a high stone wall with bas-reliefs. Perhaps earlier they were turned inward of the temple and not outward, and here are the bas-reliefs themselves. At first glance, it seems that there are scenes of people sacrificing before us. However, Dr. Victor Paradis, who is one of the researchers of Zero Sechin, believes that this site testifies to the level of knowledge of the ancient Sichian people in the field of medicine. On the walls, we see not only images of severed limbs, but also internal organs, the doctor notes, engravings of the pelvis, spine, sacrum, everything is done with amazing perfection. In his opinion, Sirius was a school and the oldest medical institution in the world. It is known for certain that the ancient civilizations of Latin America successfully performed complex medical operations, including craniotomy. I would like to note two bas-reliefs of Sirius. We can see the symbol in the Temple of the Crossed Arms of the Kotosh culture. It was erected 4,200 years ago on a stepped platform 8 meters high. The symbol clearly carries a secret meaning. Archaeologist and anthropologist Michael Coe suggests that this sign could also be a cosmic symbol. Archaeologists found the structure similar to the ones of Sechin culture in the North Chico civilization, which includes the following complexes: Babure, Karai, Aspero, and about 30 more settlements. In all the complexes we can see pyramidal structures with a round recessed area at the base. I would like to pay special attention to one of the 6 pyramidal structures of Karal, in the architecture of which the Alatra sign is clearly seen. Scientists managed to create a reconstruction of the structure. Based on the findings of archaeologists, we can say the following about this culture. Presumably, this was a matriarchal society, since most of the figurines found in the territory of North Chico depict women. The burial of a woman of high status was discovered in Aspero. Archaeologist and anthropologist Ruth Shady notes, this finding points to gender equality, that is, both women and men could take leading positions and achieve high status. A distinctive feature of the North Chico culture is the absence of any traces of military affairs. So far, no traces of battles, no weapons, or mutilated bodies have been found. Moreover, scientists note a high level of development of cultural, scientific, technological spheres. Archaeologists discovered a developed system of irrigation canals as well as the temples that served as observatories. We can judge about the secret knowledge of the civilization by the bas-reliefs of the Wicham archaeological complex dating back to 1800 BC. The North Chico civilization ceased to exist approximately in the 1600s BC. We find the heritage of the sacred knowledge of the Sechin and North Chico civilizations in the Chavin Cupisnake culture, which is famous for its ceramics. Please pay attention to the images of a jaguar and snakes, including anthropomorphic ones, which we first meet in the civilization of Sechin and North Chico. It is in the Chavin culture that we find the answer to the question of who contributed to the emergence and development of previous civilizations. In the city of Chavin de Untar, there was found an altar with 7 holes exactly matching the configuration of the 7 stars of the constellation Orion. A 5.5-meter stele with the image of a jaguar snake man was also found there. According to astronomers, this stele was of particular importance, since it is believed that the jaguar puma symbolized the constellation Orion in many Indian cultures. Archaeologist John Rowe believed that the entire Chavin-de-Ontar sanctuary was dedicated to the stele. However, unfortunately, in the Chavin culture, we can notice a gradual loss of sacred knowledge and a transition to the consumer format of society. The temples were being rebuilt to please the priests, and society began to be divided into lower and upper classes, and the rulers were already considered demigods. However, the discovery of such cultures as Sechin and North Chico prove that the creative format of society is possible. Just imagine, they lived without war for at least 1,500 to 2,000 years, and all cultural achievements, such as maths, agriculture, and construction technologies, were for the benefit of people and their development. And now, let me pass the floor to Roberto from Italy.
Greetings, friends. A project for the construction of pyramids was also implemented in Italy at the turn of the Neolithic, as well as in most countries of Western and Northern Europe. And the monuments of this global architectural project have been preserved to this day. Among many megalithic structures there are pyramids, These are the most famous of them: Lombardy, Romagnate LC, the three pyramids of Monte Vecchio. The time of construction of these structures is around 3000 BC. These are stepped pyramids, one of which has a base 100 meters long and reaches a height of 50 meters. The faces of all three pyramids are oriented to the cardinal points. Researchers claim that the pyramids are oriented towards the constellation of Orion when it appears during the sunrise on the day of the summer solstice. Now we are in Sant'Agata dei Goti and you see the pyramid of Ariel behind me. Archaeologists believe that its age coincides with the age of the pyramid in the Saka Bosnia, which is 12,000 years. Like all other pyramids in Italy, it is completely covered with vegetation. If you look at the pyramid using Google Earth, you can be amazed at its perfect geometry. In addition to this officially recognized pyramid, there are two more pyramids in the same area: the Pyramid of Maiano and the Pyramid of Caiazzo. These three pyramids, like their Egyptian sisters, are in line with Orion's belt. Moreover, on the Italian island of Sardinia, the pyramids and the Sphinx were discovered. Another unique monument for the Mediterranean region, Monte Decati, was found on the territory of Sardinia, dating back to the second half of the 4th millennium BC. But at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC, the structure of Monte Decati was probably abandoned. Traces of fires were also found. Around 2800 BC, it was completely covered with the huge layer of ground consisting of alternating layers of stones and crushed local limestone. After all, if human hands have been applied here, then who and when created these structures? Interesting results of the study of archaeological excavations lead to a completely unambiguous conclusion. Here, at the height of the Neolithic, within the period between 3800 and 2900 BC, the Azeri culture, San Michel culture, lived. According to one of the most prominent archaeologists of Sardinia, Giovanni Liliu, an interesting feature of this culture was that the Azeri culture was quite peaceful. First, the complete absence of defensive fortifications to protect villages and the paucity of weapons found in burials indicate that these peoples coexisted peacefully in the territory. Second, no evidence of the existence of a militant class of warriors. Third, the social structure was fairly homogeneous. A special feature of the burials is the color of the deceased with ochre, the color of the sun, which was supposed to symbolize their revival. The graves were grouped into necropolises. Funeral gifts and consumer goods are perfectly preserved in Sardinia. They allow us to discern the classless structure of this society, but architecture is still a key to understanding the social form. In the settlement, the houses are built in the same way. We do not find constructions of places indicating class division. All aspects of the life of ancient European cultures were subordinated to spirituality, which was based on birth, death, rebirth. The Great Mother Goddess, imprinted in archaeological sites in various guises and images, had the role of the supreme deity. In the Azeri culture, there was also a veneration of the Mother Goddess, which indicates their spiritual development. We see that in Sardinia during these 1100 years there was no city-state, which confirms the peaceful and equal existence of this culture, especially for Kaleidoscope of Facts.
Сегодня мы узнали о многих культурах, которые еще в
Today, we have learned about many cultures that lived according to the foundations of the creative society in ancient times. There is nothing stopping you and me, my friends, from choosing creative format to come to the unification of all people, to be responsible to society and to live in love and peace. Whoever does not know his history is condemned to relive it again. So let us study the true history of humanity.
Jana, there is an opinion that the ancestors of Earthlings live on Sirius. Is this true?
Well, the ancestors of Earthlings live in almost every galaxy, throughout the universe.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, dear friends. Today, the opinion is being actively imposed to that the modern humanity is the only highly developed civilization in the whole history of our planet. But comparing what was and what is today, involuntarily you start thinking, do we understand correctly what a highly developed society is? Is it really just technology? Can a society with advanced technologies but call itself civilized if they do not value if the representatives of such society do not value the life of each person? Isn't it time for us to review and define the criterion and indicators of a highly developed society and civilization? Civilization is a single entity. This is not a separate part of the world's population as it is presented to people today. And it is not when all people are the same. Civilization is when all people of the planet have the same goal, the goal to live a life worthy of a human being. This is a society that lives without wars, in peace and in perfect union, in harmony with the surrounding world. It's the society where all people have equal rights, have access to information about the world order and the role of a human in this world. The resources of such society belong to everyone. In such society, spirituality does not imply dogma or worship of any deity. Spirituality implies knowledge about the true inwardness of a person, the true purpose of his or her life. This is a society in which people live by spiritual and moral values and are creators. And of course, it is the society of creators, yes. In such a society, since childhood, people help each other, direct each other's efforts to support and to know about the spiritual being, to fulfill their most important goal, and the universe as well. And the knowledge is not given by particular individuals. So the modern society, our modern world, is a society with a vertical hierarchy, I can say, where resources belong to the elite. Knowledge about the world's order is hidden from people, and the information about the true path of spiritual development is distorted in favor of the priests. Even science today is appointed to serve the elite, as it is engaged in the development of more and more advanced murder weapons instead of improving human life. And if we take into account the fact that the primordial knowledge was brought into this world by highly developed civilizations and was given for the benefit and development of all mankind, I would like to ask a purely rhetorical question. Is it possible today to entrust our society a truly highly advanced technologies, where, in the society where money is valued more than a human life? In our consumer format of society, it will be instantly used to enslave people even more. And the knowledge associated with the pyramids and connected to the pyramids are really priceless, as they give people a unique opportunity to survive the cataclysms and restore our planet. But only if we, as humanity, can realize the whole tragedy of the current situation, and we can change the format of consumer society to creative one. The prior civilizations left us the greatest legacy, and our task is to understand, accept, and begin to apply the pyramids according to their true purpose for the common goal of humankind. And ideally, we should start creating such constructions ourselves and do all we can so that our descendants live a truly civilized society. Thank you.
В разные времена люди
At different times, people in pyramidal architectural form saw only a pile of stones. Is it literal? Is it really all about the stones? What is hidden behind the ancient spiritual symbolism of the pyramids? And right now, we will find out what knowledge was brought with the pyramid stones. And Belkis from Spain will tell us more about it.
Hola, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por invitarme.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in the Kaleidoscope of Facts conference today on Electro TV. And I would like to tell you that pyramid is the Latin form of the Greek word pyramids, which the Greeks used to call the Egyptian pyramids, the buildings of ancient temples of pyramidal construction. The word pyramid sounds and is pronounced almost identically in English, French, German, and Slavic languages, and this word originated in ancient Greece. In its meaning, the ancient Greek word pyramis, and its plural pyramidus, is a monumental structure with a square area at the base and with sloping sides meeting at the top. Manly Palmer Hall, a doctor of history, explained that the word pyramid goes back to the Greek pyrrhus, meaning flame. This meaning being a symbolic expression of the one divine fire, the symbol of life of every living thing.
Продолжайте, Бенчик.
Please go on your speech.
Como estructura, la pirámide se designaba en el antiguo Egipto con la palabra Meg. El doctor Edwards, conservador de
the construction, researcher David Lewis has identified the origin of the Greek word pyramidos from a composite of the Phrygian and Phoenician forms of pyramid in Chaldean. So a pyramid was defined as the place of kind of enlightenment. So as a structure, pyramid was referred to in ancient Egyptian language by the word Meg. And here in this picture, we can see the graphic representation of the symbols of Per Neter, that is pyramid, and Per Ba, temple. These images were recreated by Robert Wouter in 1998. Another meaning of the word pyramid in ancient Egypt is voiced as per Neter, that is house of Neter. And Egyptologists translate the word Neter as gods. However, in the pre-dynastic period, Neter was represented as divine forces arranging matter.
Pirámides en árabe se llamaba
Pyramids in Arabic were called Il al-Hram, meaning ancient age or ancient structure. Garam comes from the verbs to crumble, to grow old. This word is the same as the word mind. The Coptic expressions Pir-mon and Pirami mean the splendor of the sun. The Egyptologist, Doctor of Sciences Nikolai Sergeyevich Petrovsky has expressed the opinion that the basis of the Egyptian word pyramid, taking into account the absence of vowels in hieroglyphic writing, is pronounced Mr, that is identical to the pre-Indo-European name of sacred mountain Meru, and accordingly means the world, the universe.
En la siguiente imagen, en la antigua civilización china,
and right now we are going to see the next image, and I would like to say that in ancient Chinese civilization the word pyramid contains the meaning Jin Zita is the most used and consists of 3 characters. Jin means gold and is shaped like a triangle on top. Z, it means sign, a written symbol. Ta means tower. Thus, the pyramid in Chinese is the golden symbol or sign in the tower. The second meaning of the word pyramid, jiaozu, literal translation sounds like this: horn that drills the earth, and this can refer to inverted pyramids.
The
third meaning of len zu means prism. A prism is an optical lens that transforms rays. So, talking about the meaning of the word pyramid, the origin of this word, so it was explained that pyramid is just interconnected with the different forces of nature. Thank you.
The word for pyramid works that way. The Egyptian word for pyramid is a very simple word. It's written with 2 bent arm glyphs. A bent arm is a symbol for the concept of measure or the concept of a cubit. The final glyph that's not pronounced is a picture of a pyramid. There are 2 ways to read those leading glyphs. One is to say measure of measures. The other way is to say comparative measures. When we go to the Dogon myths of creation about the formation of the material universe, we come to myths that relate to Amma, the creator deity who creates the non-material domain, and a character named Ogo who plays the role of light or the role of energy. The Egyptian word is Aku, A-A-K-H-U, like the word Akhet. The Egyptian word means light, and it refers to a light deity. It's used in other words whose meanings relate to energy or to light. He is said to measure out the universe in 8 billion steps. Now I know that the word step is one of the definitions of a cubit. A cubit can be measured in terms of the distance from a person's elbow to the tip of their middle finger, or it can also be measured by the average pace or step of a person. So when they say that Ogo measures out the universe in 8 billion steps, I know that the universe is much, much larger than 8 billion cubits. But one of the figures that has historically been given for the dimensions of the visible universe, the radius of the visible universe, is 8 billion light years. So it occurred to me that someone might be trying to set up an equivalence, a symbolic equivalence, between the concept of a cubit and the concept of a light year. So I went to the Egyptian hieroglyphic language and looked up the Egyptian words for cubit. And one of the words is a compound word, as in English, where two words are combined to create a term. The word is aku meh. Aku means light, and meh can mean measure or it can mean cubit.
Согласитесь, что числа...
Agree that numbers are an integral part of our life, but not everyone thinks about the fact that the numbers can have not just a quantitative value, but carry something more important in it. What is the sacred meaning of numbers, including in relation to the pyramids? I give the floor to the next speaker, Natalia and Oksana. Hello, dear participants of the conference. It is really interesting to listen to our today's speakers because you really, with such a pleasure, listen to them when a person did such a research. And right now, I will take you by the hand and I'll let you follow to the pyramids of the ancient Egypt, where, thanks to the research, we understood that the numbers are sacred, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. My colleagues, historians Bauer, Demods, Golovin, determined the correlation of numbers as symbols with the physical movements of astronomical bodies and with the creative universal principles on Earth from the content of myth. Yes, you got it right. The historians are talking about the creative universal principles of the numbers. And the ones that we can find on the surface of different ancient monuments. The sacred triangle is a ratio of 3 to 4 to 5. And why, you would ask? Because 3 is Isis, 4 is Osiris, and 5 is their son Horus. And let's take a look in more detail. The long-term research of candidate of sciences Alexandra Valegova, the architectural historian, shown that the understanding of numerical symbols contributes to the knowledge of hidden meanings encrypted in space. So it turns out 4, during the movement of a celestial body with a trajectory, is identified as 4 cardinal points of space and 4 nodes of the time cycle, which coincide with each other. People of ancient times expressed this idea as the connection between the multitude and unity, time and eternity. And can you feel that the ancient people has given us the message? And moreover, we can see on a unique monument of archaeology is the Djoser pyramid. Horus is identified as number 5, a symbol of harmony, symbol of universe. 5 basically unites the principles of polarity, number 2, and reconciliation of number 3. So it turns out that 3 plus 2, and we have the reconciliation and harmony. This is what the ancient Egyptians believed in. This is just a number, but it fulfilled the life of each person so deeply because people didn't use spare words to pass the knowledge. And let's continue. So the number 5 is called as the first universal number. In ancient Egypt, stars were drawn with 5 points, and this is not a coincidence. The star was the Egyptian designation of destiny, and I think that a lot of people thought about that. And when person realized themselves, he had to become a star and become an equal to Ra. And let's have a look at the seal of the step pyramid of Djoser. This is the 3rd millennia BC, and we can see the number 7 right here, because this is the union of spirit 3 and substance 4, substance from material world. And the form that expresses the meaning of 7 is a pyramid that combines a square base symbolizing the four elements, and triangular sides, symbolizing the spirit. And historians found that out thanks to the thanks to reading the myths. And we also know that 7 is the number of the process of development, growth, and the cyclic aspects of the universe underline the universe. And the number 7 in the step pyramid of Djoser also shows that the knowledge of ancient Egyptians actually correlates with the knowledge from different ancient inhabitants of other civilizations. And if we take a closer look to this number, the number 7 is like the phase of moon, and the full moon is the 14 days, 7 plus 7, and the 28th day, 14 plus 14, the lunar cycle ends. Moreover, due to the division into phases of the moon for 7 days, important holidays also last for 7 days. Pesach, Sukkot, that is a quarter of the moon. So we show you these artifacts from the pyramid of Djoser just to show you everything that I'm telling you right now. The fact that we have so many unique archaeological monuments, we just have to take a closer look into it, and all this knowledge will start to uncover. And let's now follow to China, where in Chinese Taoism, 7 is golden star, blue, heavenly sky. The representations of the Chaldean Semitic group, there are 7 planets in the sky arranged in the ascending apparent velocity relative to the stars: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. These planets affect the Earth and people, yes, each one of us. So the number 7 was understood as a celestial number. That is why in Babylon, if we take a look at the clay tablets, we read that they built the 7-step pyramid, ziggurat, as a sign of ascent to heaven or to God. Astronomers of the New Babylonian Kingdom of the 7th century BC divided the week into 7 days and the year into 12 months with one additional. You understand, right? Talking about the years when we have the 29th of February. And in Babylon, life on Earth was closely associated with the movement of the stars. And in China, the ideas of harmony were transferred to the entire universe. And due to the knowledge of harmony, people designed harmonious architecture on different continents and at different times in our world. And what also I would like to add and emphasize that the artifacts that we saw was the seal of Pyramid of Djoser that was found in 2017 with the numbers 3 and 5. And such archaeological monuments show that there are so many of them on the planet Earth and how much knowledge we can uncover to ourselves. And continuing the topic of symbolism of numbers, our researcher Let's Cranton will continue.
In Dogon numerology, 3 is the number of the male, and 4 is the number of the female. 7 is the number of the individual. When the Dogon talk about universes, the non-material and material domains, they tell us that 4 is the number of the material domain. And they stop there. They don't say anymore. They say 4 is the number of the material domain. Well, we know that the material domain is considered to be masculine. We know that the non-material domain is considered to be feminine. So the implication that is not spoken is that 3 is the number of the non-material domain, and that together the 3 and the 4 constitute an individual. It turns out that the energetic dynamics that exist between non-materiality and materiality are very, very similar to the energetic dynamics of consciousness. In other words, it looks as if those universal domains constitute a primordial consciousness that none of these original traditions deify. In Kabbalism, it's referred to as the primordial individual. Budge, Sir E.A. Wallace Budge, who developed an Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary, refers to it as the spirit body of Orion.
Здравствуйте.
Hello, everyone. And before continuing the topic of symbolism of numbers, I would like to introduce you the Kaleidoscope of Facts, the Spear of Destiny, which took place on the 13th of November 2020. And now, continuing the topic of sacred numbers, I will tell you about very important numbers for our ancestors, 12 and 72. They are closely correlated with the numbers we discussed earlier and can be found in ancient cultures. The number 12 symbolizes the union of spiritual and temporal spheres, reflects the cycle, represents the cosmic order, and is present everywhere. In ancient astronomy, astrology, and chronology, 12 is the main number that symbolizes space and time, represents the organization of cosmic space, and is associated with temporal cycles. Let's remember the 12-year cycle of the Eastern horoscope, the 12 signs of zodiac, a year divided into 12 months. And note that the 12 sectors of the clock face where the minute hand moves 12 times faster than the forehand. The 12 minutes duration of the allot. In the scientific sense, the allot is the whole unit of time that is a great importance to all matter. And if you take the modern designation of Earth's time, the allot is 12 minutes, or rather 11 minutes, 56.74 seconds. When scientists get to the concept of this most important particle, the foundation, so to speak, the main brick of the universe, it will not just be a grandiose revolution in science, it will be a whole evolutionary leap. Then scientists will understand what is hidden behind the mystery of time, and realizing this will discover the true process of formation of matter of the universe. If people understand the essence of a lot, great possibilities will open up to them. But the most important number in ancient times was the number 72, in which 7 is a symbol of the divine attribute and 2 is a symbol of unity. An example, the number 72 symbolizes unity with God. The number 72 is unity with God, and it was obtained by multiplying the numbers 3, 4, 6, 9, and 12.
These numbers are constantly found in ancient myths and iconic architecture, and they are a kind of code. The most important number in this series is 72. This number is found in many ancient cultures of Mexico, China, and Egypt. It is an important unit in the Mayan calendar. Why was it so important in ancient times? And what is hidden behind the number 72? Let's turn to the book Allatra. Anastasia. Amazing, because the number 72 is combination of numbers 12 times cycles of 6. Rigdon. Exactly right. This number is rather complicated in many ways. In ancient Egypt, for example, there was thorough knowledge of the geometry of space, about exact numerical values of measuring angles of geometric figures. The latter formed the basis of knowledge in the implementation of various projects in construction and architecture, including unique ones, thanks to which certain conditions for changing the physics of space were formed. From the Bucolator, we have also learned that this is the number of dimensions that exist in our universe. These 72 dimensions are represented mainly by subtle and coarse energies, which form certain energy fields that form one or another dimension. There is no clear distinction in them. The same energies may be present in one dimension, in the other, and in the third. It turns out that in the ancient times people had knowledge that our universe, there are 72 dimensions in it. There is a cycle of precision, 25,920 years, during which every 13,000 years there was a sharp change of climate on the planet. And pyramids formed conditions for change of space physics, i.e., could influence the material world.
Indeed, no wonder this number is so common. Just a few examples. 72 threads used to make belts for ministers of the Iranian faith. 72 is a Kabbalistic number associated with the representation of the name of God. It is also found in Sanskrit, Khmer, and Avesta. The number 72 is also widely represented in the mythology. It is interesting that the ancient Egyptians believed that the sacred number 72 was closely associated with Osiris. He was often depicted as the lotus flower with 72 petals or in white robe, which was originally decorated with 72 lotus buds. In ancient times, in India, China, and Egypt, a snake biting its tail symbolized 72 dimensions. Its body was represented in the form of 72 rings, more precisely links of the body. In ancient Chinese mythology, the 72 measurements of the universe were depicted as air bubbles located between the bodies of the progenitors of the world, and Men Naiwa and Fushi. Besides that, it was curious to know that human DNA molecule is a rotating cube where 72 degrees is the angle of rotation in the DNA molecule. It is also a sacred number in geometry. On the plane, the outer angles of the most important symbol, the irregular pentagon, are 72 degrees each. The construction of Platonic bodies is also connected with the number 12 and 72. As we can see, at all times, the numbers 12 and 72 were given special importance. Ancient civilizations, carefully transferring knowledge to us, tried to engrave in signs and symbols all sacral heritage principles and laws of the universe, interrelation with cosmic processes and those who gave knowledge to them. This heritage gives us, mankind, a stimulus to impetus to know ourselves and the universe. Many of us know about the number P, which in ancient times was often used in the construction of architectural structures, as well as about the number of harmony and beauty, P. These numbers are the dimensions of the pyramids. Pedro from Ecuador will tell us more about this.
Thank you so much. In all periods of human history, we find knowledge of regular polyhedrons combined in rows, such as Platonic bodies. Various stone artifacts shaped as regular polyhedrons are found all over the world. An example is stone artifact from Scotland, dating back to 2000 BT.
La geometría sagrada es el uso de un sistema matemático, geométrico y artístico que compone todo el mundo material.
And we know that Egyptian pyramids entering it was in ancient temples, and we feel everything in them has a deep meaning and significance. The forms, the sacred geometry, the use of different geometric and artistic mathematical system, which combine, which is we see in the surroundings of our world.
conocían estos principios y los establecieron en los parámetros de las pirámides mismas. Pero nos enteramos
So we'll know about these principles and that were founded in the construction of Egyptian pyramids. But we know about that a few millennia later, when in 19th century William Flinders Petrie, Egyptologist, measured the pyramid of Cheops and was amazed with the highest accuracy of this structure. And this precision was very accurate, and most modern options work with such accuracy, he wrote. This accuracy, according to research engineer Christopher Dunn, is utmost convincing proof in favor of the fact the pyramids of Cheops was erected by a craftsman who had special knowledge and advanced technology. But scientists were even more amazed when these sizes were compared, and they found such parameters in the pyramid about phi and P, and let's watch video from Christopher Dunn's book, The Pyramids of Giza, Tomb of a Power Plant.
The proportion of the golden ratio is observed in the dimensions of the Cheops pyramid as the ratio of the pyramid face height to the half of the base length. The P number is observed if the perimeter of the pyramid base is divided by double height. These two proportions made it possible to display the mass of the Earth and its size in the dimensions of the pyramid at a scale of 1 to 43,200. The duration of the calendar year is displayed in the nearest hundredths. Speed of light.
William Fix, autor del libro sobre pirámides.
William Fix, the author of the book Pyramid Odyssey, wrote, "We know that someone in very deep antiquity was aware of the size and shape of the Earth with great precision. We don't know how they measure it, but that they did so is now an article of knowledge. The spiral of the golden section and number of phi are not only in the size of the pyramids, but also in the mutual arrangement of structures in the complex, as well as the mutual arrangement of complexes on the planet. The sacral geometry is not only the correct proportion, it determines the functionality of the pyramids. Let's look at an excerpt from interviews Mikhail Kostinsky, a senior scientist at the Research Institute.
If you connect all three pyramids with one line, then you can see that it goes through all the southeast corners. So it is clear that this is a complex, and it was built according to its own geometric meaning. And geometric means wave. That is, we can associate geometry here with the wave right away. And based on the geometric dimensions, you can calculate the length of this wave, having applied geometry. That is the optimal wavelength which this device could work with. For example, the ratio of the perimeter of the Great Pyramid of Giza to its height is equal to 2p. Yes, correct. It is actually easy to calculate and easy to see, but this is just one of the ratios. There is a lot of golden ratio in such proportions. Lots and lots, correct. Golden ratio indicates to us that there is some kind of functionality, because the golden ratio can be considered as the ratio of the wavelength of various processes, in fact. That's how you can explain it. It's true. These wavelengths must combine in certain proportions, and everything in the world is connected by the same mathematical formulas and concepts. Yes, I agree with you. As Tupolev said, an ugly plane will not fly.
De este modo, durante la construcción de las
Thus, during the construction of pyramids and other religious buildings, the principles of sacred geometry, which is in the basis for the formation of the universe, were used. But where did people get this knowledge from in ancient times? The pyramids themselves and the knowledge that is embedded in them are direct proof that the knowledge was obtained from highly developed extraterrestrial civilizations. Thank you.
Спасибо, Педро. А вы знаете, правильных многоугольников бесконечно много, а вот правильных многогранников всего 5. Об этих удивительных...
Thank you so much, Pedro. And Oleg from Belarus will tell us about the amazing geometric spheres, the polygons.
Hello, dear friends. I'm very happy to greet all the participants of our Kaleidoscope of Facts conference. And I would like to share information about platonic bodies. At all periods of human history, we find knowledge of regular polyhedrons, combined in rows, such as platonic bodies. Various stone artifacts shaped as regular polyhedrons are found all over the world. An example is stone artifacts from Scotland dating back to 2000 BC. Now you can see this on your screen, and its essence, the platonic body, is a convex polyhedron, all the facets of which are regular polygons. Each of the 5 platonic solids is present in nature and determines the shape and distribution of physical forces in an object, be it like living organism, natural minerals, and the structure of elementary particles and molecules, or cosmic phenomena. There are amazing geometrical relationships between platonic solids. Thus, Andrew Warren, PhD, wrote in his article, Platonic solids as structured geometric objects. He showed that the possibility of constructing platonic solids from the structural elements, Kepler and Fibonacci triangles, the proportionality of which is represented by the golden section. This reflects the strict interrelation of platonic solids in the series and their mutual transition. The most common geometric form of megalithic architecture is a quadrangular pyramid. However, this is only half of the figure. If we add another pyramid to it from below, we get a bipyramid, an octahedron. According to Plato, this is one of the figures underlying the structure of matter. For example, in Kepler's model of the solar system structure, Mercury's orbit exactly fits into one octahedron, and the circumscribed circle gives the orbit of Venus. Today we also know that the crystal lattices of many minerals form an octahedron. Thus a pyramid carries the properties of semi-octahedron and also conveys the electric laws. And I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Спасибо нашим спикерам за такую интересную информацию.
Hello. Thank you, our speakers, for such an interesting information. And indeed, sacred geometry is a treasure of knowledge and wisdom. It combines art and architecture, philosophy and religion, those areas in which sacred geometry has played a leading role for many thousands of years. Today in the world, there are billions of people of different faiths. But despite a lot of religious views, belonging to this or that faith, they all seek to know themselves as humans. All of them visit temples, mosques, and many of other religious buildings. However, few people have thought about what is the true meaning of signs and symbols, of this or that architecture of the temple constructions. Why places where believers pray have exactly such a structure and not another. And that is why within the framework of our Kaleidoscope of Facts, we felt the necessity to give information about the symbolisms of pyramids. We know from the previous Kaleidoscope of Facts that signs and symbols are codes that reveal knowledge to the humankind. And what sacred information do architectural structures like pyramids carry? What does the human energy structure have to do with the pyramid? What do sacred writings and revelations of people who have passed their spiritual path holy elders say about it, and we will learn about this from our next speakers. And first I would like to pass the floor to Nadezhda, who will touch upon the meaning of signs and symbols in our lives. Nadezhda, the floor is yours.
Вас не слышно. Включите микрофон, пожалуйста.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Could you please turn on your microphone?
Знаки и символы окружают нас повсюду.
Signs and symbols surround us everywhere. They have always existed and exist in society. Only the attitude of people towards them has changed. In ancient times, people encoded a large amount of information and sealed it in signs and symbols. And signs were carriers of this information, and they include key spiritual concepts in it. The word sign is related to the verb to know, which comes from the Proto-Slavic znati, in the meaning to know, to have information. A symbol is a sign that is assigned a special deep meaning, only indirectly related to the direct content of the visible. The symbol does not point directly to any object, but to what meaning we give to it. Associations and an artistic image and experience or an idea of something plays a key role in it. The symbol began to be used as a semantic meaning of ordinary human affairs, used in various everyday aspects of being. In modern world, any people can find whole system of their traditional symbols and signs. For example, numbers are signs for numbers. Letters are the signs for sounds. There are musical signs, signs of hieroglyphs. There are watermarks, insignia, postal payment signs, traffic signs, and many other signs. The signs that we can see right now on the screen are now understood by every person. And do we understand the signs and symbols that left to us by ancient times? We do not know, although they carry a huge amount of information. Let's consider such an example of spiral. Galaxies and cyclones are moving in spiral, and our DNA is also twisted. I wonder where our ancestors saw spirals. What we know for sure is that spiral shapes are found both in myths and everyday objects. This symbol is represented in the picture of the creation of the universe among different peoples of the world. And this was reflected in the artifacts. We see right now on the screen a winged solar disk, and for a modern person, this is just a reminder of Egyptian culture, paintings from the art of the past. But for a person who knows the truth, these signs are the signs of true history, reminder of those who brought this knowledge. The Allatra sign is found in many cultures of the world. Despite the fact that the knowledge has been repeatedly rewritten and changed, we trace one essence of the meaning of Allatra from culture to culture. This essence was conveyed in different words and contexts. It means one thing, a love of God and the power of God. In ancient times, for people living in different parts of the world, the Allatra sign was a conductor of the creative power of God. This sign reminded about the primordial knowledge, about the increase of one's inner love to God, about the spiritual development of the individual. The bearer of such a sign in ancient Egypt, in addition to Isis, was the goddess Hathor, the daughter of the sun Ra. Her name meant the house of heaven. And on Allatra TV channel hosted a Kaleidoscope of Facts. Allatra is the oldest sign where you can find more information about this primordial sign. And as we can see, the signs have always been in our society. They conveyed the spiritual meaning and essence of knowledge that was understood to every person in every corner of our planet. The history of our humankind, encoded and recorded in signs and symbols, shows us how important the issue was and in such distant times. And signs and symbols are the key to the spiritual treasury of human society. It is a code for complex processes that opens up new horizons for understanding the world and oneself. And they're able to help modern society to find out the true meaning of life and adjust the vector of development of civilization from consumer to creative. You can read more about the science in more detail in the book Allatra, and how and when there was a change of signs and symbols. The most importantly, the ones that we forgot, we can find out from the video XP Energy, the world's first creators of the artificial consciousness.
Again, we are going back to what is a sign. Since ancient times, a sign, a huge amount of information was compressed to a certain sign, and the sign carried that information. And it was enough for people. Why? People lived by a little different values. That's why we find a lot of signs. In antiquity, we do not find symbols. Later on, the symbols emerged. When did the symbols begin to emerge? When what started to dominate? The consumerist order.
The consumerist.
And along with the consumerist order development, rather than sign writing, symbolic writing began to be established. Again, why? Because property appeared. Greed appeared. There appeared a need to count something, to negotiate about something or something else. I mean, the wrong values. We lost our core values.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Greetings, friends. The pyramid is symbolically depicted as a square, a triangle, and an oblique cross inscribed in a square. If the sides of the pyramid are expanded on a plane, you will get a Maltese cross, a symbol of a warrior who serves only God and acts on expansion. The triangle and the square connected each other as symbols. In semantics, the triangle as a square expresses the divine and the human, the heavenly and the earthly, the spiritual and the corporeal. After all, there are spiritual and material components in a person, good and evil. The triangle symbolizes the pyramid, the mountain, the Trinity, the connection with the body, mind, soul. The triangle with the top up means the material world, that is, that which is based on the temporal and strives for power. This is how the symbol of the god Shiva, personifying destructive forces, was depicted. You can see it right now on your screen. According to the culturologist Lotman and ethnologist Merchikov, the triangle with the top down shows the symbolism of the feminine principle, with the supreme goddesses who, in the beliefs of the peoples, embody the creative functions of the Great Mother as the progenitor of the whole world, the connection with the aquatic environment. For example, in ancient India, it is a symbol of the goddess Shakti. The square is a common symbol in the myths and religions of the world. Its sides denote the four cardinal directions, the elements fire, water, earth, air, or wind directions, where deities, circles, spheres, dots, circles are depicted. Let us imagine a pyramid. When we look at it from above, we see an oblique cross inscribed in a square. This is how the energy structure of a person was depicted in ancient times. We have preserved the symbols in the Paleolithic period. The symbol in the form of an oblique cross indicated knowledge about the energy structure of a person, his essences, the relationship with dimensions. And the square, you can see right now, and the square symbolism is the conditional base of a pyramidal structure. Ziggurats and pyramids, temples, pagodas, churches, and other sacred buildings were built on a square base. So architects Lychkova and Soverenskaya write, so, moreover, as a rule, the architecture of the structure itself reflected the knowledge about the transformation of a square into a circle or rhombus, which was a schematic representation of a cube placed on one of its corners. That is, these symbols regarded knowledge about the energy transformation of a person's structure during his spiritual liberation, as defined by archaeologist and cultural critic Maria Gimbutas, during the transition of the spiritual component of a person from the material world to the spiritual world. And the next speaker will tell us about the human energy structure and its components. Please, the floor is yours.
Спасибо, Ольга. Итак, друзья,
Thank you, Olga. So, friends, we know that a human is not just a three-dimensional being with arms, legs, head, and body. A person has a complex energy structure of a pyramidal shape. Right now on the screen you should be able to see it. In previous Kaleidoscopes of Facts, we have repeatedly talked about the human energy structure, and we detailedly analyzed it, and you could find out about it in the Kaleidoscope of Facts about Holy Spirit on Allatra TV. I will briefly describe the energetical structure of a person. The overall design is designed in such a way that a human soul is protected more by the body. The body is a replaceable material shell, temporary and mortal. There is interaction between the energy and physical parts of the human structure, the processes of energy and information exchange. In the picture, we see projections of the four sides of the pyramid, the entities, so the right, left, back, and front. But in everyday life, he doesn't notice how any of the entities are activated. However, he feels the result of such activation. For example, a feeling of fear, frustration, longing, etc., negative emotions are a consequence of the activation of right entity. The left essence manifests itself by the emergence of a person's pride, selfishness, temptation, various desires. Emotions associated with the past, including memories, are caused by the back essence. And finally, the work of the front essence will be accompanied by a manifestation of a sense of comfort, strength, and joy. So the described essences are associated with the animal component of a person, which throughout the life manifest their dominant function, but only a person can learn how to control them. Certain spiritual practices help a person to manage these essences, and one of them is called chetverik. This practice helps a person to track the action of essences in the form of emotional states that have arisen and to prevent their negative impact, and not to waste the attention and kind of like forwarded to the spiritual development. Another practice that also helped a person to free himself from the influence of the animal nature and establish a connection with his soul was called the pyramid. Thanks to the pyramid meditation, a person could feel his energy structure again connected with the four essences, but most importantly, feel his soul, which is enclosed in the middle of the energy structure and is located approximately on the level of solar plexus. With the help of this meditation, a person realizes in practice that the soul is the main, most important part of his entire structure. And thanks to the experience of this practice, a person establishes a strong and deeply sensual connection with the soul, avoiding provocations from the animal nature. In summing up, I will note that the sacred essence of these meditations is able to take control of your selfish animal nature, exercise the control of thoughts, emotions, desires, and finally, eventually achieve the true goal of life, to become a spiritually free being. More information about the described practices you can find in the book Allatra. And next, I would like to briefly refer to the fragment from the book of written by Anastasia Novych, Allatra. Even in the architecture of the same Christian church, the basic knowledge is recorded. So the quadric four-petal structure with a center, a cylindrical central room, a pyramidal architecture of the entire building. The latter can also be crowned with a pyramidal spire or domes in the form of an onion with pointed end. And these are basically the essences: the center soul, personal space, a pyramidal structure, architectural symbols of the transformation of a square into a circle or octagon. It's also worth noting that thanks to certain spiritual practices, practice, Sa Ba Shu, as the ancient Egyptians called it, people also achieved a special state of higher enlightenment, and a huge role was played by pyramidal structures as one of the conditions where when performing this practice in achieving the state of enlightenment. And it also has been said that it indicates that the pyramids themselves was used like a tool to work on oneself and help to overcome the animal nature. And today, any person using the described spiritual practices is able to achieve the highest enlightenment. And based on the above, it follows that the knowledge about the true essence and meaning of human life of this Earth was being known to humankind since ancient times. And what's more important is that existing pyramids were built all over the world for a reason. After all, more than one scientist has given versions that there is a missing link in the pyramid that activates the work of the pyramid. What is this link? What is the true purpose of the pyramids? We will tell you a little bit later, so please stay with us.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья.
Good evening, dear friends. And now let's see if there is any indication in Islam of knowledge about the energetic structure of human and the special role of the pyramidal form. At the first glance, it may seem that to be almost no information about this in Islamic sources, but let's take a look together. If we approach this question from a research position, with an understanding of the unity of the essence of knowledge transmitted through the teachings at all times, we can find many interesting things. And so, we can find with surprise that in one form or another we find references to the energy structure of human in Islam repeatedly, in the Holy Quran, in Hadith, in mythology and poetry, in architecture, ornament and clothes, and on artifacts. It is impossible to cover everything in a short speech, so everyone who is interested can join this research task, look at it himself and study it more deeply. And I begin by studying the hints given to us in the Quran. The following lines of the 7th Surah Al-Araf, the heights you can see it now on the screen, you can see that we find an indication of a certain mechanism of the devil's, Iblis' influence on a person from all four sides, how it deceives and deviates a person from the truth. And here the mechanism of the work of four entities is easily guessed. In my opinion, we can find a continuation of the disclosure in the following surahs. So we see in the Quran information that certain veils are thrown over a person's heart and walls are erected. This is a certain obstacle to a person's perception of the call coming from Allah. We read about this in the ayat 45-46 of the Surah 17, and we find similar information later on in Surah 18, ayah 47, which repeats the information about the veils and prevent a person from perceiving the spiritual world. So what does it tell us? Isn't it about mechanisms of human energetic construction functioning? Great interest in the information in the Surah 17, Ayah 13, and take a look at these lines. It is interesting to know the location of the Book of Facts in the area of person's neck, which roughly corresponds to the position of centers or essences. The information from the Surah 82 of the Quran comes immediately to mind. And indeed, over you are keepers, noble and recording. They know everything you do. And as well the lines from Surah 50, when we two receivers, recording angels, receive, one seated on the right and one on the left. He, meaning man, utters to no word except that with him an observer prepared to record. Another understanding translation of these verses from Valeria Porokhova, who translated this process as a word a harbinger of good and evil. And now let's turn to the text of Hadiths and legends, where we also find indication of four entities in the human energy structure. So Tirmizi transmitted information about 4 questions that will be asked from a person on the Day of Judgment. Now we can see it on the screen. We see that, in fact, this is a report related to the activities of 4 entities, and it immediately becomes clear that why it will not be possible to deceive at the humorous trial, because the recording of all acts is carried out continuously and imperceptibly for a person. At the beginning I mentioned poetry. In this area we find mentions in Omar Khayyam about the existence of 4 elements, 4 forces that influence a person. And one of these verses you can see now on screen. So speaking about the indication in Islam for the special role of pyramidal form, let's start with mythology. The tradition of Muslims, as well as in the teachings of previous periods, one can find references to the world mountain, so-called Mount Kaf. But I want to move to the description of the most important concept, paradise, in Arabic, Jannat, which is traditionally described a multi-level structure with the presence of special elevated places. It's interesting to have information that in the post-canonical literature, Jannat is described precisely as a multi-story pyramid, which is crowned with lotus of the utmost boundary, mentioned in the Quran in the 53rd Surah An-Najm, the star. And to reveal that important point, I want to ask the Hegel supporter to put a video clip from the Call of Mahdi broadcast.
Igor Mikhailovich, a lot is also said about the way to heaven. And in various religions, they even describe that there will be a sort of multi-step pyramid. In Islam, in the Quran, it is told about the peak crowned with the lotus of the utmost boundary.
Well,
could you expand on this a bit?
This actually originates from ancient understandings of what a human being is, which were based on exceptional ideas and knowledge. As of today, unfortunately, we don't have such equipment. It simply doesn't exist as such, so as to record, as they say, the structure of a human being himself, his energy structure. And after all, a human, well, by the energy structure, has a pyramidal shape, in fact. However, when he reaches the lotus of the utmost boundary, the structure changes. Well, this has been told about. It's nicely described in the Alatra book. It's a fact, which you cannot argue with, because it's also depicted in the most ancient religions. And again, in this case, the very pyramid may be regarded as stages of advancement of a person himself, or as Jacob's ladder, which leads to the heavens, right? And consists of steps. These may also be regarded as a personality which is evolving and striving for God while ascending, so to say, from one dimension to another. And when it reaches the 7th dimension, it's exactly when it reaches the lotus of the utmost boundary. What does it mean, the lotus of the utmost boundary? It's a very old meditation technique, which, well, it is called in different ways. Some people call it meditation, although it's actually a spiritual practice, and it has nothing to do with any of the religions of the world, but all saints do learn it in various ways, prayerful states, meditations, but it's the only way, let's say, of communication with God.
Thank you so much. Continuing to disclose information about the pyramid shape, let us turn to the architecture of Islam. Let's take a look at the main Muslim shrine of the Kaaba. Translated from Arabic, it means a cube, and accordingly had the shape of a cube with one corner marked. It's marked by an interspread black stone, which according to legend was brought to us from paradise, whereas we see a clear symbolic indication of the mechanism of transformation of human energy structure from a pyramid into a cube, placed on one of its corners, and transformation of a person into a spiritual being. And it's also interesting to look to another important Muslim shrine. Makmali, ornate palanquins, were used to transport the Kishwa, Kaaba oil, to Mecca. In fact, we see a pyramidal shape with a dome separated at the top and 4 small domes at the corners. In my point of view, it's very precise description of the human energy structure. And now let's turn to the architecture of mosques. And here we see all the same keys of primordial knowledge, displaying the transformation of a square into a circle or rhombus. The presented photos show that the multi-dome shape of mosques often resemble a pyramid in itself. And the shape also resembles a pyramid, and some mosques in ancient and modern times have a clear resemblance to the pyramids. For example, the Malvia minaret of the Great Mosque in Samarra, 9th century in Iraq, or Shah Faisal Mosque in Islamabad, Pakistan, one of the largest in the world, or the 99 dome mosques in Makassar in Indonesia. The traditional architectural solution for cathedral mosques is as follows: a square base that turns into a large central dome, which is surrounded by either 4 minarets or 4 smaller domes. If we look into the internal structure and decoration of mosques, then there we'll find numerous indications of knowledge about the human energy structure. For example, if we look at the prayer hall, it often has a square rectangular shape with a dedicated special niche, mihrab, from Arabic direction of prayer, which is focused on Mecca and the main shrine of Muslims, the Kaaba. It's interesting that the mihrab is usually richly decorated, and the upper wall is often decorated in the form of a shell, and the symbol of storing a spiritual pearl in a person, his soul. All the worshippers in the hall are guided by the direction of the mihrab. An outline of the mihrab is often repeated on prayer mats, which a Muslim touches with his forehead during a prostration. All this points to the symbolic role of mihrab as an anterior entity. All these interesting moments, I move to the presentation, and we understand this information that is transmitted through poetry and architecture. It's really a lot of information, and it's really a field for research work. And in conclusion, I want to say that all understanding and studying the Quran and studying the essence of your religion is very interesting and very inspiring project, and thanks to the primordial knowledge that Imam Mahdi brought to this world, it has become possible to understand these understandings that brought us to Prophet ﷺ, peace be upon him, and people of knowledge of past centuries. It's immeasurable joy for this event and great latitude of Allah. It's great news for living Muslims. Thanks, and pass over to the next speaker.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Православные духовные традиции храм называют домом Бога.
Hello, dear friends. In Orthodox spiritual tradition, the temple is called as the house of God. A properly built temple became a place of connection of a human spirit with the spirit of God. Temples, as well as other sacred buildings, include signs and geometric structures. For example, the Temple of Honor of the miraculous image of the Savior of Kazan. The shape of the temple that you see is a well-known four-sided pyramid, which is oriented strictly to the cardinal points. This configuration indicates the so-called principle of the cross, which was widespread everywhere in all religions and architectural traditions of the world. Also, a building that is similar in design and structure to the Temple of the Miraculous Image of the Savior in Kazan is the St. Nicholas Church in Sevastopol, as you can see right now. Church of the Transfiguration of the Lord, Transfiguration of the Church on the island of Kizhi, Ust Medveditsky Dispaso-Preobrazhensky Convent in the city of Serafimovich, Volgograd region. Another striking monument of church architecture with the pyramid as the main architectural form is the bell tower of the Church of the Holy Life-Giving Trinity in St. Petersburg. Yes, right now you can see it on the screen. The bell tower is, the pyramid-shaped bell tower is the unique structure of its kind. The pyramid in the zone of its activity affects the structure of space and brings it closer to the state of harmony. In addition, it enhances the effect of bell ringing. And also, it's worth paying attention to the Church of Saint Michael, the Archangel, in the village of Kamenskoye, where there is not a four-sided but three-sided pyramid. There are a lot of temples where you can see a connection with the pyramids. Some elements related to the pyramids are not visible at first glance, since pyramids are not always four-sided structures familiar to us. They can be three-sided, 5, 6, 7, and even 8-sided. Pyramids can be smooth, stepped, conical, combined, inverted, and even phantom. Here's an example of a phantom pyramid in the architectural construction of temples and mosques. For clarity, let's say that one of the meanings of the word phantom is the image of something, in this case, a pyramid. Here is a panoramic view of the Kazan Kremlin, the Annunciation Cathedral on the right, and the Kur Sharif Mosque on the left. In the picture, we see the cathedral and the mosque and do not notice a phantom pyramid. But if we connect the tops of the domes of the cathedral, we will get a pyramid with the top up. And by connecting the towers of the minaret and the main dome of the mosque, we get the pyramid with the top down. Both churches are built on the basis of the principle of the cross. This principle is based on a natural phenomenon, the essence of which is that if you put a temple or pyramid on a foundation in the form of a cross or organize the architectural structure of a temple in the form of a cross, then a zone of compaction of the energy flow will necessarily appear in the center of the cruciform foundation or temple. In other words, the energy point will appear a center in which the energy flow is concentrated. Dear friends, let's watch together a video of the so-called Chladni figures, which shows the manifestation of this phenomenon well on the example of acoustic vibrations of different frequencies, where the sacred geometry is manifested under the influence of sound.
By the way, we would like to add that in the past the altar was located precisely in the middle of the temples, like the throne of invisible God, under the central large dome in the center of a temple. It was only much later that the altar was moved to the eastern part of the building, churches, cathedrals, and temples. On the temple we see part of this church of the Kiev Sophia in church, and we can know from the book of Alatra then this middle cross and table just symbolize a precious pearl in the shell, which is the entire ancient Eastern knew the destination of the soul. By the way, in ancient times in Kievan Rus, the original version of the Cathedral of St. Sophia, Life and Wisdom in Kiev, was nothing more than a 5-relief cross-domed temple with certain chapters, which had a pyramidal composition, and was only all the ancient spiritual symbolism, a circle, a rhombus, an indication of 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, and 13, as well as the Alatra sign. This cathedral was dedicated to the Annunciation, that is, to the Mother of God and the Archangel Gabriel. In the picture we see the original form of the Cathedral of St. Sophia of Kiev. and the modern one, which in the 17th and 18th centuries were subjected to restoration, and the slightly rebuilt Baroque style, causing the building to significantly change its appearance, including its geometric and spatial form. If we look at the temples, and we see it very clearly on the picture. If we look more precisely, more closely to the pictures, we will inevitably come to a conclusion that the pyramids played and still play a crucial role in the architecture of temple buildings, not only of Christian but also of other religions in the world. Thank you, dear friends.
Спасибо, Владимир.
Thank you, Vladimir. Greetings, friends. As we have already seen today, during the whole Kaleidoscope of Facts, that all the artifacts and architectural buildings on different continents, all religions of the world, they all carried sacred knowledge and symbolism, reflected in visible energy processes associated with spiritual transformation, the transformation of person with the help of spiritual practices such as the pyramid and the chitterig. There are a lot of examples where cathedrals, mosques, ancient temples indicate knowledge about the pyramidal structure of person. Now let us pay attention to the architectural planning, where we can see images and ornaments inside the temples. Displaying geometric signs in an ornament is a very ancient tradition of symbolic knowledge transfer, where the main symbols of the four essences are triangles, hemispheres, arcs. Let us take the example of Hagia Sophia in Turkey. Astronomical, mathematical, and geometric methods were used in the construction of this cathedral. So all this cathedral, I could say, there's a great number of symbols and signs which were left to us. Just it is enough to look at them. When you look at the architectural plan inside, we will see the same symbolism of the designation of the four essences of the pyramidal structure of person. The center dome is connected by means of triangle sails. Images of the four gospel writers are usually placed on them. The symbol of a semicircle, an arc, to denote four essences. This is a system of semi-domes and arches. And we have seen on the previous picture, right, 5 on the left. 5 dots, right? The connection. Then we see that these are the designation of the spiritual practices, chitterig, and the pyramid. And in the cathedral, Saint Sophia Cathedral in Kiev, there is the designation Kiev. Inside we see paintings of one of the domes with indication of the chitterig, where in the center of 5 elements is Jesus himself. And in the Gothic Cathedral of Notre Dame, France, the Mother of God herself, in the upper part of the mosaic, indicates the path of spiritual transformation through the knowledge of a person's pyramidal structure. In the top of the pyramid is a lotus flower. We see the same indications of a person's energy structure and the path of spiritual transformation. Spiritual practices can be seen in other ornaments, such as in Hagia Sophia's paintings, right, where you can see the cross, and again at its end 5 dots, the same, just indicating the spiritual practice. And many spiritually developed cultures applied similar ornaments to walls, household items, dishes. Such culture as Tripoli culture, for example, as you can see on the plate of the Tripoli culture. Also, among the artifacts of the inhabitants of North Alabama, we find abandoned with a 4 woodpecker heads and counterclockwise a square motif with the 4 slices and a cross inside a ray circle. Then next, the unique ensemble of mosaics of the first half of the 11th century has been preserved in the Kiev St. Sophia Cathedral. Right, you can see such a chair at the back, which you can see the indication again of these 5 energies and again with 5 dots, right? And we find in different places of the world a floor mosaic of a symbolic image of the spiritual practice of the Chitterik, where the directions of movement of the energies of each side are indicated, as you can see on the floor of the gate church of the Annunciation of the Golden Gate in Kiev. And similar images can be found in Turkey, in Saint Nicholas Church, and in Italy, the same 5 dots, as you can see, with indication of energy movement. And also you can see in Jerusalem, in this famous Qubat al-Sakra Mosque of the 7th century, the floor mosaic of the caves, right, which was found under carpets. And also you can see the same Church of the Holy Apostles of Syracuse and Athens, the same 5 elements, just indicating 5 energy movements. Thus, people around the world, being at great distances from each other, had knowledge about the human energy structure and the spiritual practices, such as the pyramid and the Chitterik. And having experience in these spiritual practices, people tried to explain the spiritual essence of these practices for future generations using different symbols. So, while improving, a person began to feel his structure, feel the activity of one of these essences in the form of search of emotions, and a person learned to control his emotions in such a way. Today, we have a unique opportunity to use this knowledge again, to learn this knowledge, and set out in the Book of Alatra for our own spiritual improvement. Thank you, dear viewers, and now giving the floor back to Vladimir, next speaker.
Friends, during studying the topic of pyramids, we found many facts indicating that the Christian culture is very related to the pyramidal structures. We have also talked about the spiritual practices, Chitterik and pyramid, and we know that the All Saints have this knowledge. And on the pages of Patrick, we found this knowledge. My brother said to me that I don't see any anger in your what comes and what comes to you and into you. You will not understand it. But if you close the door and we will not prevent from something to come through it, like this bad thought, then you will see who will fight against you. Agree. You can agree with me that that everything is simple when you have the knowledge. When you perform spiritual practice on your own experience, you begin to understand what the holy assets meant. One of the programs, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov mentioned the Solon of Athens, who represented an inverted pyramid whose peak it was a Christ. And this knowledge was very interesting to me. I found it very interesting, and I found in the books of Archimedes of Sakharov, the Solon of Athens, we have reflection. We found that this hierarchical order of the higher and lower pyramids of beings And we found this, so we turned to the Jesus and look how he solved this puzzle. He did not have hierarchy. There is no division to higher and lower. This pyramid of beings he overturns upside down, and thus reaches the perfection. And also in the book of Archimedes Zachar, Jesus and this as a path of our life, this topic was brought further, that everything else was led upside down, and this precisely, this following the church, following the Jesus, is exactly unseen of this inequality and hierarchy. And in order to solve this inequality, Jesus turned over the pyramid of the walls, and he placed himself on the top, recovered the truth and justice. And this consists of a mutable assessment of the spirit and conscience of a person. He equally valued everyone, gave the same commandments, and it's a unique example, not close to anyone. And we see that God did not make any difference. There is no above and beyond. And this, what the love of God is, please love each other as I love you, as Jesus said. And by the way, how it's not to remember our Dorothy and his admonishment, ascetic admonishments around life, describing love of kindness. He wrote that, imagine that a circle, and the center is God, and the straight lines are represent human lives, and as much they closer to the center, they are closer to their God, and they're closer to the center, they're closer to each other. And the more he is closer to the God, the more he gets closer, he connects to him. It's united. And the more we are connected to each other, the more we are connected to the God, because God is love. Unity in many and many in unity. It's the words of Igor Mikhailovich Danil very resonate from the program of life. Let's look at our life and the circle of life. And we are closer to each other. Our love is more closer. Why? Because we become more spiritual, more free. We have more power of life naturally. When we are closer to each other, we resonate more in the frequency. And that is a vision of love. So let's love each other, dear friends. All the best to you. Thank you.
Спасибо, Володя.
Thank you, Vladimir. Friends, today we have tried to reveal more fully as far as possible to allocate the time and to give you interesting and important information about the sacred geometry of pyramids and their symbolism, to share unique knowledge about the human energy structure from the point of view of its pyramidal structure, to touch upon the topic of signs and symbols throughout the prism of historical and scientific sources. And no less important is the topic of the relationship of the pyramids with the sacred architecture of religious buildings. Why, for our speakers, it was so important to convey all this knowledge? In order to remember and realize that sacred knowledge has existed for as long as humanity has existed. Signs and symbols have always been a paramount importance in people's lives, and their meaning and sense practically determined the way of life of people. We, the participants of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, have told only a small part of the vast body of information that any person can find. After all, for those who do search for the information. Simple geometric shapes reveal their secret content. Study of principles of the universe, and for the person believing, display of divinity in all its beauty and of geometrical forms, whether it can leave someone indifferent. What is known about pyramids today will not shed light on the truth about them into full way to the skeptical person. But for the societies, it is important to set, its purpose for creation and civilization breakthrough in the development of humankind. We want to remind that this scientific research project, Kaleidoscope of Facts, that we have today is already 1 year old, and the purpose of the project was exactly to, the desire of participants of Allatra International Public Movement to open the truth and reveal the facts based on the books of Anastasia Novych and broadcasts and videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Therefore, we continue to tell the truth so that our society could move towards the better life for us and our children. Thank you so much for your attention, and I give the floor to next speaker, Vita. The floor is yours.
Дорогие друзья, Dear friends, our next topic is the pyramids in the creative society and what role they play in the synchronization of humanity. But before we give the floor to our next speakers, we would like to present you a trailer for the next episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, which will take place on September 13th, 2021, which is called The Advertising Influence and the Power of Attention.
Everything you think or do requires your attention. Your attention is a treasure. Ever wondered why? Billions are invested to catch your attention. Don't you feel like being manipulated?
Me? Never.
But what if we are all being manipulated? Do you want to know what is behind all of this? September 13th, Kaleidoscope of Facts, Impact of Advertising and the Power of Attention. Initiated by participants from Great Britain, Slovenia, and Croatia.
Dear friends, during the whole Kaleidoscope of Facts today, speakers of the conference have shared with us what unique knowledge about the pyramids as high technological devices left us a legacy of ancient civilizations, and did not forget to mention who taught them and helped to implement this powerful global architectural project. And how is it possible that today this monumental, carrying in themselves so much knowledge and discoveries buildings, are perceived by the majority of people only as burial walls of pharaohs built by slaves and as places of tourist pilgrimage? And I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, please.
Добрый день.
Hello, dear friends. How come the pyramids historically been regarded as tombs and shrines? The first pyramid in Egypt was a step pyramid, a grandiose structure of Pharaoh Djoser in the 27th century BC. The gigantic construction was organized by architect Imhotep, and it was a grandiose structure for those times and for today. In the next 2 centuries, the pyramids of Cheops, Khafre, and Merkab were built. After them, the construction of pyramids in Egypt did not come to an end, but it was no longer of such scale. Ancient Greek historian Herodotus first described the pyramids in the 5th century BC, calling them tombstones. The further ancient Greek and ancient Roman historians have picked up words of Herodotus and have expressed opinion that pyramids are monuments of arrogance and haughtiness of the Egyptian pharaohs who wanted to immortalize themselves, to glorify the name, and to hide in bowels of pyramids. Thus, the pyramids were alleged as a chest of gold. That is why for hundreds of years they've been hidden, and they tried to crack them open and find the treasures. Nevertheless, medieval Arab travelers considered the pyramids to be treasuries and repositories of knowledge. Al-Masudi and Al-Busir's view on the construction of the pyramids as a rescue from the flood impending the climatic change stands out. But salvation here was implied as hiding in the pyramid treasures and written evidences of wisdom. In the 18th century, the Brinton Thomas Show concluded that the inner construction of the Great Pyramid is of little use for a tomb, and therefore the structure was most probably a temple. The travelers also thought that the pyramids are prehistoric archives of Egyptian priests or ancient observatories. Or border fortresses, secret refuges for immortal pagan orgies. The science of etymology from the end of 18th century in its development confirmed the role of pyramids as giant tombs of pharaohs who dreamed of eternal life and glory. And one interesting point here is that at the end, by the end of the 19th century, the pyramid of Pharaoh Unis was discovered, where for the first time, archaeologists saw texts inside, and the so-called pyramid texts, magic incantations and formulas that were supposed to ensure the safety of the pharaoh's soul. The pyramid of Unis was built 200 years after the Great Pyramids. Although we know that no such texts are found in the Great Pyramids, historians have concluded that simply before that the incantations were oral. Nowadays, we can clearly see that there are already enough studies about sacral geometry of pyramids, about their orientation according to the starry sky, with analysis of pyramids by modern techniques, with the participation of physicists, and the very sophisticated studies have been carried out. But many historians and archaeologists hold on to long-held opinions, rejecting and redeclining, at least publicly, other reasons for building the pyramids. For example, in South American pyramids, in recent years, scientists have decided to put forward the theory that the pyramids in South America were built by local people, and historians continue to invert the theories and to put arguments under them by passing the facts inconvenient to official sciences. And we can say that the historians basically, they make up these theories and go around those facts that are inconvenient to the science.
And you know that recently more and more often scientists, researchers, and just people began to be interested in information about the extraordinary properties of such similar simple substance in our lives as water. After all, we know that where there is water, there is life. And scientists have found out that this phenomenon contains many mysteries. And now our next speaker will tell us about it. Evgeny, please.
Guten Tag, liebe Freunde.
Hello there, friends. I begin my speech with an interesting case. In 1956, a bacteriological weapon was being developed in a closed laboratory in Southeast Asia. During a secret meeting to discuss the characteristics of the weapon, suddenly All the participants were taken to the hospital with symptoms of severe food poisoning. The investigation immediately came to a standstill, as the scientists drank nothing but the water in the decanters of the table on the tables. A check showed that there were no harmful impurities and the chemical compositions. It was only water, H2O. The poisoning was caused by pure water? 20 years later, a fantastic hypothesis was put forward. Water has a memory. What are the most important substances for all living things on Earth? It has unusual physical and chemical properties. For example, all substances shrink when cooled, but water expands when cooled below 0 degrees Celsius. But the most interesting thing that experiments around the world have shown is that water has a memory. Water captures and remembers everything in its environment. If water comes into contact with a substance, it recognizes its properties and keeps this information in its memory, acquiring new properties in the process. At the same time, its chemical composition remains unchanged. The structure of water is how its molecules are organized. Under a microscope, you can see how molecules come together. These groups are called clusters. Scientists believe that clusters are memory cells in which water records everything it sees, hears, and feels. With the help of modern equipment, it was possible to record that each memory cell of water contains 440,000 information fields, each responsible for its own type of interaction with the environment. The stability of the cluster structure confirmed the hypothesis about water's ability to absorb and store information. In the next video, Dr. Yasuyuki Nemoto will tell us about water crystals by Dr. Emoto Masaru. Please turn on the video.
Remember these 2 points about the water science. First one, water memorizes and transmits information. It's a relationship between water and information. Water memory, or memory of water, okay? The second one, water stores and converts energy. This is based on the force flexible water research by Dr. Gerard Pollack. So water information and water energy, they are connected. I believe the climate change, the climate is basically depends on water. You know, even the earthquakes, I believe that the water in the rock or in the, formation under the ground is playing role, I believe. But anyway, I believe the climate change is just reflecting the collective consciousness of humanity. So in this sense, everybody has the same, same significance, same importance for the humanity. Each person. Even you are on the lying on the bed, or if you don't, you cannot do any action at all. You are emitting vibration. You are emitting information like that, and you are affecting all the world. So if you have a life, you are changing the world. You have a potential to change the world.
Thank you so much. Very interesting information about the relation between collective consciousness and the situation today. Water is really a far unexplored element. In his book, Pyramids, From Legends and Myths to Rational Cognition, Doctor of Biological Sciences Berdyshev Gennady wrote that the water molecule is shaped like a small pyramid. The figure shows the geometry of the water molecule. As we can see, there is an excess of positive charges on one side and an excess of negative charges on the opposite side. Because of this, it is called a dipole. Two pairs of electrons create two negative poles, and two hydrogen atoms are connected to two positive poles. But this property is what gives the molecule its hypothetical tetrahedron shape. An example is formed between the hydrogen atoms in the water molecule. The charge in which depth depends on the phase state of the substance. Yes, in this picture we see the change in the angle between the hydrogen atoms of a water molecule depending on the state of the substance, from left to right. Vapor state, low vibrational state, state close to ice crystal formation, ice state. And now let's pay attention to the structure of the pyramids. Yes, if we compare the angle between the hydrogen atoms in a water molecule and the angle between the faces of the pyramid, as shown in the picture, we see that they are equal or with a small error. Is it possible to assume that the great pyramids of Egypt in the pyramidal form reflect parameters of a water molecule? It's important to know that the key component of the pyramidal complex was water.
Es ist auch wichtig zu erwähnen, dass der wesentliche Bestandteil aller Pyramidenkomplexe das Wasser war.
Water was also found under near the pyramids. In Mexico and Egypt, we see the beds of dried up rivers, while in Bosnia, a river runs next to the pyramid complex. We know that water has the ability to preserve and transform information. As Maria Witte, archaeologist and researcher, said, megalithic stone structures can be charged or programmed in a certain way during their transformation.
Auf diese Weise wirkten die Pyramiden
Thus, pyramids and waters worked as one unit. Water remembers everything and comes into contact with. Everything that we generate is stored. In the water, everything is stored. And eventually comes back to us. And if we generate good, we affect the water. And the positive effect is amplified many times by the pyramid complexes. Thank you. And on this place I want to give to Irina that will tell us about Schumann's effect.
Thank you, Eugene. This is very interesting, and very often we hear about Schumann waves. Their influence is clearly underestimated, and their study is in early stages. These are weak standing electromagnetic waves in the Earth's atmosphere. They are generated between the ionosphere and the Earth's surface. The first frequency of Schumann waves is 7.83 Hz. Weber, Ludwig, and Michel Sfeer have shown that in the absence of Schumann waves, the human circadian rhythm is disturbed. In their experiments, in an isolated room, the circadian rhythm changed imperceptibly from 24 hours to 36 and 48. Other planets with atmospheres will have their own Schumann resonance frequencies, depending on the parameters of these planets. These have been attempted on Venus, Mars, and Titan. It is possible that Schumann waves are used to tune humans to the planets. These waves are weak, and that is why they are perceived by the living cell. The stronger wave, there is a protective reaction in the cell. A study of brain activity from zooplankton to humans has shown that everyone reacts exactly to them. Colin Price from Israel has conducted a number of experiments confirming a positive effect of magnetic fields at Schumann frequencies on living organisms, including regeneration of functions. The human body is made up of 3 acoustic zones: the dome of the skull, the thorax chamber, and the abdominal cavity. The skull is essentially a spherical concave antenna with the epiphysis in focus. The skull receives Schumann waves and directs them to the epiphysis. The brain system are powered by weak currents of calcium ions. Calcium ions absorb Schumann waves. This charges the interaction between cells. A corresponding signal is sent to the endocrine system, charging the level of melatonin, which affects all systems in the body. Let's look at the brain sand, which has a crystalline structure. Perhaps it plays an important role in the perception and transmission of signals. It is in the epiphysis that most of it's formed. There is a theory about the formation of microstructures by sand grains. Under influence of waves, the brain grains are displaced and regrouped, and this leads to release of stored hormones by epiphysis. Brain waves are generated by the person. Alpha brain waves corresponding to the meditative state coincide with the first Schumann frequency. When brain activity increases, the amplitude of the alpha rhythm decreases. Its deficiency can be a signal of anxiety, anger, fear, and the alpha rhythm of the brain that leads to the pyramid. Archaeologist Sam Osmanagic has discovered that pyramid discovered in the Balkans still emits a powerful flow of energy today. 2 types of electromagnetic radiation were captured, one of which has frequency of 7.83 Hz. In Taiwan, China, Japan, and Pakistan, a local anomalous increase in the amplitude of Schumann resonance before and after earthquakes was registered. From this, we have got the following understanding. During periods of the end of the 12,000-year cycle of solar system, at the points of close and distant interaction with another galaxy, and the influence of the Sun on the Earth is changed. This causes a change in the Schumann frequency. Megaliths, including pyramids, have the Schumann frequency as their operating frequency. The operator is a spiritually advanced person, activates the pyramid, and thus the planet gets its basic Schumann frequency back. And next, our speaker will tell you more about this.
Ja, guten Abend, Freunde.
Yes, good evening, friends. Wow, Elena, it's very valuable information about Schumann frequency and pyramids. I'd like to share with you additional knowledge about Schumann frequency research. What does it mean for us when it's said that our brain waves vibrate in sync with the Earth's Schumann waves? Dear friends, the importance of synchronizing the brain activity of individuals and groups has finally called the interest of social neuroscience. Today we know for certain that our brain waves, in a relaxed state, oscillate on the same rhythm as the Schumann frequencies, which, as we have heard, are part of the Earth's magnetic field. Until now, it was been assumed that Schumann's waves act as the close generator in this process, but now it has become clear. We also influence Schumann's waves with our brains. Brain researcher Professor Michael Pessinger and his colleague Dr. Kevin S. Soroka have found evidence of a mutual influence between the human's brain and the Earth. Quantum physics call this relationship entanglement. Entanglement itself refers to the dependence of objects on each other. With their measurements and calculations, the two researchers prove that our brains are indeed directly connected to electromagnetic waves of our Earth. Coherence between the human brain and Schumann energy occurs every 30 seconds for about 300 milliseconds. Coherence means optimal synchronization of the body's rhythm, heart's beat, breathing and blood pressure, with each other coordinated interaction between cells. The more relaxed we are, the higher this coherence is. In order for people's physiological activity to be synchronized, the magnetic field must transmit the appropriate information between them. As we can imagine, the Earth's magnetic field and the Schumann frequencies play a decisive role in this. Thanks to them, synchronization increases and, for example, our sense of belonging, self-esteem, sense with altruistic behavior as well as our social behavior. Synchronization, on the other hand, clearly decreases during arguments. The alpha state induces in us states of relaxation and calm, with attentive alertness. In this state, ego consciousness recedes. In this respect, we can say that full resonance with our Earth can only happen through a state without ego. The graph clearly shows that the electromagnetic fields of man are identical to the electromagnetic fields of the Earth. Dear friends, together with the results of the second ongoing study conducted by the HeartMath Institute, Public Creek, California, USA, a truly sensational opportunity is before us. If we put the results together when they were published, it turns out that we charge the Earth field. Schumann resonant frequencies with our thoughts, intentions, desires and feelings. In fact, the group synchronization has been shown to improve conformity, that is, over-synchronization with the attitudes and behaviors of others, significantly increase cooperation and trust, and strengthen the social bonds of group members. This means that the more people resonate positively with each other, the healthier they are, all of these associated with them become. The same applies to people all over the planet, to the planet as a whole. Now let's watch an excerpt from the program together, Klima, Future Now, with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, what the pyramids are for. I thank you.
We can talk a lot on this topic. The topic is actually very broad and interesting. It can be approached from different perspectives, from an archaeological, from a historical one. But if we approach it from a technical, let's say, from a functional standpoint, what the pyramids are, let's say, for preventing something. But the question is different. For example, what's the use of a car if there's no driver, right?
People.
Certainly.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья!
Hello, dear friends. I would like to say lots of thanks to all our invited scientists, experts, and all the speakers for sharing such relevant information with us today. And from everything we have heard today, it is clear that a person is closely connected to the pyramids, and that the pyramids play a very important role in the life of all humankind. And maybe that is why, when knowledge about such secret structures was lost, it was renewed by representatives of other more developed civilizations. And there is no doubt that there are such civilizations that can travel throughout the space and make adjustments. And what if these adjustments are made on a planetary scale? For example, it may not be at all accidental that biological life on planet Earth became possible. It's just that some facts probably make us think about it. But let us talk about it in order. So, because some facts will make you think about it. So, when in 2010, workers at the NASA Astronomical Observatory discovered the Kepler 33 planetary system in the constellation of Cygnus, all the traditional ideas about the structure of the solar system, that it was accidentally formed from the chaos of dust and gas, were strongly shaken. The fact is that in the Kepler 33 planetary system, all the planets are strictly aligned by their volume, and they are built around their own star as in rank. And first come the larger planets, and then the smaller ones. In our solar system, however, the order is quite different. The planet closest to the star is the extremely small planet Mercury, as you know, and somewhere in the center is the gas. The closest is Mercury, and such giant planet as Jupiter is situated in about the middle of our solar system. So, in general, the arrangement of the planets in the solar system does not depend on their size. But when 146 more planetary systems were discovered, to the surprise of astrophysicists, they all looked not like our solar system, but they were like teardrops of water similar to Kepler 33 planetary system. And it turned out that our solar system does not fit into the general scheme of planetary systems, at least detected up to date. And such the structure of it turns out that this arrangement of planets, as in our solar system, is anomalous. And if we had the same world order as in the region of all other stars, Earth would be somewhere in the vicinity of present-day Saturn. And there is actually a hellish cold, so to say, and no conditions for biological life. Also, Gennady Belimo, a space anomaly researcher, said, if the solar system had been created according to the laws of gravitational mechanics, the larger planets would have been disposed next to the Sun, and the system would build these planets in such a way, but we have the opposite in the solar system. The smaller planets like Mars, Venus, they are situated near the Sun, and the huge ones like Jupiter or Saturn are further away. This too is artificially done, isn't it? It is also surprising that the distance between the planets in the solar system can be calculated by a simple formula. It turns out that each of the following planets is on average 1.7 times further from the Sun than the previous planet. So it gives, a weird impression that the solar system was created by some mathematical formulas, according to the preconceived blueprints. And our giant planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, are so well located that their powerful gravitational fields are just in the path of most major comets and protect our planet from the constant bombardment. So, if it were not for these planets, for these giant planets, life on Earth would be actually impossible, bombarded by comets. So, and there is a question, so what is the likelihood that such kind of defense is just a factor of coincidence? Well, also Saturn with its satellites is of interest. The thing is that Saturn and its satellites are a mini version of our solar system, because each large satellite of Saturn has its own planet of the solar system. So there is feeling that, well, firstly, kind of they tried out the version on a smaller model and then implemented the whole project. Also, our Earth's only satellite, the Moon, raises many questions. It differs significantly from the satellites of other planets in the solar system. So first of all, the Moon's actual rotation. The vast majority of satellites are very small compared to the parent planet, and the Moon, on the other hand, is only 3.7 times smaller than the Earth in diameter. And the laws of mechanics ruling the interaction between the Earth and the Moon are so fine-tuned that even though the Moon rotates around its axis, it always faces the Earth with the same side. That is, the rotation of the Moon around the Earth and around its own axis is synchronized. Is it possible that this level of synchronization was formed as a result of natural processes? So who could have put the Moon in such an orbit with optimal altitude and exact course and speed? And no meteorite, even one that allowed a crater over 100 kilometers, has not made the Moon move, didn't change its current position or rotation speed. So what fixes the Moon so rigidly? So data said that diameter, meteorites make horrible hits and shakings. So, and secondly, diameter of the Moon. How can we explain the coincidence that the Moon is at an exact distance from the Earth? Has the right diameter which allows it to completely cover the Sun. For planetary scales, this is Jew-like precision. The only planet in the solar system where total solar eclipse can be observed is planet Earth. And we Earthers are really very lucky, and I was lucky enough to see solar eclipse. And I can tell you that it was really amazing. Also, in 1973, the Soviet scientist Kirill Betisov published a paper, Properties of Symmetry in the Solar System, including the property of doublets. He scientifically proved the existence of absolute symmetry in the solar system. This property is that almost everybody in the solar system is duplicated. That is, it corresponds to another body, close in mass and diameter, and that is just for example, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Earth, Venus, Mars, Mercury. Also, Betisov assumed that the presence of a second star in the solar system. And also, we can find lots of petroglyphs all over the planet, and probably just there was a celestial body in the solar system which periodically appears near our planet, causing terrible cataclysms on Earth. And unusual celestial body, Typhon, for example, based on the legends of ancient peoples and rock paintings, is very similar to a neutron star of the G-rotator class. Right, you can see it on the picture, right? The cross, right? It is on the Sun, cave drawing. And there are many more similar images of two suns. And it is surprising that no one pays attention to these numerous facts of the presence of a second sun in the solar system. Myths, legends contain a lot of information about cataclysms caused by the approach of an unusual celestial body to our planet. And if we continue to develop the theme of myths and legends about our star system, we can also meet such an expression as moonless people. That is, people who lived in times when there was no moon. Many ancient texts said that the moon did not exist in the sky before, that it was given by the gods, and that after moon's appearance, the great flood took place. In Egyptian mythology, it is said that along with the moon came a new god, Thoth, who added 5 days to the year and created the tides. And And indeed, with the appearance of the moon, the earthly year increased from 360 days to 365 days, and this happened 12,000 years ago exactly. In America, on the walls of the temple of the ancient city of Tiwanaku, there are written symbols that speak of the appearance of the moon also 12,000 years ago. And by the way, on Alata TV, there is Kaleidoscope of Facts dedicated to the civilization which lived exactly 12,000 years ago. And this Kaleidoscope of Facts is called The Known History of the Atlantis. And there is also a question, given all the facts we have heard, so well, can we really say that Earth is our real true home, and with our planet, well, just really we ourselves inhabited this planet? Our next speaker will tell us.
Thank you, Irina, very much for your message. Hello, dear friends. Many people are wondering if the planet Earth is the own home of humans. Are we sure that we are all the Earthlings? Or maybe representatives of other planets? The ability to regenerate the tissues of the human body, or more precisely the conditions under which this self-regeneration occurs, is a criterion that gives a direction to find an answer to this question. Currently, scientists have established a close relationship between the ability of self-regenerate and gravity. That is, gravity is that invisible criterion under which self-regeneration occurs, the restoration of body tissues. Scientists still marvel at the inexplicable way gravity is accounted for in all body systems. That's a very interesting point in the book of Alatra, which states that the function of the living organism depends on the magnitude of gravitational forces. In the gravitational condition of the planet Earth, self-regeneration of human body tissues does not occur, such as a rainworm, which can grow two whole worms from its two halves, or a starfish, which can grow a new ray to replace the lost one, or a lizard's tail. There are many such examples. Gravitational conditions on the Earth are capable of implementing the process of self-regeneration in the invertebrates, but for humans, these conditions are not optimal, in which self-regeneration occurs properly. That is actual proof that the planet Earth is not a home for humanity. The Soviet scientist experimentalist Lev Davidovich Lyosner writes, "Every tissue of the organism, without exception, has the ability to reparative regeneration in varying form. And if one considers the process in its not so far advanced stages, complete reparative regeneration is possible under optimized conditions at a certain level for each tissue." The knowledge contained in the book Alatra gives us clue to the answer to this question: what kinds of conditions? Is that the optimization of gravitational conditions that leads to regeneration of human body tissues? Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, as a doctor, the author of the method of the vertebral revitology, in his work Osteochondrosis for the Professional Patient, writes, "Theoretical calculations have shown that for independent recovery, active reparative response, for degenerating intervertebral disc, it is necessary to reduce, ideally by 37%, the constant load from this disc for a long time, while maintaining the optimal conditions, for example, of the same osmosis." From this fragment we can conclude that one of the ways to start the process of self-regeneration of a damaged intervertebral disc is to reduce the gravitational force by 37%. But if we constantly live in such gravitational conditions, the process of regeneration of organs and systems of the human body would be absolutely natural. One who created the human body has thought everything out in detail, and taking into account the gravitational conditions played a crucial role in this task. But why isn't our body adapted to Earth's gravity? Perhaps it was created for other conditions, say, another planet. There is also interesting information confirming the hypothesis of extraterrestrial descent of man, saying that the biological rhythm of the human body corresponds to 25 hours. There are 24 hours in a day on the planet Earth, and we daily lack 1 hour, perhaps 30 minutes for sleep and 30 minutes for wake up for optimal functioning of our bodies. Perhaps one of such planets, where the value of gravitational field is 37%, less than on the Earth, was the extinct fifth planet of the solar system, Phaeton, whose orbit was once between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. It had human-like life, and now there is an asteroid belt in that place. And now, let's watch a video with Jana about people who are remained after the death, like planets like Phaeton and Mars.
Jana, could you tell us, please, if there are any survivors after the demise of such planets as Mars and Phaeton?
Well, and who are you then?
Undoubtedly, pyramids are the most known and widespread form of megalithic structures. But today, we would like to share one more information with you about such structures, which were, well, are little known even to scientists. And these are the so-called coffins. The structure can only be seen from a bird's eye view, but these structures are found all over the world. And Ras is a scientist from Romania. He gave an interview for Lato TV and shared his unique knowledge of coffins, or the so-called keyholes.
It became a national symbol for the Japanese people. So they were really proud of this keyhole symbol. They basically have coffins. So coffin literally means tumulus. It's like a burial mound. And they have over 160,000 coffins in Japan. Some of them bear like common geometrical shapes, like triangles or circles, but most of them, and the most important of them, look just like a keyhole symbol or a wedge and dome. They're wedge and dome shaped. Like the royal coffin is built like this. It's surrounded by a moat. It's really huge coffin in Japan. And yeah, for a long while, I mean, they have this in all the regions and all the archipelago, including on some of the remote islands. They have these coffins, and they said, well, this is just our national symbol, like our ancestors, starting with the mid-3rd century to the late 6th century. They were burying the dead inside the keyhole shape, and it's our symbol. But then in 2004, a Korean guy came who had a PhD in ancient history at Harvard, and he came across similar, if not identical, key-shaped coffins on the peninsula of Korea, which until then in antiquity it was believed they never communicated, but they found this there as well, and they started debating about that. Right now, if you're looking on the internet about the Korean coffins, you won't find much. So the information is still being suppressed, but you can find this guy on Vimeo. If you're searching on Vimeo about the Korean coffins, you can find some relevant information. So it's in South Korea. It's identical to the coffins in Japan, and it's believed to have been built mid 5th to 6th century AD. So right in the period when the Japanese had them. So this is when an entire string of connections start, because this is like, those are not the only places where the keyhole symbol is found, the kofun. So you can find them literally on every continent. Like some of the oldest ones are in North America. So if you've heard of the mound builders, they had something key-shaped like near Lake Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, they had this there, and they have this in Italy as well. This is a really interesting connection, because I think that the Japanese people, the ancient Japanese people, could travel on the coastline all the way to Italy from Japan. So they have actually so many neuralgic sites that are shaped like a keyhole, just like a Japanese kofun in Italy. The most famous of them is the well of the Nuraghe of Santa Cristina. And they have a few more there as well. And then if you, I also want to mention that the interior is very similar, and I'm gonna showcase that as well, that the interior of those kofuns in Japan are identical with the ones in Italy. The corridors, the shapes, the entrances, how the megalithic stones are aligned at the entrance. And moving forward, with the help of Google Earth, they discovered the keyhole symbol, like the identical keyhole symbol in Saudi Arabia. So they went there with Google Earth, and then in 2009, some researchers went there by helicopter and took some photos of them and tried to date them. Of course, there's been some debate with the datings, but they're thought to be over 5,000 years old, like between 4,000 and 1,000 BC. They've been dated. There are many in Saudi Arabia. It's very interesting to note that this can also be related to the other formations that are also found in Jordan and in Saudi Arabia, called the kites. If you've seen the kites, or the bullseyes, the bulleyes, there's an entire debate on this as well. But pretty much they've been used, I think, from what I've researched, they've been used by nomadic people of the area for gathering herds of antelopes, for keeping the animals inside. But this is just a theory.
Hello dear friends, and in reality it's very interesting video and very interesting fact. Much has been already said today about pyramid and the fact that they are our tool. Let's figure out how it works. Pyramids work within a certain frequency range, and many researchers have already come to this conclusion. For example, Professor Bern and Lertes of Germany believe that the Cheops pyramids serves as a conductor of a wide range of vibrational frequencies. Andrei Verbinsky, author of Pyramidal Antennas of the Years, believes that modern superfrequency techniques and pyramidal construction techniques coincide. Waveguides, loops, details down to the minute at the same time. What does this mean? The matter is that wires are not used for high-frequency signals, because they are transparent for higher frequencies, and waveguides are used to keep a signal inside somehow. Passing a high-frequency signal through a waveguide is different from passing it through a wire. At high frequency, geometric sizes of waveguides are more important. It seems to me that author wants to tell us about it. That is why I'm saying about this. Those who built the pyramids had the same knowledge of signal propagation as modern scientists. Second moment that I would like to let light about, that which the position of pyramids in space. Well-known Russian ufologist Amy Budahov put forward the following version. All surviving pyramids should be considered as remnants of a global planetary system which served not for separate rulers, but for all ancient mankind, for protection from cataclysms. At the same time, they, because of the peculiarities of their shape, so far unappreciated by us, could control the release of energy accumulated at the joints of lithospheric plates, thereby preventing catastrophic earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. This version was tested by superimposed maps of the pyramids and the lithospheric plate boundaries. It has appeared that the majority of pyramids, if possibly, are erected near joints of lithospheric plates and the basic geological breaks. And it's very interesting. If we compare the previous West facts, the pyramids working in a very narrow range of frequencies make a complex. And interesting that the distance between them does not matter. Being tuned to one frequency, they sound in unison, and so have a coherent pattern. A huge complex is operating at the same frequency. But the question arises, to what makes them sound? Wind energy, frankly, it's not very similar to the truth. Weather is not always windy, and for a complex to work out pyramids should be in one climatic zone, and there are a great number of them. If we approach from the side of physics, it would be more logical to assume that there should be some setting pyramids and others act on transmitters. One of the broadcasts with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, it was spoken that all pyramids are focused on Kailas, and we could look closer to it. It looks more like a pyramid than like a mountain. For one thing, it stands alone above a flat plateau, and mountains are usually formed by junction of lithospheric plates. Secondly, the slope of Kailas is stepped and layered, which is more characteristic of man-made structure than naturally formed objects. Let's summarize. The vibrations arising inside of Kailas are transferred to other pyramids, which act as repeaters. And further, all this energy through geological faults is directed on a core, and it becomes a participant of a musical ensemble constructed of pyramids. And we see that that puzzle, together if we put it together, but it is not. But it would be desirable to remind that since our scientists began to use waveguides past less than 100 years, and the pyramids are tens or even hundreds of times more. And if even the builders possess knowledge, which we came only to recently, most likely a construction of pyramids could be used knowledge which our science did not reach yet. I'm referring to the Septon field, which is written about in the report about physics of the Alatra Public Movement. The experiments which were carried out on the basis of International Public Movement Alatra have shown that the pyramids are capable to influence a Septon field, which forms a basis of any presently known and still unknown to official science fields and interactions. We would like to remind that one of these properties, namely sharp increase intensively the Septon field in the place of current cataclysm 78 hours occurs. That is mostly probably the pyramid also interacts with the nucleus at the level of the Septon field. Similar assumptions were also prepared by some researchers. For example, Dmitry Pavlov, the candidate of engineering sciences and the member of Council of Laboratory of Alternative History, believes that pyramids use unknown to physics fields connected with the property of time, which while are not studied enough. Some of all I said above would like to know that for today the science is capable to explain only part of the functionality of pyramids. With another part, science still should be understood. And in order to let more light on it, let's watch a video fragment about it with Christopher Dunn.
I studied these pyramids, and I realized that it is like a specially constructed artifact. And I see various harmonic wave connections. I see that this structure is in harmony with the planet Earth. And I came to the conclusion that most likely This pyramid device functions in order to transform energy. A special mechanism is used here, and as a result of the work of this mechanism, energy is released. There is a hypothesis that the Great Pyramids are power plants. That is, the energy passed through the pyramid converted into the sound in the Great Gallery, and then went to the king's chamber. So, going deeper into the pyramid itself, we can see the Great Gallery. This is a kind of acoustic room. It has the characteristics of a concert hall. There is a theory that all the elements inside the Great Pyramid are interrelated. We talked about acoustic performance and the acoustic properties of a concert hall and the Great Gallery. That means that the properties of the space in the Great Gallery and the concert hall are similar. It turns out that each element has been designed so as to enhance the sounding of the other elements.
Indeed, really interesting. And if we take into account the changing of the climate, we can suppose that pyramids are the single functional complex to prevent or protect from the approaching climatic catastrophes. About this, our next speaker will tell us a bit more. Thank you. Hello. Everyone can see what is happening to the climate, and starting the conversation about the climatic changes, I would like to note that great prospects for humanity are opening up, but the condition for implementing these prospects is to make the right choice during the time of the crossroads. These times are right now. Right now, humanity faces that very choice, either to really show its best human qualities or to fall into the abyss of consumption, aggression, and passive extinction. The result depends on each one of us. The questions of the state of our society today and the challenges that we are facing, such as upcoming global unemployment, the catastrophic state of the environment, the global climate change, were openly and truthfully presented at the Worldwide International Conference Global Crisis. This already affects everyone, held on the 24th of July this year, and was simultaneously interpreted by volunteers into 72 languages. So what is happening to the climate right now, and what are the consequences? There has been a rapid increase of the power and number of natural disasters around the world, with more and more people suffering from natural disasters. These planetary changes are caused by the cyclic processes of 12,000 years. Scientists of different countries independently from each other, came to the fact of the existence of cycles about the 12,000 years by studying layers of coal, volcanic ashes, ice cores, traces of flooding, water erosion, and marine sediments. Indicators of time of transition are also enshrined in the pyramids, in particular the Orion dragon pendulum. This pendulum is indicated by the pyramid of the Giza Plateau and the Temple of Complex and Khorvat, from a system marking the change of epoch in the zodiacal sky. Every 12,000 years, our solar system crosses the intergalactic interaction region of the Orion arms in the near and far points of interactions. The zone of intergalactic interactions crosses the whole solar system. It is natural that changes of the 12,000-year cycle are registered on the planets and their moons in the whole solar system. We can see redistribution of dry ice on Mars caps, change of near-surface temperatures of Pluto, change of light intensity of Neptune, polar shifts on Uranus. These changes cannot be attributed to anthropogenic CO2 emissions. It is time for us to stop paying attention to the CO2 myth, because our CO2 emissions cannot, reach those far planets. We're now witnessing cataclysms in all spheres and layers of the planet Earth. Such an increase in the number of natural disasters occurring all over the planet, fires, floods, famines, diseases that are tormenting people are described in many scriptures as harbingers of the last days of the mankind, and a time when people themselves make a choice whether they want to preserve their humanness and conscious, or to blindly perish. The topic of predictions about the last days was discussed in detail in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Signs of the Last Days on Alatra TV on July 13th this year. The beginning of a period of catastrophic changes on the planet is imminent. In 1998, scientists recorded a sudden change in the position of the core, which shifted northwards and was headed towards Siberia. This is the well-known fact in the scientific circles. The Earth is a balanced system where any change in one of its constituent parts causes all the other manifestations. Now, our planet's core is shifted to the north, the planet's balance is disturbed, and due to this dissonance within the planet and on its surface, apparent consequences take place. An increase in the volume and shape of the planet, its expansion across the equator, an increase in the centrifugal force of the planet. The increase in the centrifugal force results in magma coming to the surface, and hence an increase in heat flow, which manifests itself in the increase of volcanic activity and seismic activity. The heat flux from the bowels of the Earth is that very heat which melts the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland from bottom up, which heats the oceans at its depth, which is stated in more than one scientific paper. The Earth's crust became micro-fractured and visible cracks appeared on its surface, so water began to escape deep into the bowels of the planet. Therefore, rivers and wells around the world are becoming shallow, and whirlpools and sinkholes are forming, while at the same time we are seeing an increased precipitation and flooding. This is due to the active heating and evaporation of the vast reservoirs of water within the crust. This is causing heavy downpours in the atmosphere, abnormal thunderstorms, and overall increase of humidity. As a consequence of the magma coming closer to the Earth's surface, the water concentrated in the lithosphere gets spontaneously evaporated, and then it immediately falls down on the Earth's surface. This is what is called Great Flood. Also, another consequence of the processes taking place is weakening of the Earth's magnetic field, which is generated by the core. And the changes in the core basically result in the changes of the drift of magnetic field. This could lead to the loss of atmosphere and water on the Earth. It is under risk of becoming a lifeless dead planet such as Mars, and we're not talking about millions of years or even tens of years. The process is already underway. Scientists are already talking about the beginning of the era of global extinction. The interaction of all spheres of the planet, which used to be attuned, is getting unbalanced. This is not just a climate change. It is a challenge to the planet. It is a global process of cosmic origin. What can we do against these climatic apocalyptic changes? Let's listen to the excerpt of the interview with Oleg Havroshkin, Doctor of Physics and Math, the leading researcher of the Institute of Physics of the Earth, academician of the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences. He will talk about physical properties of pyramids, which already now could be used for prediction of such dangerous destructive phenomena as earthquakes.
What kind of researches did you carry out and on which pyramids?
The pyramid itself is an interesting object, like some kind of an oscillator, like an oscillating system, especially since its very shape indicates that it can amplify signals. Most of the signals, especially those inherent in the inner structure of the Earth, come almost vertically upward and hit the large base of the pyramid, affecting it. So, naturally, the wave flow that occurs goes upward. To the top, the cross-section decreases, and since the law of conservation must work here, the wave amplitude increases. So, it is all very noticeable at the very top. Well, this is when a signal is strong, and if it's quite weak, it just becomes possible to be registered. I made a report that if, let's say, we put a seismic receiver into the pyramid of Khufu, we can give several seismic receivers which register seismic noise. And all Sirius signals are very weak, and they are detected as noise. Then there is no any problem. There we can register them absolutely easily. We have developed a method for predicting seismicity, which is short-term, because long-term is a hack. It is a great thing to predict it in a few days or hours. Because if you predict even in a month, most may not agree, because it is a huge loss for a city. We set up a short-term forecast, and it works perfectly.
It is used in the pyramids?
And it's very inexpensive. In fact, any village can afford to install such a predictive system according to our methodology and our equipment scheme. Also, it's possible for a plant of any kind. For example, if it is a chemical plant, then such an earthquake will cause a chemical disaster.
Предложение Олега Борисовича не было реализовано.
Oleg Borisovich's proposal has not been implemented, as have not many other scientific discoveries in the field of earthquake prediction. Mankind has not even approached to the sphere of mitigation of climatic changes by means of technical methods. Right now, humanity does not have an accessible technology to stop climate change. We cannot stop galactic radiation. We cannot affect the sun. The closest to us is the Earth's core, but we cannot stabilize it either. Aren't the pyramids that very mechanism by which we can influence the Earth's core? As we have already heard today, the pyramids are located at the places of deep folds of the Earth or at the conjunctions of tectonic plates. This is a strategically well-grounded position to transmit a signal from the pyramids to the core and vice versa. Also, discovery of pyramids on other bodies of the solar system suggests that it is a single connected complex of universal application. Past civilizations went through the 12,000-year cycle in one way or another, and therefore probably had mechanisms to influence the core. Undoubtedly, they left to their descendants, that is, to us the means to stabilize the core, the warning signs of the 12,000-year cycle, and indication of the important moment of human choice. In continuation of the topic, whether there are mechanisms on the planet which can stabilize the core, we would like to offer our viewers to consider the subject of inverted pyramids and their purpose. This question has not been studied by science yet, but considering the rapidly changing situation with the climate on Earth, it should, in our opinion, become one of the priorities for modern scientists. And I pass the floor to Stefan.
Yes, thank you, Natalia. Indeed, pyramids play an essential role in stabilizing in times of cyclicity. Along the pyramids, one of the best-known forms found around the world are stone spheres with a perfect spherical shape. They're also called spheruliths. Dr. Semas Monagic points out that these spheres are man-made and come in different sizes and materials. And very often stone spheres are found next to the pyramids. But apart from that, the spheres were part of a more complex construction, namely the inverted pyramids. These pyramids were in the S, with the top pointing towards the Earth's core. The pyramid walls were made of mica. The top was filled with crystal of quartz or Orion. The internal space was filled by stone spheres of various sizes. These pyramids were created to stabilize the core of the Earth. There's very little information on these pyramids. It's interesting that in China there is a cliff carrying X, big round stones. Perhaps this cliff was precisely the inverted pyramid. It's interesting to look at the materials of the pyramids in more detail. Their walls are made of mica, which is an insulator by its properties and has a high thermal conductivity. The quartz or Orion crystals on the top of the inverted pyramid may have played an important role in focusing waves. The stone spheres, which made a basis of the pyramid, can be made of different materials, but all of them contain crystals of quartz and accordingly on properties are close to properties of materials of pyramids. It's known that spheres, as well as other megalithic stone structures, possess the ability to accumulate and redistribute energy. We also know that in the process of formation, the stones can be charred or programmed in a certain way to store and transmit information. Once a sphere has been programmed, it can be placed in a pyramid where it begins to work, storing energy and transmitting it to Earth's currents, and lay on a global level. It's also known that several stone blocks, united in a single system, reinforce each other and act as a single structure. Thus, using several hundreds of spheres creates conditions for the formation of a powerful energy flow. The inverted pyramids were built in the places where electromagnetic radiation of the Earth comes out. They were intended for stabilization of the Earth's core. They work on a principle, the rotor, etc. Due to their special construction, the inverted pyramids increase the static tension. With the help of the energy stored externally during periods of instability, the flow of energy is directed inward towards the Earth's core. Thus, by influencing an additional electromagnetic field, it is possible to stabilize the core, to amplify and stabilize the Earth field. In essence, we get an electrical generator, knowing the mechanics, electrophysics of of piezoelectric phenomena, it's possible to direct electromagnetic impulses to the center of the Earth to control the energy of the Earth. When the Earth's core stabilizes, the climatic cataclysm, as occurs at the end of every cosmic cycle, every 12,000 years, I count down. Thank you so much. I pass the word to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Stefan. In fact, you're presenting very extremely interesting information. Yes, friends, today we have given with just a few facts which make you wonder, of course. So, if I come back a little bit and just will collect, so what we discussed today is like who arranged the planets in the solar system with such precision to support life, and who rearranges these planets after global catastrophes in order to sustain that life. And the fact that global catastrophes occurred more than once is mentioned in many myths and legends. And the fact that our bodies are not adapted to the conditions of our planet proves that humanity was settled on Earth after one of these catastrophes. And Renat, the speaker, gave interesting facts to prove that Earth is not actually a home for humans. And which civilization actually built the inverted pyramids, thereby stabilizing the core of our planet and making the planet suitable for human life? And Stefan's speech makes us think over these questions. And throughout the whole Kaleidoscope of Facts, we see today that knowledge about the sacred structures like the pyramids, about the structure of the space, and about the real essence of a person has always been brought in and renewed by representatives of other civilizations. But why? So much effort is spent on it. Probably because we people finally understand who we are and why we live, why we were given this life, and what, as a civilization, our true purpose is, and that in the face of global catastrophes, we can really defend ourselves, we can survive. And we are on the brink of such catastrophe. We have all heard the report by Natalia Mikhantьева, because she proved that we are just on the verge of such global changes. And we also see that in our solar system there is common technological knowledge, because there are pyramids on the Earth, on the Moon, on Mars, on Sirius, and a discovery of pyramids on these celestial objects is really very significant, because it shows the universality of knowledge and importance of such constructions as pyramids for all inhabited planets, especially in the times of changes of cycles. And as we know, the civilizations of Mars and Phaeton did not survive, unfortunately. But there were those who managed to overcome this difficult period, who managed to unite, and who reached the highest level of development. Let us watch a short video together.
Jean, people ask, did the Anunnaki civilization go through such a crisis phase of development as we have now?
Of course, like all civilizations. But unlike many civilizations that no longer exist, our ancestors were smart enough to make the right choice.
И, конечно же, после этих слов хочется сказать, какой выбор сделаем мы.
And of course, after such words, I want to say, what choice are we going to make? Our civilization is going through a unique period in its history. To overcome climate change and mitigate its effects, humanity needs to unite and build a creative society. Each of us is responsible for our actions to society. Knowledge is given, and it is the future of our entire planet that depends on which direction and how effectively people use it. This is a real chance for civilization to survive, and the positive changes in the society start within each of us.
Jana, as of today, cataclysms are on the rise and people are concerned about the climate. So they ask the question, how do we survive?
It's easy. Become humans. The united human civilization. It is enough to just unite and build a creative society. And then, no cataclysms will have power over you.
By uniting, we can do anything. Helping each other is much easier to survive the cataclysms that are swiftly hitting our planet. Our future depends on each one of us. Unity of people is an indestructible fortress that can withstand any blow of the forces of nature.
We believe in the concept of critical mass theory, which states that changing the thinking direction of 1 to 5% of the population will result in a trend that will change the mindset of the majority of people. Critical mass theory is a scientific theory. We believe that if we can change the consciousness of a few percent of the population, whether it's 100 or 200 million out of 7 billion people, there will be a big shift in everyone's thinking. We would like to spread this idea to those who support the Fuji Declaration. We are looking forward to collaborating toward a peaceful world. I sincerely wish this conference success. Thank you very much.
People feel the truth that helps a person to become free. By choosing the truth, the wonderful future waits for people. For more information, please see the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Prospects of Civilization. And right now, let's take a look at the excerpt from the conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts with Jana. Let's rise the sun of the truth to the zenith.
And beautiful future for your civilization has already started, because it was actually you who raised this sun, the sun of the truth. You still have a long way to go, but you are united, and together you will be able to overcome everything. And the more of you there are, the faster and easier you will surmount this path. This path is the path of truth, while truth is like the sun. It shines for everyone.
Yes, dear friends. the sun of truth has risen, and already millions of people around the world are uniting to bring this truth to all humanity. Because if we do not inform everyone, we will not be able to build a creative society, and this is our only chance to survive in the current circumstances. And each one of you can check out the project at allatrionized.com website and join in by clicking on the red button. And about how important the participation and action of each person in building the creative society, we want to show you an excerpt from the conference, The Global Crisis, This Already Affects Everyone, with the participation of Leslie Magnum.
Nature gave birth to 8 billion of us. Despite wars, violence in society, this is precisely the number thanks to which the common human egregore of civilization can make an evolutionary breakthrough and withstand the upcoming global cataclysms. Let's be honest. We do not know nature. We do not know the earth. We do not know outer space. We cannot predict their actions. What will happen tomorrow and where and what kind of cataclysm will occur? Everything that science possesses is guesswork based on hypotheses that collapse like a house of cards when facing reality. After all, if something happens in nature, it has its own underlying causes and consequences. Yet, in the era of global crisis and natural disasters, no one will survive alone. Reasonable people understand that the only way for humanity to survive the hard times without resorting to population cutdown and self-destruction, while preserving and increasing technological and intellectual achievements of civilization, is to build the creative society. Creation of a better future is possible only worldwide, with the participation of the majority of our planet's population in building the creative society. The time of slavery of the consumerist format has come to its end. Now the time for conscious choice of every person is coming. It is the beginning of a new era of our all-human creative interaction.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, in order to know the truth, one does not have to travel great distances, travel to another part of the world, climb high mountains, touch the relics of canonized saints, and so on. Our life is really very simple. It has at its core the only desire of a human being to live in a beautiful, developed, civilized society where the value is not money, not endless consumption, but human life. As I said before, we held today our 13th Kaleidoscope of Facts. The Kaleidoscope of Facts in which, one more time, the main goal is once again to awaken people's interest to discovering the truth and not to remain hostage to the temples imposed by a consumer society. It is important that everyone strives to become a human, knowledgeable, thinking, free, open and honest, first of all, to himself. The consumer society has reached a dead end. There is an abyss ahead, if that is how we intend to live. And we're not going to jump into it. That is why all our efforts today must be directed as much as possible towards making sure that all people are aware that there is a way out of this critical situation in which the whole world finds itself today. And the consequences of the inevitable climate change and the global crisis can be overcome if if we immediately, right now, begin to introduce the foundations of the creative society into our lives. After all, knowing and understanding the essence of things in this world, caring about our future and the better future for our children, will allow each of us to make the only right choice: a creative society, a society of free, happy, and provided with everything necessary for development. If the choice will be made, we will make it. We will be able to have a beautiful, developed, and civilized future where human life becomes the highest value. Whether we should fall into the abyss of a consumer society that has no prospect of development, or whether we should unite with all of humanity to devote our energies to creation and the construction of a true peace. And traditionally, our Kaleidoscope of Facts, I would like to end with the words of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and present an excerpt from the video with his participation.
Do you know what I would like to say? That in the future, regardless of the course of events, no matter which path we choose, there will be neither poor nor rich among us. All of us will be equal, but in one case, there will be a wonderful world, while in the other case, all of us will be equalized by the fate that we will determine. Exactly we, ourselves, through our indifference and inaction, and all of us will be equal. It's up to us to choose and to decide which path to follow. The choice is up to us, but the choice is up to everyone. If we don't convey this and do not awaken the entire humanity, we will not solve anything. We won't be able to do it on our own. In order for us to be able, let's say, to sail away along our river in our boat from that waterfall, we should all row together. This is important. The time of egocentrism has passed. It's time to unite. It's a wonderful time. It's time for everyone to mature and treat one's life responsibly. It's time to choose who you are, a human or an animal. If you are a human, you are a part of our entire civilization, the entire humanity. If you are an animal, then without you, we will become animals too. And the choice is up to everyone, whom to be, and whether we will live or not. You know, like in the classic, to be or not to be. And everyone makes this choice now, every one of us.
Ура!
Всем
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо большое.